the gutter. This part hangs into the front of the gutter or locks into the front of the gutter, and it could damage the siding here, your trim, and even rot the sill. If you have a basement, water could enter the basement. That's why a gutter is very important.
They are very important. That's why we need gutters over here. This is why I called you over.
Oh yeah,
we
right
don't
by
have
the
any
door.
gutters over here.
Yeah.
And I think it's very important because in the winter time or when it's snowing, I'm fumbling in my purse looking for my keys, and in the meantime I'm getting drenched.
Right.
So we'd really like some gutters.
You have a lot of roof up there, and
Yep.
this area really should have a gutter. Now this is pretty low, and installing a gutter can be pretty easy if you know what you're doing.
Okay.
All right, you want to learn how to install a gutter?
I do.
All right, let's go get some supplies and I'll teach you how.
Thanks.
All right, Lang, here's your gutter. It's a 24 gauge aluminum gutter, and it's going to be in one piece.
Okay.
Now the way I got it here is I call up a local supplier, and in the truck that they have a coil with a machine. You give them a length, they run it out however long I want it.
All right, awesome.
All right, now to close up the ends, I get these left and a right end cap. Goes right on here like that. We caulk it in place and seal it. It's watertight. Now to get started, I want to put a reference line on the house.
Yep.
All right, now the mistake most people make when hanging a gutter is they hang it too high.
Okay.
All right, so now this level represents an imaginary line coming off the roof. If the gutter is hung too high, the front edge of the gutter will hit that imaginary line. That means that the gutter is too high. It should be low like that. The reason is the water will come off the roof and go into the gutter. But if ice should slide off of the roof, it won't hit the front edge of the gutter, knocking it off in the wintertime. All right, so now the first thing I want to do is I want to position this gutter right about here. This is going to be my high side. I'll mark it and I'll put a nail. Okay, now I'm going to attach my chalk line. All right, now what I want to do is I want to locate the position of the gutter on the other end.
Yep.
And I want that end to be lower than that end because I want the water to run down this way.
Okay.
So I'm going to take my end cap and I'm just going to position it here by eyeballing it right about there. Now I'll take my chalk line, I'll put it up there. Now I want to make sure that it has a pitch. To do that, I'm going to take my level and I'm going to line it up with the line and look at my bubble, and I do have a pitch. So now I can snap the line. All right, Lang, let's get a length for the gutter.
All right.
I'll take that in.
Yep.
I'll go down here. All right, just push it right in there. All right, now I'm just going to pull it tight. And we've got 25 feet 11, but I'm going to go 26 feet. Now before we measure the gutter, I want to install this end cap on this end. So I'm going to install some caulking right here in the crack. Now this is a caulking designed to seal up gutters. That. Now all I need to do is push it on. Now to hold that on so it doesn't come off, I'm going to use this tool right here. It's actually a crimping tool. Push it right on like that. Push tight. Squeeze it. It makes a little divot so that it won't come off.
Okay.
I'll make the first cut with my hacksaw and finish it up with my snips. All right, one more thing we have to do before we install the gutter. I need to cut a hole for our outlet to let the water out. I'm going to do that using my chisel.
That's pretty cool, Tom. Doesn't that hurt your chisel?
It sure does, but this is an old beat-up chisel anyway. Now before I install the outlet, I want to run a bead of sealant around the underside. And I'll just push it down nice and tight. Now I'll just screw it in place. All right, Lang, you ready to go up the ladder with it? All right, now I need you to hold that end and hold it tight to the building like that. Keep it down a little bit and not up too high. All right, now I temporarily screwed our gutter about 2 inches lower than it's gonna go. The reason is because of the hangers that we're gonna use to hang the gutter. This part hangs into the front of the gutter or locks into the front of the gutter, and this part goes underneath the back like that. It has a wood screw that will screw right into the end of the rafter. But because of the length of the brackets, I wouldn't be able to hook it on and bend it down without hitting the roof and damaging it. So now what I'm going to do with the gutter lower, I'm going to position every bracket where every rafter is, put it in place, bend it down, bring it up. I want to put all my brackets in first. Okay, now what I want to do is reposition the gutter and put it on the line so we can screw the brackets off. All right, your gutter is hung, and now we have to start thinking about getting the water that's coming off the roof down to the ground.
Okay.
So we're going to connect a downspout to the outlet up there and run it down with an elbow to get the water away. But there's an awful lot of water that comes off your roof, so I thought it would be a good idea if we use a rain barrel to collect some of the water coming off the roof. I first mounted a couple of concrete pavers on the ground to keep it level.
I think that's a great idea.
All right, good. All right, so now I'll take a couple of measurements for the pipe. I need a 64 and a 28. Okay, let's get them cut. 64 right there. All right, we've installed your downspout starting at the top with 2 elbows. As it comes down, we interrupted the pipe and we installed this diverter. Now what this diverter has inside is a screen, so when the water comes down, it will fall on the screen. The water will fill up your barrel and no leaves will go in. When the barrel gets filled, the overflow will spill out into here, go down to the pipe, and exit away from your building.
That's excellent. This looks amazing. Now I want it to rain.
You do?
Yeah.
Well, it was my pleasure, and thanks for all your help.
You're welcome.
So Tommy, in this case, you had a single run of gutter. You pitched it in one direction to a single downspout. At what point are you up to 2 or more downspouts? And what do you do about the pitch?
Well, there's a lot of variables. An aluminum gutter this size will carry a lot of water. But my rule of thumb, whenever I'm installing a gutter, 60 feet or longer, a minimum of 2 outlets.
Right.
Hey, I was glad to see you got these hangers into the rafter.
You were glad?
I was glad.
You got it?
I did, actually.
Well, if you noticed, I kept the gutter down low.
Yeah.
That allowed me to see the nail heads of the fascia board that were into the rafter tails.
We would know that you didn't if we found the gutter on the ground in the winter, right?
Absolutely what happened.
And I really appreciate you putting in a rain barrel. Even a small roof, 100 square feet, a 1-inch rainstorm will fill a rain barrel. Just imagine free water, or for people in a drought situation, that's a lot of water.
Yeah.
What do you do in a cold climate? How do you keep that from freezing?
You simply disconnect it from the diverter and flip it over for the winter, and it'll be there for you in the spring.
Otherwise, you end up with a really big ice cube.
Or a small skating rink.
Oh, you guys.
All right, well, good information, guys. So until next time, I'm Kevin O'Connor
I'm Roger Cook.
I'm Tom Silva.
And I'm Richard Thuy.
for Ask This Old House.
Hey, we're just hanging around.
Ever imagined how dirty is your washing machine? Disease experts claim that, in half a year of usage, the
Today we'll be showing you the Master Multi-Profile machine on the job site, and then we're going to be running out the gutter and installing it on the house. Hi guys, welcome to the video. I'm Jens from Multiform Gutters here with New Tech Machinery. Today we're going to be showing you how we pull up to the job site, how we set up the Master Multi-Pro gutter machine, how it runs out, and how we make the gutter, and also how we can be installing it on the house. Thanks for watching. Big shout out to Revere filming crew for coming out today.
right, we're back. Not gonna be open for... Right, and it's already 5 o'clock, so... All right, let's plug this baby in. If you'll start the vehicle, please, it's stuffy. Shreveport. Five o'clock. Ah, there it is. Never mind, Dan. I got it.
Good morning, everybody.
All I think about is all those needs.
Is ready to lead us through this crisis. He knows rebuilding our economy starts.
Can tell us more on the impacts that we could possibly see here in Acadiana. Heath.
And Sylvia, it looks like we are going to be on the bad side of the storm, but it's going to be a little farther west of us, so that will help us some. But we're still going to see high winds and, of course, that storm surge along the coast. We had some tornado warnings earlier. Nothing across our area right now. That first rain band moved north. Let's get to live Doppler 10 storm tracker radar, and you can see that has moved up into the central parts of the state. Kind of a break now. But we'll see the heavier rains from Laura move in overnight tonight. This area here, some moderate to heavy rain at times, but we see that eye wall very well. You can see Laura very well on the radar, the satellite, the eye showing up very well. About 35 miles in diameter. The track is still to the northwest at about 15 miles per hour. That puts it on the shore sometime just after midnight. Wind gusts out there look like this. Not too bad right now, but 53 in Lake Charles coming up there. Most areas upper 20s to the lower 30s across Acadiana. Now here's the visible satellite image. This is the best satellite image to look at a hurricane. You can only see it during the daytime because at night you can't see it. The sun's out. It's day. You can see it very well, and very, very well defined eye. Here's Sabine Pass, and it looks as though it's going to make its way toward the Sabine Pass. It could go a little farther east, a little farther west. The models have been fixated on that now for a while. They've gone back and forth a little bit, but the general consensus has been near Big Lake or up across Sabine Pass, the Texas-Louisiana state line. Half of the area under a hurricane warning. That covers Acadia Parish, Evangeline Parish, and points west. And to the east, a tropical storm warning, and we see that from Lafayette Parish and east. Kind of surprised we don't see that hurricane warning in the Lafayette Parish. We could see some wind gusts as high as 75 to 80 miles per hour late tonight, early tomorrow morning. If you can't watch us on TV, you can listen to us on the radio, or you can watch us on Facebook, klfy.com. We're streaming live. Radio stations, Nash 99.1, Magic 104.7, KSMB 94.5, and Q at 95.5. So here's what we're looking at. As we look at the satellite and the radar, we're going to zoom back down, and we see most of the rain and thunderstorm action, of course, on the east side, not a whole lot on the west side. There is a little bit of wind shear here coming across the northwestern Gulf.
Here's ours.
Any questions? The Acura Summer of Performance event. Our dealers are ready, and with online options available, you can shop our best offers any way you choose. Don't miss it.
Visit King Acura and Hoover for attractive offers on the RDX.
Not really sure what the
Do you know
smell
what fresh paint smells like? Have you ever been around fresh paint?
I mean, I have.
Because
but
apparently you're going to tell me now that you confused it with the smell of mold?
Yeah, I wasn't really too sure. So then Henry told me it was 3,600.
Was anyone with you when you were looking at the apartment?
No, I came by myself the first time. And so
50 cashback. Hurry in now for huge Labor Day savings. Toyota, let's go places.
The sun is pretty incredible. It makes Lipton green tea better and these lemons better, which makes this taste better. You definitely need the sun for that and that. With antioxidant vitamin C and 50% fewer calories. Choose Lipton green tea today.
We're open at Frost Oak Creek Creations with a great selection of items for your little ones. From handmade items for newborns to fun toys and games for toddlers. And tons of cute clothing and accessories. Frost Oak Creek Creations on Pulaski in Old Town Clovis.
Join AAA with automatic renewal and add loved ones for 50% off. So you get AAA's battery testing and replacement, and they do too. AAA's flat tire service comes to your rescue, and there's two. AAA is just a call or click away for you and them. Add loved ones to your AAA membership and let them enjoy all the same benefits for 50% off. Get America's most recommended roadside assistance. AAA. Outsmart life.
Mr. World here, suited up as the world's fastest superhero. I feel as fast as Eyeglass World, the world's best way to buy glasses. Spoiler alert. Unlike mortal stores, Eyeglass World has in-store labs, the source of their super time-bending speed and same-day service. Oh, I'm a huge fan. 'Cause waiting is my arch enemy.
With same-day service, Eyeglass World is the world's best way to buy glasses. Come get 2 pairs for $78.
Toyota's Labor Day sales event is your last chance to save big this summer. Right now, get 0% APR plus $500 bonus cash on Corolla or choose $1,000 cash back on Corolla Hybrid. Hurry in now for huge Labor Day savings. Toyota, let's go places.
It's wildfire season. Stay safe and prepared with the ABC30 Action News Wildfire Tracker on abc30.com and the ABC30 app. Taking action together.
Next live, Rob Lowe, Padma Lakshmi, plus how to ace a virtual job interview.
My dog is here. No, don't drink the tea.
Oh, look how cute.
Tomorrow at 9 a.m.
Westlake Chemical. I want to give a shout out to all the folks who are bunkered down in the control rooms there in the industries across Southwest Louisiana. They have those protocols in place. They know what they're doing. They're smart people, and they are going to help keep our region safe by being there. Yes, it's not safe for people to stay in that region. Get out while you can, but these folks at these industries will be sure to keep our areas safe by being inside those facilities.
Yeah, you can't just you can't leave that.
No,
there has to be people there. They're going to keep this at a safe, but at a safe operational period at this time. But you know, that's good to hear, because you know that does concern folks, especially after what we saw with Hurricane Harvey and some of the problems that there were over in Southeast Texas and in those areas. There was some of the fires and things like that.
Hopefully we can prevent those things from happening by keeping those people there in the facilities. And you mentioned how quick things can change. You know, we were right behind each other on the way here to Baton Rouge, and it was a pretty calm afternoon for the most part until that van came in and started pouring down in Lake Charles.
That was the angry band that's all the way now up into central Louisiana. That just shows you the power that this storm already has well outside the center. But as Zach and I was saying, there's a big gap now between when that rain starts. It looks like the rains are starting to arrive down around Grand Chenier. That's down in the southeastern part of Cameron Parish. We'll see if we can zoom it in a little bit here. This is you're probably seeing those winds pick up as well in the southeastern part of Cameron Parish. Those are some of the bands associated with some of the more central core of this. So conditions are about to really go downhill for you in Cameron. That's why we said the clock is ticking. I don't have any sort of visual, unfortunately, to show you what's going on in Cameron, but I can only imagine it's probably a little bit breezier there. But here's what I want to draw your attention to, and as you look at this radar image here, for those of you who may live in Lake Charles, but we've had a populace move into our community who have not gone through a major hurricane. It's been since 2005 since we dealt with Hurricane Rita. That was actually the last major hurricane to hit the state of Louisiana, if you want to go by classification, Category 3 or greater. Well, this is going to come in stronger. And talking with Zach on the way on the right over here, I don't think we've had a Category 5 on record hit our state, and we're going to be coming close to that. This is Calcasieu Lake. I was just out there a few weekends ago with a good buddy of mine, and we were fishing in Hackberry. It was beautiful, and I'm so glad I got that opportunity. You know, this during this pandemic, doing all this social distancing and things, and I got to enjoy a lot of the beauty of Cameron Parish over these past several weekends. But again, this is Calcasieu Lake. It's attached to the Gulf of Mexico. It's a central line which goes all the way up to Lake Charles. I mean, look at this. This is the ship channel. This is the waterway where ships travel, and this is all connected to the Gulf. They get to Lake Charles via this route, which is a waterway all the way down to the Gulf of Mexico. So Lake Charles is considered a coastal community. Because of that, we have the same coastal impacts to some degree that you have even if you live in Cameron Parish along the coastline. Now the surge will be amplified as you go inland, and this is all going to do with a lot that we talked about earlier with the time of when this makes landfall tonight coinciding with high tide. And a good point to kind of hone in on again is that as this storm does make landfall, and this is something that a lot of people probably aren't thinking about, high tide tomorrow morning in Lake Charles at 6 o'clock, we're going to have that a wind shift out of the west around that time on the backside of the storm, and that's when you're likely going to have the water rise. It's not going to be initially, it's not going to be when that first part of the storm arrives, when you're getting lashed by those winds later on this evening. It's going to be as things appear to begin calming. That water is going to come up tomorrow into Lake Charles, and if we were to see any kind of inundation occur in Lake Charles along I-10, it's going to be around the time of high tide tomorrow morning as the daylight comes first thing tomorrow, and that could be a kind of a misnomer. People think that, well, we made it to sunrise, things are going to calm. You don't want to let your guard down until this system is out of here.
If you haven't evacuated from Cameron Parish or Calcasieu Parish yet, now is the time to do it before night falls. This morning, Ben, I know you. I don't know if you remember, we were supposed to speak with Cameron Parish OEP Director Daniel Laverne about evacuation methods happening in Cameron Parish. He was too busy to even talk to us because he was trying to get
people out of there.
He was trying to get people out of there, and we talked to of Lake Charles later on in the morning, and he was concerned that the number of people there were not enough people leaving the Lake Charles area to evacuate. So we really want to stress that leave if you can. You just head west, like Ben said, head to Houston, head to Austin. You can come as far east as Baton Rouge, maybe even into Mississippi or Alabama. The point is, get out, do it for your friends, do it for your family.
Good thing about Texas is big, and you got a lot of places to go.
Yes, it is big in Texas.
Yeah,
good point.
That's the safest place to go if you want. Like I mentioned, you could come to Baton Rouge. I mean, we're here now. We're not going to be experiencing, you know, the catastrophic storm surge of the winds. Our primary concern over here is going to be tornadoes from the outer bands of this. I mean, our affiliate here, WAFB, is doing their own coverage with the tornado warnings that we have in the viewing area here. Yep. So this is a problem on these outer bands. But if you decide, say, you want to go to Alexandria, I mean, you're going to have the same problems as the storm moves inland. It's still going to be a Category 1 hurricane as it moves across Vernon Parish and Rapides Parish, so you're probably still going to have pretty extensive power outages. So what we're telling you is we're trying to get you to a location where you'll not have those problems with power outages and other issues that arise from the inland hazards associated with a hurricane.
It could be weeks before you get power back in that area. Like we've seen in Hurricane Rita, when it took almost a month and a half, a month maybe?
Right, almost a month, right, yeah, and so this could be longer. You know, we're talking with Kay Fox, you remember this morning, from Beauregard Electric, and she was on one of those OEP briefings and was discussing how after Rita, the entire Beauregard Electric cooperative system had to be rebuilt from the ground up, and so it took them, you know, they were trying to rush this along in like 3 weeks. But this could be a repeat of that, unfortunately.
And it could be a test of the current system, too. We've seen Energy doing a lot with the utility posts around the Lake Charles community, making them stronger, and we're going to see that play out for the storm if it holds up to it. That's
right. We were talking with our energy spokesperson earlier on Sunrise as well, and they were talking about the things they've done to the power grid since Rita. One of the reasons why the power was out so long for Rita was we had main transmission lines that failed, and that had to be rebuilt before we could get to things like neighborhood transformers and things like that. So we had you had to borrow
energy from some of the chemical facilities in the area to repower the grid.
Yeah, and so that's one of the reasons why it took so long. Could this particular storm tax that system that's been reinforced? As we talked about with Entergy, they said they made a lot of reinforcements to the power grid since then. A lot of the things that they've done, I know in Lake Charles they've reinforced a lot of the power poles. They've replaced a lot of those wooden power poles with the metal ones that tend to be a little more reinforced. But you're still with a catastrophic storm. That's just one of the issues. Electricity is not our primary concern at this point. We know it's going to go out. It's going to be all the other things that go along with it. Winds of this strength, when you're talking about coming in with the right front quadrant of borderline Category 5 hurricane, you're still going to get catastrophic winds. I'm worried about my house. You know, I really, my house is boarded up. I live south of 210 off of Louisiana Avenue. I'm worried about the roof. That's what I'm worried about the most. And, you know, that type of a wind event is going to create those concerns with roof failure, things like that on homes that may be well built. You know, obviously we have a lot of mobile homes in Lake Charles. We have a large community of people who live in mobile homes. And if you're watching this right now and you're still deciding in Lake Charles, we passed a few mobile homes earlier today as we were driving around. I know there's several of them, just for instance off Country Club Road as you go out, you know, by the Kroger. They're just scattered about through Lake Charles. And for people who especially are in those type of buildings, you have to evacuate. There is no, it really is not even a question at this point because of the wind, you know, but at that point, surge could still be a problem, especially the farther south you go when you're talking about, you know, South Lake Charles out by the airport. A lot of people live in South Lake Charles. That's the area have been moving, and that's where that surge potential is going to exist as well.
And even during thunderstorms in that part of the parish, south of Calcasieu Parish, you see water gather in the streets, in yards, and it's almost impassable. Folks can't drive through it during a regular thunderstorm. And if you live in Lake Charles, you know the drainage is an issue, and just passing through Lake Street, for example, or Ryan Street, the water puddles so bad on those streets quickly too that you really can't navigate through the community. So imagine what a potential Cat 5 hurricane is going to do to the streets of Lake Charles.
And that's a whole different kind of thing. That's water that's falling from the sky. That's rain. That's inland flooding, freshwater flooding. What this is going to be is a whole different animal with storm surge flooding. That's what the Gulf of Mexico pays you a visit, and that's what we're talking about here with the punch we could see with this storm surge moving inland, is that this is going to be the Gulf of Mexico coming into Cameron Parish, coming into Calcasieu Parish, and could potentially, you know, make it into Lake Charles, I-10. And you can see right now this is a high-resolution 3D satellite of the storm, and certainly right now you can see with that enhanced view just the sheer strength that this storm is bringing with it. And talking with meteorologist Zach Fradella, we talked about how the storm is really peaking right now, and you know, the most, if we were to grab on any sort of a string of hope out of this, is that perhaps it's slightly weaker, 145 miles per hour upon landfall, but from the way I see it, I doubt that happens, because we're really closing in now on about 6-7 hours as this thing rolls ashore, and it's probably not going to weaken a whole lot. The Hurricane Center is still showing this thing moving in with the winds of 150 miles per hour. So, you know, that's
two things I want to point out for viewers that are watching is you could see the turn starting to happen. Look at the latest plot from the National Hurricane Center. It's northwest. Now look, these storms, they don't move in straight lines. They wobble back and forth, and so sometimes looks can be deceiving, but it does look like we're starting to see that turn happen, where if it does move northwest from here on out, that's going to bring it right up Calcasieu Lake. And that's exactly where we've been talking about, maybe a little west of there, closer to the Sabine Pass, but I'm starting to get it's either going to be a landfall Holly Beach, a landfall Cameron, maybe as far east as Grand Chenier, but that's getting kind of far east. But we're starting to get to that point where you don't look at the models, you just look at this satellite, you look at radar.
Look at radar,
and I know you were pointing out, if there is one glimmer of hope, and it really doesn't make a difference. Look, the storm probably won't make it to, the storm probably won't make it to a Category 5, but that should not make it. The difference between a weak Category 5 and a strong Category 4 is absolutely nothing. The destruction is going to be catastrophic across southwest Louisiana. But one thing I want to point out here is there's a little hint that the wind shear that we've been talking about, as it gets closer to the coast, the wind shear would pick up. If you look on the west side of that satellite right here, and I know it's a little bit harder to see when we come out like this, but there's a little bit of a squash going on this west side, which is a sign that maybe some of that wind shear is starting to try and nudge it a little bit and weaken it. It's not going to weaken dramatically. If it does, maybe 5 to 10 miles per hour. Again, there's absolutely no difference between a weak Category 5 and a strong Category 4. This storm will be significant. This will go down as one of the worst storms for southwest Louisiana in its history.
And that's just some remnant energy from that old cutoff low that we talked about with Marco that was there, and it was ever so present. We had a big upper level trough that set over the Gulf of Mexico, and that's what steered Marco off more to the east. And then what happened was there's a little bit of that upper level energy. It's what's called a cutoff low. It's just kind of sitting over here, and so it's moving in and kind of combining with that and creating a little bit of that wind shear like Zach was talking about. But it's just not going to be enough to really overcome the power of this storm.
And it's too late. I mean, this storm is already pushing 15 to 20 feet of water right now. If you imagine, can we switch to the radar here? I just want to show the radar. And if you look at this eye wall, there's 15 to 20 foot storm surge underneath this eye wall, and when it hits the coast somewhere in Cameron Parish, it's going to come surging inland, and it's going to be right around 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock along the coast, and then after midnight it'll start to move inland. But there you go. You see the radar of Hurricane Laura, catastrophic hurricane, and I think you can see it a little bit better on radar right now, how you can almost watch the western edge of the storm is getting eroded just a little bit. And again, we're grasping at anything just to say maybe it's stopped its strengthening phase. It won't become a Cat 5, but still it's a Category 4, 145 miles per hour storm. Not many things will be left as far as, you know, without damage. There's going to be significant damage across southwest Louisiana from Cameron Parish, Jeff Davis, Calcasieu, all the way up through DeRidder. I know a lot of inland folks, you don't get included in these mandatory evacuations because you run from the water and hide from the wind, but here's the problem. This is a significant windstorm. It's going to be moving so fast inland that what's going to happen is that wind is going to penetrate inland very quickly. So there's going to be 100-mile-per-hour winds in Reeves, Kinder, you know, Oakdale, DeQuincy, all up 171, Maryville, DeRidder. I can name every city in southwest Louisiana, all the way through Fort Polk, even farther north than that.
I mean, we could just call the roll and you're in it. You know?
That's what we're saying. Just group them all together in southwest Louisiana. There's going to be over 100 miles per hour winds in every single location. And 100 miles per hour winds, most people, including myself, have never experienced 100 miles per hour winds, and that's just the reality of the situation. It's going to be if you have chosen to stay, it's going to be one of the scariest nights of your life. But you know, we'll be here with you the whole way, you know, keeping you updated. And that's why right now you should probably be charging everything, making sure everything's charged. Make sure you got the KPLC weather app. Make sure you have you know, your Facebook liked on KPLC, because we'll be streaming live on Facebook. We'll be streaming live on the weather app. You know, because you're going to lose power, you're going to lose cable signal, and those things are going to go away. And then there's also the instance that maybe, you know, the floodwaters make it into the studio in downtown Lake Charles of KPLC, and KPLC goes off the air, but we will not have digital platforms. That's not going to happen. So, you know, right now it is a dire situation across southwest Louisiana, but the more you're listening and trying to think, oh, should I leave? You're losing time, and you're very quickly losing time to get out of town. If you're still on the fence right now, just get in the car and go west. Go to Houston, go west. You have another clean driving along the interstate, but that is quickly dwindling. If you're in Cameron Parish, your time is less. You have about 30 minutes, and even that water's starting to rise. So I would say definitely start going more west than east, because if you look, those bands off of Salt Point and Vermilion Parish, they're going to start coming inland towards Lafayette very shortly. So by the time you get to Lafayette, you could have some rough weather. So at this point, your escape route is I-10 west into Texas. Keep going, go past Beaumont, and get to Houston. You will have fine weather in Houston tomorrow. You will have no worries. You will not have to worry about power outages. You'll not have to worry about losing air conditioning. But if you stay in southwest Louisiana, you're going to lose power.
You're the luxuries we take for granted.
You're going to lose water, and it's not going to just be for tomorrow. It's not going to be till Friday. It's not going to be just this weekend. It's probably going to be for a very, very long time. And there's a live look.
This is so deceiving. I mean, look at this. The sun is out.
The sun is out in southwest Louisiana, and you almost have to just be like, you know, really? What's going to happen in 6 hours?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard
incredible
to imagine. You know, we're going from sunshine here and looking at what's offshore on its way. You know, about 100 miles off our coastline right now, and this is going to be moving in. You know, in the next few hours, conditions are going to rapidly deteriorate. And it's a good point that we brought up the deception part of this whole system, because it looks to me like the eye wall is going to pass over a chunk of southwest Louisiana as well. That is deceiving as well. You're going to have a period of very quiet conditions as this eye wall moves over our viewing area. What's going to happen is the winds are going to calm, but that is a false sense of it's not over, because you're going to get lashed with the backside of this storm as it moves ashore, and it's going to not only be a quick transition, but a violent transition back to the winds. You're back into that most strongest part of the hurricane from calmness.
And the eye is going to be, I mean, there might be stars out in the middle of the eye. I mean, I don't know what the moon phase is tonight, but you know, there's been other important factors to figure in rather than the moon phase, but the moon might be out tonight in the middle of the eye. Do not venture out in the eye, though, because it happens fast. And since the storm is moving so much faster, it's going to happen even quicker than normal hurricanes, where you go from absolute calm, which I do believe you're right. This eye of the storm is going to move right over the heart of southwest Louisiana, and there will be multiple locations in southwest Louisiana that go dead calm tonight. And don't venture out in the eye. You know, if you are in a situation at that point where you're in a structure that has seen significant damage and you don't feel like you can make it through the other side of the storm, that is about the only way you should get out of your house and go towards go to a more sturdy shelter. And I hope everybody is everybody has said, and I'm gonna show you what this is. This is actually from Mark Sudduth, HurricaneTrack.com. Where exactly is this? Is Cameron. This is his Cameron. Now, Mark Sudduth is a good friend of mine, and he puts these remote cameras out there, and he can get the surge coming in. Now, unfortunately, there's going to be absolutely no power in Cameron very short, but look at the water that is already coming up on that camera.
It's Port Arthur.
Yeah, that's actually Port Arthur there. So he has multiple cameras that we can look at and watch the surge. The only issue is it's going to be in the middle of the night when that surge is the most intense. So since we're losing power in most of those locations, it's going to be hard to see much, but I can guarantee you some of the locations he told me he put his cameras, they are going to be submerged, and they're about 12 to 15 feet high. So if you can imagine right now, that the best one, Cameron one, that we're actually starting to see some of the water.
Yeah, you can see that's a Shell station there on Marshall Street near the Capital One Bank, and that's in Cameron again. Already, an area that was devastated by Hurricane Rita has started to come back. And this is going to be, that view would be east of the Cameron Ferry, and again, an area that is quite directly on the water.
There's Johnson Bayou.
Okay, there's Johnson Bayou. Okay, that's on the west side of Cameron Parish, over closer to Sabine Pass.
Yeah. He actually has the wind speeds on there right now too, 28 miles per hour with gusts to 34. So it's still relatively, look, that's tranquil. You have a Category 5 Category 4 off the coast. Yeah. You still aren't seeing that big of wind gusts. That is actually Hackberry. So that's still water is not increasing all that dramatically yet. So that almost scares me even more because it's going to happen so fast later tonight.
I'm trying to see. It looks like where we went fishing a couple of weekends ago, and that's what's deceiving about it. I mean, look at things right now; it's so quiet. So you know what, Zach? That's a good sign because that means if you're still there, and you have made your mind up that you're not going to evacuate, but now we're putting out this sense of urgency that you need to leave. Get out right now. I mean, the good thing is we don't see any cars there on Highway 82, so that's a good sign. More than likely, the evacuation has been completed in Cameron Parish. I don't want anybody to die in the storm.
That's his camera on his. He has a camera in his car, and it looked like he's at.
That's important. It says
I don't know where that is.
Unless that may be near the.
It says vehicle. Lake Charles.
You know what that looks like? The Golden Nugget.
Yeah.
That looks like the Golden Nugget where you go into the front there, where you park the valets there. That's where that is. So he's let's see, he's going to take off. All right, Mark.
Yeah, but usually he's not the one. He's not the type of storm chaser, and he's not really a storm chaser. He tries to collect this data with remote sensing.
Yeah,
and he leaves. He goes in. He'll come to he'll probably go to southeast Texas later tonight, to where he avoids the worst of the storm because all of the remote cameras and all of the remote anemometers are going to get that information for him, and he provides a lot of this information to the National Hurricane Center, and it's also great for us because you don't have to be there to see it. You don't have to. We can actually bring you these camera views throughout the night tonight, to where if you evacuated, you'll know exactly how much water is coming up through the overnight hours. Now we probably won't see much because it's going to be at night, but
it's a rush tower right there.
Some locations, I think he does have a little bit of light, and you can actually I've actually watched some of these in other storms. And literally, you can hear the water on the speaker a lot of times when the water is so high that it actually gets over the camera.
Looks like he's using those Nest cameras, which they have the good night vision, on them. A lot of you probably have those in your homes and things like that for security purposes. But you do get good visuals at night, and that's going to be an issue. We were talking about that because he does have one of those cameras down in Holly Beach, and that's where we're going to be. Move ashore. So at some point, it's going to get dark. So knowing that these cameras may be able to see something. Right now, it looks like he's on
he's
LeBairs Avenue. It looks like he may be heading toward I-210. So that may be where he's headed next. He's on the exit road of the casino area. It looks like he may be heading out to Cove Lane Interchange there at 210. We'll see him coming up, probably about to maybe get on the 210 bridge. So let's watch him here as he travels.
And again, I mean, look at the weather. It's absolutely fine. So you still have a very small window to leave Lake Charles if you are still, for some reason, not thinking this is going to be that bad. It is. Every meteorologist across the state right now is saying the same thing, that this is going to be one of the worst storms, if not the worst storm this state has ever seen before. And unfortunately, it's for all of our friends in Southwest Louisiana. And there's really not much more to say other than, yes, there's sunshine right now. Get in the car, throw the kids in the car, throw the dogs and animals in the car, and leave and go west, go to Houston and find a hotel room somewhere. It's either past Houston. I don't know what the hotel rooms are like in Houston right now. I know Baton Rouge has gotten full. So don't go east, just go west now. You'll get out of the way of the storm quicker if you go west rather than you go east. And there's not many people on the road. So you have a perfect opportunity to get out very fast because there's not much traffic out there. And the weather is absolutely perfect right now to get on the road and go. You do not have to worry about any rain bands hitting you, especially if you're going west. But in about an hour or two, that's all going to change.
Yeah, this is looking out toward Westlake. Again, this is a view from, it looks like one of the DOTD cameras there, and it's looking toward PPG, Westlake. That's the Westlake exit there, and you can see virtually dead Interstate 10 right now. You can see they're looking off toward the west, and again, that's some of the industry there, looking off into the top right-hand corner of your screen. And as we mentioned earlier, you know, that is one of the concerns with living in an industrial area is the safety around these plants and having to deal with a catastrophic hurricane. But you can rest assured those folks know what they're doing. These people have protocols in place, and they have the necessary staff to make sure that these operations continue safely so that our area does not have to deal with that disaster as well if something were to happen. But again, looks like we're looking at a view from Hackberry, Zach. And,
yeah, near Hackberry.
Hackberry is, of course, in the northern part of Cameron Parish.
Yeah, you can see the flags off in the distance there. They're flapping, and the winds right now, they're only gusting to 10. So, you know, really the coastline now, again, these anemometers are probably attached to something that could be interrupting that wind speed, but overall, it's pretty tranquil right now, and it's crazy to think, but there's a little bit more ominous shot from Johnson Bayou, and it says, well, it's just east of the Sabine, obviously.
That's the church there in
Johnson
the distance.
Bayou. And that church, look, I'm not familiar with Johnson Bayou and the elevation, but that church looks like it might not be high enough.
No. That was the thing. You know, people, you know, they were like, you know, hey, we built higher after Rita. Unfortunately, you got to deal with, and you may not be. We're talking about these storm surge amounts, the storm surge totals with the storm, and you're hearing us, you know, talk about numbers and things like that. But where this, you're not taking into perspective that there's the wind, there's the wave action on top of this storm surge. So not only are we talking about a water rise 10 to 15 feet, but then there's those destructive waves that are on top of that storm surge that cause the problems that destroy the integrity of those homes that are built up to perhaps that height. And then at that point, the structural integrity of the home is over with, and then it washes out into the Gulf of Mexico. So that's what people need to realize. You know, you may think that, oh, I built up high enough for that storm surge, but did you build up high enough for the storm surge and the destructive wave action that goes on top involved with the Category 4 hurricane? I doubt it.
All right, Graham, take us real quick, and we're going to show a little bit of update on the radar, because right now we are tracking Hurricane Laura approaching the coastline, the southwest Louisiana coastline, a major Category 4 storm, 145 miles per hour winds, and you can clearly see that eye still very concentric, still very large. There's not enough erosion on that radar to make me say, hey, it's getting into a weakening phase. That is not happening just yet. There are small signs to me that maybe, just maybe, as it nears the coast, it will weaken just a tad. But again, the difference between 5 and 10 miles per hour at this point is absolutely nothing to you. You won't notice it. Yes, it might not make it to Category 5 status, but that really doesn't matter at this point because what's happening right now underneath that eye and in front of that eye, the wind's blowing so strong and there's such a pressure drop inside that eye that the wall of water, which we call storm surge, is pushing towards the Louisiana coastline. And as soon as that eye wall makes it to the coast, the water is going to rise rapidly, very rapidly. And that is probably one of the biggest stories I hear from every hurricane I've followed. The water is fine, it's fine, and then it came up in seconds, and you don't even have time to react. So if you're one of those that are still watching us from one of those locations along the coastline, I would just say be prepared to get to an elevated floor of your home. And most of the coastline of Cameron Parish, they're stilted houses. But be prepared to get up very fast and the potential to get through the roof if the water gets that high. If you're in Lake Charles, same story. The water could rise very quickly in Lake Charles, all in Calcasieu Parish. You also, if you're going to stay in your home, be prepared to get high very quickly as that storm moves in. And all across southwest Louisiana, if you are in a mobile home, now is your time to leave. You should not not be in a mobile home right now and try and ride out this storm. Now, we have some photos from Mark Sutter with Hurricane Track. He's showing Cameron at 12:08 on the left, and then almost 4 hours later, 3:50 on the right. So look at that. Okay, you can clearly see.
Some of that's probably from the rain bands that we had earlier, because we did have
but
a
it was totally dry.
Rain band. Yeah,
it was totally dry 4 hours ago, and that seems like that's starting to be storm.
Water's coming up.
That's surge.
That's surge. Okay.
Now it's not drastic just yet. I mean, the water is coming up,
right,
but it still hasn't made it into the parking lot of the gas station just yet. But look,
still covering the sides of the road there and covering the road. It looks like
we're hitting 6 o'clock right now. We're still, 6 hours away from the landfall of the storm. And like I've been mentioning, it's going to happen fast.
That was at 3:50.
It's going to happen very fast. Yeah, so that's probably this. Well, we saw the images just a second ago.
Yeah.
But you can clearly see that center is getting closer, and there's really not much I can tell you other than it looks to be making the turn. It's probably not going to make landfall in southeast Texas. Not that would be a good thing, because most of southwest Louisiana would be in a right front quadrant of a significant hurricane.
How far do you think it's going to turn, Zach? I mean, look at it right now.
It looks to be moving north-northwest. I mean, look, it could make the turn a little earlier, and honestly, if it did, it's a little bit better for some people and worse for others. If it does, say it moves due north from here, you're looking at a landfall closer to Grand Chenier, maybe a little east of there. That would put Lake Charles still in a significant windstorm, but Calcasieu Lake might get spared a little bit from the biggest surge. Now, look, we're sitting here and we're just talking about this. This doesn't mean, oh, it's missing. That is not what we're talking about. But Graham, if you want to bring us up real quick, I'm going to point out a few things here. But say this storm does make that turn and it does something like this. It's going to be a northwest quadrant of the hurricane that you're going to go through if you're in central Cameron Parish through Lake Charles. That's still going to produce significant wind damage. But this is what you want to avoid. That's going to be that strongest push of water. So if this eye goes just like that, that strongest push of water goes right up Calcasieu Lake. And that's what we've been concerned about. Yeah. And so if it does go a little east of there, it does help. But overall, again, we're trying to say anything at this point.
We're working with the turn right now. So the turn is going to be critical here. And, if you were looking at model data, what's stuff that we were looking at earlier, I was showing the HRRR model, and it was trying to, I think, definitely initialize the center a little bit more to the west of where it's located. So if it's making that turn right now, I don't think it's going to go a whole lot more to the west here. So, you take little things like this, little nuggets of hope when you start seeing that occur. But as Zach was saying, we're going to be seeing still the inner bands here of a major Category 4 move inland, and you're still going to, at some point, even if this thing does go just to the east, you're still going to be getting a turn in those winds eventually, so the surge is still going to be an issue, and even on the back side.
If it does go a little bit more east, just east of Calcasieu Lake, the Mermentau River, that is going to get the full brunt of the storm surge, so that water is going to surge up the Mermentau. So we're talking southern Jeff Davis Parish. You're going to have significant issues anyway, but just trying to figure out exactly who sees the greatest impact or who sees the greatest surge from the storm. But either way, everybody in southwest Louisiana from I-10 south, you are going to be inundated by water, and it could be in some instances very significant water that you've never seen. This is going to rival Rita. I don't think Audrey's not a good storm to use since it was so long ago, but this will certainly rival Rita and probably surpass it in the terms of damage and in terms of certainly the surge from Rita will not be as great as this surge will be.
Correct.
All right, and just a reminder, it's almost 6 o'clock now. The curfew in Calcasieu Parish does start at 7 o'clock. So if you're going to be leaving your home to evacuate, now is the time. We don't know why you're still hanging around in Calcasieu Parish, in Cameron Parish. Time to leave is now. Again, curfew begins in 1 hour. So pack up your belongings, get out of town.
Yeah, it's a life or death decision that you have to make at this point in time. And we've been talking earlier with Zach and I about the critical juncture that you have to make that last ditch effort to get out of areas. We already saw those pictures of even earlier this afternoon, some of the surge is already coming up into Cameron Parish there at the 3 o'clock hour from those pictures that we had from Mark Sutter's cameras. But, you still have time if you're in Lake Charles. I mean, we showed the Skycam eerily quiet with the sun out right now, and that is certainly deceiving. And we don't want you to think that we need to relax things. And I don't want to focus too much on this possibility of a turn at this point, because it still may go a little more east than some of the models are showing. But we're still going to be seeing very, very devastating impacts to our coastline, be it maybe more east of Calcasieu Lake where this thing brings the right front quadrant, or you know, if it does decide to wobble back to the left. That's the problem with these storms. As they get closer to land, they have a tendency to zigzag in slight 10, 15, 20-mile increments, and that could be, you know, a big difference in the storm surge, as we talked about, but we're not confident enough that that's going to be the case, that it continues on that turn.
We have folks who are watching from all over the country right now, some as far as Tennessee, and they're wondering, you know, what's happening in their hometown. One person commented, you know, they're from DeRidder, they're from Maryville. I know it's just impacting the coast right now, but what are they expecting right now in Beauregard Parish?
Well, you know, we talked about that earlier. This is actually just blocks from our studio. Is this live right now? So this is live in downtown Lake Charles. You're looking at the Capital One Tower there, Chase Bank there on the right, and you're coming up on the interchange here of where you would turn left to go onto I-10 there if you're coming away from downtown. There's the Wendy's there on the corner, and KPLC Studios a couple of blocks to the right. If you look to your left, you would see Lake Charles at this juncture. So it's hard to imagine the possibility of there being water 6 to maybe 9 feet covering this area that did not experience flooding during Rita. And that's the thing about are trying to use that as a benchmark, and I still hear it all the time.
I was talking to you about that this morning.
Yeah, I mean, I hear it all the time that there's this mentality in Lake Charles that Rita was a worst case scenario, and that is not the case. We had a storm with Rita that was a Category 5. It was, you know, list of storms of the strongest intensity in the Gulf of Mexico, the lowest pressure. There's things that will go down. But let's talk about Rita. It weakened as it was moving inland. It had already peaked in intensity as it was coming in 15 years ago, about a month from now, a month away to the 15-year anniversary of Rita. He's going into the Capital One Tower. In fact, I tried to park my car there earlier, and I was having some difficulties. I hope he gets in. But that is an area where you would have that wind protection. Now, if he gets up high enough, then obviously the surge won't be a problem. My car is currently parked in the Christus St. Patrick's Hospital garage. I'm up on about the 3rd floor of that. So. Yeah. But that's, again, that's Mark Sudduth, and he's doing a fantastic job at giving us visuals. Yes, coming up at 6 o'clock, we're going to have Governor John Bel Edwards talking about this situation. So once we get that word that news conference begins, we're going to actually go to that. So if you guys can just give me some sort of cue as to when we need to pitch to that press conference with the governor, we will be joining that to get some information. But we're going to take the moments that we have with you to talk about this critical juncture that you have to still make that last-minute ditch effort to get out of Southwest Louisiana.
Curfew begins at 7 o'clock in Calcasieu Parish and will last until 6 a.m. tomorrow. So keep that in mind. Curfew, 7 o'clock tonight. You got 1 hour and will last till 6 in the morning.
That's right. And, you know, if you're waiting until, like, maybe, because Zach and I talked about it, if you waited until 7 o'clock to leave, you still could technically get out safely. So, you know, if you're just one of those people who is dead determined to wait to the last minute, I don't think somebody's going to pull you over if you hop onto I-10 at 7 o'clock and get out at Lake Charles. But that's really, I mean, it coincides with the curfew, but it also coincides with the critical juncture of the last moments that you're going to have to safely evacuate your family, your pets, your friends that may be waiting until that last minute. And there's a look at our South Lake Charles Skycam atop the Golden Nugget looking toward I-210 and the industries there toward the west. And you can still see how ominously, eerily quiet it is right now. And that's what is certainly a deceiving picture here, because this looks like what I show you in the mornings on sunrise, looking out at our South Lake Charles Skycam. Not much to see here at the moment, but here in just a matter of a few hours, that's all going to change. So, you know, here it is on the radar picture again, and you guys can tell me when the governor begins, and we'll toss to him. Looks like we're still waiting on that news conference at 6 o'clock.
So you're saying these parishes like Beauregard Parish, Allen Parish, it's pretty quiet right now, right?
Yes. So the impacts are going to be different. They're going to be substantial. We're not talking about a storm surge for you in Beauregard, Allen, Vernon parishes. We're talking about catastrophic winds that are going to take out your pine trees. More forested areas as you move up closer to the Kisatchie and those places that are heavily forested in the northern part of our viewing area. Those trees are going to cause power outages. Power lines are going to come down. Roads are going to become blocked. So you got a whole different list of things, of reasons why you don't want to be in that area either. Now, you're not talking about life-threatening storm surge, obviously. You could have flash flooding. You could have issues with that because we're talking about a 10 to 15 inch rainfall that we get with this storm outside of the surge itself. So you have the surge, you have the rainfall totals added to the top of that, which will obviously compound things for Lake Charles. We had a squall move through the station as we were leaving.
Yep.
We started to have some street flooding right outside of our building with the downpour. So consider that when you're already dealing with surge that pushes the water from being able to drain from our drainage systems. Because if you think about it, we have a gravity drainage system in Lake Charles. We hear about it all the time. We have problems with flooding because of how our network is set up. It's antiquated. I know they're doing a lot of work on it with the mayor. They put a lot of effort, into bettering our drainage situation in Lake Charles.
We talked about this earlier, with just a normal thunderstorm and a normal day in Lake Charles, the streets flood. We've seen that. You can't even pass through some neighborhoods in Lake Charles because of the street flooding. So imagine what this storm is going to do.
Right, and when you're working against gravity here. So with a gravity drainage system, once the outlets and those coulees and bayous become backed up, the water is not to be able to drain out into Lake Charles, into these places where the water goes in a thunderstorm on a normal day. So you consider that if you pick up 5 to 10 inches of rain, it's really going to have nowhere to go when you're talking about like Contraband Bayou, places that we use as drainage to get the water away from the city. We're going to be having that compounded with the storm surge and that influx of water as the Gulf of Mexico meets those areas in Cameron Parish and all the way up to possibly I-10. And just to reiterate, the surge potential, if we were to see that right front quadrant move directly over southwest Louisiana, the surge problems may not occur, or at least the highest level of water, until possibly tomorrow morning in Lake Charles. So don't think that if you've made it past midnight or 3 a.m. that we're not dealing with those impacts. So
one more thing for folks who are just tuning in, KPLC did not abandon you. We have folks on the ground there right now. We have Rhonda Kitchens and John Bridges. They'll be with Sulphur Police Department. We're there and just kind of monitoring what's going on in that area of southwest Louisiana. And then over in Lake Charles area and throughout Calcasieu Parish, Jillian Porter and Brady Reynard will be with the Calcasieu Parish Sheriff's Office on the ground with them in the high water vehicles when things start to get rough, sending back information to us here in Baton Rouge, and we will relay it back to you
That's
guys.
right. It was the best use of our resources to come to a location that we could continue relaying this emergency information to you, because you guys are depending on us to be able to be a mouthpiece for you while you're away from your home. If we were to have stayed at our facilities on Division Street in Lake Charles, there was a chance that we could take water up to 6 feet into our building. So at that point in time, we would lose our broadcasting capabilities. We would be technically off the air. We would not be able to provide you with anything. We would be stuck with trying to get ourselves to safety at that point.
And we're at your service here in Baton Rouge. Feel free to reach out to any one of us on Facebook. Send us a message. What are your questions? What are your concerns? What would you like to know about your area? And we will try to reach out to the appropriate authorities and get you those answers.
That's right. And coming up here in just a few minutes, we're going to be joining a news conference with Governor John Bel Edwards. Maybe not. Okay, well, if that does change, we will be sending that your way. But
Zach step back
yeah,
in.
Zach's going to come because it may actually be a good thing that we're not going to hear from the governor, and I'll tell you why. We need this time to reinforce that we are now less than an hour away from a curfew. Now, I know Olivia was harping on that a lot, but if you get out of Lake Charles onto the interstate, they're not going to stop you from evacuating.
No.
You could still get out of Lake Charles maybe a little after 7 o'clock, but the time is ticking, quickly to make that decision.
I think the curfew is just sort of an estimated time for, okay, we don't want people on the roads after this, but if you're getting on the interstate to get out of town, they're not going to stop you. You need to go. There's no reason for you to stay at this point. You need to just go. And I keep looking at this radar, and there's not much to say other than this is going to impact southwest Louisiana as a significant storm. It's going to be the most significant storm we could have seen in our lifetime, especially in South. I mean, everybody compares things to Rita. Remember, Rita was in 2005. It came right after Katrina in southeast Louisiana. But this is stronger than Rita. Rita was a Cat 5 in the Gulf, but Rita was not a Cat coast. It was a Cat 3, a weakening storm, and anytime a storm is weakening as it moves up to the coast, there's a big difference in the wind gusts that actually can penetrate inland. So if this sustains itself at 145 or maybe even 140 and it's not doing any significant weakening, we're going to have very intense wind gusts. You are going to maximize that 140 miles per hour wind as this storm comes inland, and that's the problem. Now, I did notice, I think this might take through to the camera in Cameron. And we showed that picture earlier side by side with Cameron. This is actually his vehicle cam. It looks like he's on top of a parking garage. Because you can see the KPLC tower right there in the distance, the Chase building. So he's on the top of some parking garage. But these are going to rotate through, and you're going to see the Cameron shot. Earlier we showed a Cameron shot where it was dry at noon. At 3:30 or so, the water actually went up and covered the roadway down there in Cameron. And then actually right now the live look shows the water went down a little bit. There's a reason why. We're at low tide right now. So the water did go down. Even though the surge is continuing to build along the coast, we're going in a lot low tide. I've checked all of the tides, and unfortunately for tonight, every high tide at every location coincides with the storm actually hitting land. So Cameron, the Calcasieu Pass, the Sabine Pass, Mermentau River, where it empties out into the Gulf of Mexico, all of those high tide times are right in the middle of the night. When is the storm going to make landfall? Just after midnight or right around midnight. So you see how that surge is going to be totally maximized. And then Lake Charles is actually 6:05 tomorrow morning. That's when the high tide will hit Lake Charles. And so the storm has to move inland a little bit. So 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, the worst is going to be in Lake Charles. That is when high tide will be. So usually we can catch a break when we have going into low tide for a landfall. This is the exact opposite. A high tide is going to occur at the same time of a major Category 4 storm making landfall. That is going to maximize those tides. That is going to maximize that storm surge along the Gulf of Mexico. And you can see the latest plot there that it is trying that jog to the north-northwest. It's trying to make that turn, but still, these storms don't move in direct straight lines. They wobble around. They wobble left and right, and sometimes looks can be deceiving. Wobble right, like it's doing right now. It's wobbling due north almost, but then in a little while it might wobble a little bit more left, and eventually it's going to make it to where that track says, which is almost right over Calcasieu Pass and then coming right up Calcasieu Lake.
That's right. This is from the 6 o'clock advisory from the National Hurricane Center, and the pressure at 947. So it is still looking like the pressure drop is still, is occurring. Maybe
so
not
we're
quite
actually
as
getting
rapidly.
updates every hours, I guess.
Yeah.
Yes, since usually we get 4 o'clock and then a 7 o'clock, but when a hurricane is making landfall, we get them every hour, and that's going to be something to watch. Pressure 947 hasn't moved. It hasn't gone any lower, and the wind 45. So maybe that deepening phase we saw throughout the last night and today has stopped.
It's peaked.
And we could get a very little bit of weekend, but it is not going to change your impacts. This is going to be a catastrophic storm for all of Southwest Louisiana.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to probably come ashore between 145 and maybe 150 mile per hour winds, which is going to keep it a 4, but as we've mentioned, you don't need but a few more miles per hour to make this a Category 5, and it's certainly not going to get much weaker if it does come down than it is right now. It's moving northwest about 15 miles per hour, so if you do the math, we're still looking at a landfall sometime closer to midnight, maybe a little after, but those impacts are going to be felt well before midnight. We're talking, in the next few hours, we're going to be talking about some big differences in how the weather is going to be for Lake Charles. And I think Zach's going to probably flip it back over to another view here. And again, that's the projected, okay, let's talk about the radar, because we are beginning to see some of the rain move into the coastal areas. You can see Cameron, but not only are we dealing with some rain, but very likely that we're already seeing that surge increase as well with this particular section of the storm moving inland. We showed you just how much that water had come up with the 3 o'clock view from Cameron over on Marshall Street there near the Shell station.
And ignore that tornado warning. That is actually north of Baton Rouge.
That's
but
for Baton Rouge,
we're using some of their graphics so it detects the Baton Rouge market rather than Southwest Louisiana. And I tried to get it off, but
that's okay.
I couldn't. But you can see we do not have any tornado warnings in Southwest Louisiana, so you have nothing to worry about.
I think a tornado warning is at least right
but
now anyway.
As the storm continues to move to the north, and you can see it's showing those signs that it's making that turn. It's certainly lost its due northwest motion, and it's moving more northwest. So we are going to see, we have about 6 hours or so, I think, till we get to landfall somewhere in Cameron Parish. There's no changes in that. It's going to impact Cameron Parish first, and I think all of Cameron Parish will be inundated with multiple feet of water.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, we were looking at that. We were trying to, do the math to see if maybe the angle of approach here would put the center of this storm maybe a little more to the east of Calcasieu Lake and Cameron. We'll have to wait and see, but those impacts, regardless, are going to be catastrophic, regardless of what last-minute wobble we could get from this before it does make land.
So try and go to the HER and show you how it plays out.
we're gonna pull up one of our computer models here, and in the meantime, do we have anything new from Mark over on the view? I know they're out right now trying to reposition some cameras before conditions just become impossible really for them to be doing that, and they're going to be safely doing that. We're going to, I think, send you over to our Westlake Sky Cam. This is atop the Isle of Capri there. Again, traffic is light. This is looking toward the east, and you're looking at the Yacht Club there. You're looking at the I-10 North Beach. Again, this is Lake Charles, which is essentially part of the Gulf of Mexico. All of this water and surge that we've been talking about is going to continue to build as we head through this evening. And obviously, this is going to be a whole lot worse than we are seeing right now. I've seen instances before where that entire area is basically submerged at one point. For instance, Tropical Storm Cindy. That was a tropical storm, and we had total inundation there of the Yacht Club of that area that you're looking at toward the center of your screen. So I can only imagine what this, unfortunately, it's going to be nighttime, and this particular camera, our Skycam, does not do well with night vision. Yeah. I
remember some of my times when I was in Southwest Louisiana, that view, even during the winter when we had a strong southerly flow ahead of a big cold front, that would inundate that. Now you're going to have 140 miles per hour winds moving up the Calcasieu Channel. You can see how that's really going to be inundated water. And you made a good point earlier. We could very well have water well across I-10 in Lake Charles. And it's multiple feet of water. And you can see Cameron in the top right corner of your screen right there. And you can actually see the water has gone down a little bit just because, remember, we're into low tide. So that's why it declined. But tonight, just after midnight, high tide is just after midnight, going to coincide with a major hurricane making landfall, so that storm surge is going to be maximized right there at Calcasieu Pass, into Calcasieu Lake, and all the way up through Lake Charles. And remember, Lake Charles goes all the way up through the Calcasieu River to the north. So if you live along the lake to the north, you could have significant water rises as the storm moves inland. Now here's the HUR, and it's actually, this is a new data set because it's slowed down a little bit. You see it, this is, earlier we showed this, and by midnight, the storm was already inland a little bit. It was already making landfall. Now it's showing at midnight tonight, the storm is still not to the coast. So the eye wall still, technically the worst of the weather is still offshore. Okay, so let's put that in motion. Press that into motion real quick. And you can see we're going to progress through about 5 a.m. in the morning, and you can see how the storm moves right over Cameron Parish, and then, like we've been saying, the heart of Southwest Louisiana is going to take a direct hit. The heart of Southwest Louisiana is also going to get into the eye of this storm. Do not venture out in the eye. If you're one of those individuals that have stayed behind, the eye is going to come right after the worst of the weather, and it's going to go totally calm if you're in that eye. So places from Lake Charles to Vinton, Sulphur, farther north to DeQuincy, eventually the actual eye will come over you, and it will go totally calm after some of the worst weather, but you see that backside, that's also the eye wall as well. And when you get that backside, the wind direction changes 180 degrees. And so it comes from the total opposite direction. Here's the good news. This storm is moving fast. By 10 a.m. tomorrow, most of the weather moving into central Louisiana. Now our friends in Vernon, Beauregard parishes, it's gonna take a little bit longer for you to get rid of the weather. But by 10 to noon tomorrow, there probably will be sunshine breaking out across Southwest Louisiana. Now there will be a breeze blowing, but unfortunately I think there's going to be a lot of damage left behind that you will see in some areas of this Southwest Louisiana corner of the state. Could be unrecognizable, unfortunately.
High tide's coming up around 6 o'clock, like you mentioned, tomorrow morning for Lake Charles. And again, that may be also the time we're coinciding with some wind shifts, and also when we could be seeing the peak surge in Lake Charles. This may not occur until 6, 7 o'clock in the morning. So, this is going to be a prolonged event. You're going to deal first off with the impacts from the heavy rain and the winds associated with the storm. And then as it makes its inland push, even as you go through the eye wall and things calm and then you get lashed by the backside, after that is when we may actually see that surge amplified into Lake Charles. And that may not occur until maybe 6 or 7 o'clock tomorrow morning.
We talked about how, 6:05 tomorrow morning, back this HUR up one little notch. Let's back it up a little bit to where we get to about 6 o'clock in the morning, right there. Okay, so there you could see, look at Lake Charles. You might be in the eye around 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. That's also high tide. But in 15 to 30 minutes, about 6:30 to 6:45, that eye is going to move north, and you're going to get a due west wind. So you have high tide, you have storm surge top of the high tide, and then you have a west wind that's going to blow from West Lake across Lake Charles into downtown Lake Charles. So everybody that lives in Lake Charles, the water is going to just slosh with that west wind right into the city, and that's probably a worst case scenario as far as maximizing that storm surge.
Yep. and I mentioned this earlier, you know, what makes particularly concerning problems with southwest Louisiana's coastline is that we are actually one of the most vulnerable portions of the Gulf of Mexico to storm surge. And it's all about the lay of the land, how our slope of the coastline coincides with a very shallow slope. So when you have a storm of this magnitude coming ashore, it just makes the whole situation even more compounded when it comes to the surge, because we're already a very vulnerable area to storm surge flooding, even on what is you know, a weaker system. And we've seen storm surge flooding in systems before from tropical storms and things like that that have caused, you know, storm surge, like Tropical Storm Cindy, for instance. It caused a pretty good storm surge. And so this type of a system coming into our particular coastline is going to be even more severe because of that.
That's Galveston right there. So just showing you the waves, and we haven't even talked about the waves. You know, you have storm surge, which is water on above ground level. Okay, basically it's the water rise, and then you have waves because you have 130, 140 miles per hour winds that are going to push those waves. I was seeing earlier on some of the buoys, 37, 40-foot waves offshore. Now those waves are not going to make it all the way to the coast because we have a shallow shelf. But you have
stirring things up.
Yeah, you have a lot of wind energy on top of a high surge. You're going to get big waves, and they're going to be, even in Lake Charles, where the water is going to be so high, we're going to get big waves crossing the lake as we go into later tonight when the storm surge actually increases. And there's that radar. And again, ignore that tornado warning. That is for the Baton Rouge metro area that is far off to the east. But right now, if you're in eastern Cameron Parish, right along the coast, Cameron, Grand Chenier, all the way to off to the west, closer to the Sabine Pass, the weather is about to deteriorate quick. And we're going to get tropical storm force conditions. And as soon as we get tropical storm force conditions, I think by 8 or 9 o'clock, they will become hurricane conditions. And then eventually those hurricane conditions will become catastrophic eye wall conditions, which are going to be like one big tornado. And you're going to go through that tornado probably for about 2 or 3 hours. You might get a break if you go through the eye, and then you're going to get more tornadic weather for the next hour or so. And then the storm will slowly wind down after that. But again, we all dread tornadoes. We're scared of tornadoes. That's exactly what this is, except
Giant.
it has a 25-mile wide eye, and it has a 50-mile wide tornado.
Let me
that's
put
about
this
to
back
move into
out,
the
Zach.
coast.
Tornado warning for this entire area. I mean, seriously, I mean, that's what we're talking about
Tornado
on a
watch.
grander scale.
Tornado watch.
I'm just saying, though, you said the tornado warning is not for this area, but when you consider the impacts are going to be felt, I mean, that's essentially what we're dealing with.
you might as well deal with it.
I'm just making a comparison here.
Well, and you know, they will do that. When this storm gets to the coast, they're going to issue it's actually an eye wall wind warning, where it's basically a glorified tornado warning, where they're going to say in that warning, this is going to be like catastrophic winds of 140 miles per hour, and they're going to issue that when that eye wall, you see the eye wall, the worst part of the storm right around the eye, when that gets to the coastline, you're going to see the fact that they're going to issue one of those eye wall wind warnings, and it's a scary warning because it has some detailed information in there that shows some significant wind impacts, and we're not even talking about the surge, we're just talking about the wind.
That's right. And our friends at the National Weather Service have taken this storm very seriously as well. They've actually evacuated their office, the National Weather Service office in Lake Charles, which is located now Lake Charles Regional Airport, an area that likely will see quite a bit of storm surge flooding. So all of the warning data we're getting and backup are coming from neighboring offices in Texas. The radar system that we have is still operating there at the airport at this moment. Of course, all that's going to weigh on conditions and how they deteriorate, but we're still getting radar data from the Lake Charles Regional Radar, Airport radar down, and that's obviously you can see a very well-defined eye wall as it moves toward the coastline. But you know, there may be a point in time where we lose this radar data. I'm just going to let you know it's probably not going to stay up through the duration of this event. Just knowing some of the communication structures that we have in Calcasieu Parish, things like that. At some point, we may lose this, but we still have satellite data. That's the good thing about the way we can look at things now from space. We have infrared satellites, so we're still going to be able to track the impacts because we already see what's going on here. This is a very intense storm, and there's no doubt about what the impacts are going to be regardless if we're looking at a radar view or a satellite view. So we're going to still be able to see where this goes, track it as it moves up through southwest Louisiana for the duration. Plus, we're going to be with you throughout this. So you know, we talked about not wanting to be taking a false sense when that eye wall, for instance, does move over your area. Well, we're going to be here to tell you that, you know, you may be getting some quiet conditions now, but you don't want to be heading outside.
And that's
that's
the reason why we're here,
right?
Not
To
in the
tell
KPLC
you that
studios.
right.
When the weather goes totally down, Charles, we very well could have to disappear at that point, and we're not going to do that here. Yes,
Yeah.
you might lose TV signal, you might lose power. You're going to have to switch to your digital platforms, but those digital platforms, the KPLC TV weather app, the KPLC TV app, the KPLC website, Facebook, on every digital platform will continue to stream this coverage, so you'll be able to watch whether you're evacuated or whether you're hunkered down in your house. You'll be able to watch very closely what's going on either from afar or actually in the storm.
Matt Houston standing by on Lake Charles.
Okay, 6:22 again on this evening. You're watching KPLC TV Lake Charles. We're live from WAFB Studios. I want to say a big thank you to our friends here in Baton Rouge for allowing us to basically take over their newsroom here to continue our broadcast as part of a family of networks of great television that we are proud to be a part of, and they have been beyond accommodating to us. And right now we're going to send it to one of the reporters who is in the field. This is Matt Houston, who is in Lake Charles, and with an update. Matt.
As we got here at our spot in the L'Auberge Casino parking garage sometime between 3 and 4 o'clock. Since then, the wind has really started to kick up, though we haven't seen much rain yet. The skies are just a little bit grayer than when we first arrived, and you could kind of tell and feel that storm, Hurricane Laura, is getting just a little bit closer. Behind me right now, you're not going to be able to see very much wind action, but on the other side of the garage that you won't be able to see, the treetops are starting to blow a little bit as the storm moves in. I'm going to step out of the shot, and I want to point out this collection of poles right here. There's a bird perched atop it right now. We're kind of watching that to see where the water is. It hasn't moved that much since we've been here for the last 3.5 hours, but we expect that over the next couple of hours that water will rise as the storm surge moves in. You can see the waves kind of pushing quickly along out the Calcasieu River, headed out in that direction as the wind event starts to move things quickly. The clouds were moving pretty fast a while ago too, but right now things are rather still, and that seems to be kind of the calm before the storm, to use that cliche that you're probably tired of hearing, but that is the case right now. It's calm, it's pretty, there's a nice sunset, and we haven't had any rain since we got hard, sideways, heavy rain around from probably 1 o'clock until 2:30 or so, and that's kind of what we have seen up until this point as far as the weather is concerned. But things right now pretty calm, moving a little bit, but we anticipate that things will get dirtier as it goes. So as we watch that, we'll keep you posted and let you know as things change out here on the Calcasieu River between the port of Lake Charles and I-210, where there has been almost no traffic in the entire we've been here. We hope that that is a good sign that people are already where they are headed, or at least well on their way. We certainly hope that it is not an indication that people are staying in Lake Charles. We hope that those people have moved and at least gone over a couple of days or left early. The difference between this storm and Hurricane Rita, which we've heard so many comparisons to, back in 2005, we know that there was quite a bit of traffic and lots of people getting out of Dodge, stuck in traffic for hours as they headed north, west, and east to get away from that storm that slammed Louisiana's coast in the southwest. We want to get you to Governor John Bel Edwards, who's approaching the podium right now for his update. Let's get you there now. Nope, going back to the stage.
Thank you, Matt, for that update. That's Matt Houston reporting live from L'Auberge Casino in Lake Charles. And again, you can see the conditions very tranquil right now, what's going on in southwest Louisiana, but that is quickly going to change over the next 2 to 3 hours. We also have another live reporter from our Fox 8 affiliate. I'm from Fox 8. I'm a meteorologist at Fox 8. This is Rob Krieger. He's one of our reporters, the morning reporters from Fox 8 in New Orleans. He's live at L'Auberge, but he's actually on the ground level. Rob, how is it looking out there?
Yeah, it's looking, fairly calm right now when you consider the fact that there is a hurricane approaching Lake Charles. I mean, you take a look behind me here on the ground level, you can see the water, just some slight wave action here, but the winds are really beginning to pick up here outside of L'Auberge Casino. You can see it blowing some of the trees there. Now, of course, we wouldn't call this, any sort of extraordinary winds, but it certainly is the beginning of that tropical weather that we're expecting as Hurricane Laura continues to bear down on Cameron and Calcasieu parishes here in southwest Louisiana. Now, we've been following that storm now for multiple days, and I know the hurricane hunters were actually just flying through the hurricane. We heard wind speeds near eye wall about 153 miles per hour. That is catastrophic wind speeds. Of course, it still is a Category 4. The Hurricane Center won't move it up, and they go in those increments of 5 miles per hour. So right now, still a Category 4 as it approaches Lake Charles and the southwestern tip of Louisiana. And I can tell you these winds are really blowing pretty hard. And I know we've been talking to several people throughout the day, our meteorologists there who are with y'all in the newsroom there in Baton Rouge, told us earlier today that we could see here, right here on the lake, water potentially as high as 10 to 12 feet if that surge does what some folks expect it could do as it swamps in through the southwestern portion of Louisiana here. So that's really the big concern for the folks that live in this area. Now, throughout the day, we really looked like a ghost town here in Lake Charles as we were driving in from New Orleans on that 3-hour drive. Not as much traffic as you'd expected with a mandatory evacuation. It seems like most people heeded that warning, got out yesterday. A few stragglers got out today, especially as they saw this storm begin to intensify and become a catastrophic, very, very scary storm for the folks here in this area. Certainly one that they have never seen in recorded history. So a lot of folks wondering what really could happen, especially with not only the winds, but the storm surge, potential power outages, wind damage. We're talking tornadoes, flash flooding, everything under the sun that you could think of could be a hazard here in this area. So we're here staying at the LaBerge Casino throughout the night. Of course, we're going to continue to give you looks here of what it looks like in this area. Expect that rain to start picking up here within an hour or so. I can tell you over the last 3 hours, it's been dry. The sun actually was peeking through the clouds, and if you were looking out the window and you didn't see or feel all this wind, you certainly might expect it to be a pretty decent day outside of the fact that there was a hurricane coming. Well, that's what we call the calm before the storm, because we know Laura is just south of us here, and she is coming in, and she is coming in fast. So we do expect those catastrophic flooding, the storm surge. We do expect the winds to pick up. We saw readings, as much as 70 miles an hour here in Lake Charles, of the sustained winds, something that we're going to continue to watch out for. That's been really the biggest concern for a lot of the folks in this area who just want to make sure that they're safe. It's why so many people got out of the way of the storm. And as we continue to track Laura, we'll learn a little bit more about the intensity. The question is, will she intensify as she approaches the Louisiana coast, or will she begin to weaken? Obviously, everyone is hoping for the latter, but certainly something that we're going to have to wait and watch for. If those intermediary advisories come out, and they'll give us some more information about what we can expect from Laura. And of course, that 10 o'clock advisory should give us really that last big reading before that expected impact between 1 a.m. 2 a.m. this morning is when we expect it. But when that landfall happens, that's the eye, that means a big portion of the storm is well over Louisiana already. So when you hear 1 a.m., that doesn't mean, hey, that's the time to leave. You should have been out a long time ago at this point. And you can see these winds are really beginning to pick it up. Here at LaBerge Casino, they have battened down the hatches, as you would say. If you're familiar with the area, there's a lazy river and a pool over to the side. You can't see it from this shot here, but the
For just $12.99. Finish it. The Double It Box, only from Pizza Hut. No one out-pizzas the Hut.
Gary Champion and Jamel Hill on Sports and the Pandemic.
If LeBron wants to play, we playing.
Sports and Politics.
Washington had no choice but the changes made.
Sports and the Press.
Truth is, she invited me to their hotel room. As recently as last year, they participated in video calls where Mrs. Falwell was naked and Jerry was watching. The reality is, Jerry Falwell is a predator. But Falwell tells
in this storm, well, it is large right now, and so it could expand those impacts, potential power outages all through Louisiana. That's something we're bracing for. Flash flooding, street flooding. You need to be prepared for this, even if you're not in these lower southwest parishes of Louisiana. It is something that you need to be ready to either get out of the way now or be prepared safely to ride this out. I know here at L'Auberge Casino, where we will be riding it out throughout the storm, we have several contingency plans in place in case something happens. But of course, we're going to continue to watch and monitor the situation out here as we expect Hurricane Laura, a catastrophic storm, one that the southwest coast of Louisiana has never seen before, is just hours away from impacting the coast of Louisiana. It's going to do it for us out here. Reporting live in Lake Charles, I'm Rob Krieger.
Rob Krieger reporting live. You can see he's actually on the beach at L'Auberge, and where he's standing right now, in about 6 to 7, 8 hours during the middle of the night, that will be underwater, and he will be underwater, so obviously he's going to get to higher ground in the L'Auberge Casino. But that was Rob Krieger from our Fox affiliate, WVUE in New Orleans, reporting live there. I just want to give you a quick weather update, and we might have some more interviews to talk about in a second, but here's the latest radar. You can see the eye wall of Hurricane Laura still very much intact. It is not really weakening all that much, but one thing I want to point out right now, Ben, is there's the eye. Seems to still be, it's wobbled north, but now it looks to be maybe wobbling again back west just a little bit. Now, go a little bit north, because we've talked about, okay, you had 1 to 2 hours if you were in Lake Charles, places along I-10 from Jeff Davis Parish to Calcasieu Parish. You had about 1 to 2 more hours before the weather really got bad. Well, here comes those bands, and this one doesn't look like a very intense band, but this is going to be the start of those tropical storm force conditions. It looks like light to moderate rain, but one thing about tropical rainfall, the raindrops are very small, and it pours even though the radar is not detecting very heavy squally weather. This is going to come with 40 to 50 miles per hour winds. Arthur is over with. If you are in Lake Charles and you are in portions that are under mandatory evacuations, you need to go now. If you're going to make that decision, there's no longer a chance to make that decision in an hour. There's no longer a chance to make that decision in 30 minutes. You need to leave right now, because this is the start of the tropical storm force conditions. And once they start, you do not want to be on the roadways, because things are going to get treacherous. Even when we drove over here earlier, we were not in tropical storm force conditions, but we got one rain band where we could not see 10 feet in front of the car. Got one rain band where we could not see 10 feet in front of the car. So in all reality, your chances for leaving are about the next 30 minutes. After that, it's over with. You're going to have to stay in your house. Don't try to leave your house during the middle of a storm. That is the worst thing you could possibly do. So that is something we need all folks that are still out there, that are still in these positions where they have mandatory evacuations. Your time is now down to the last few minutes.
That's right. We did get word that Allen Parish has a dusk curfew, so that is what we're going to be dealing with there. What this is looking at the radar. This is reflectivity. What this does not show, though, is the water rise that's going on here as well. You know, we can look at those camera views that we see out there. This is what's going on in the atmosphere, but this doesn't show.
Graham, do we still have the hurricane track camera views, Graham?
From Mark?
Yeah.
From Mark, yeah.
Let's put those up. Not that we're going to see much, but we're about to lose daylight. That's the biggest problem.
Yeah.
So we're going to lose all of these feet. I mean, look at Cameron, top right corner. Look at the water. A second ago, there was nothing in the middle of the street. You are now seeing that water quickly advancing into Cameron Parish right now. You can clearly see it's probably going up. It's hard to estimate with this type of camera view, but it's definitely 20 minutes ago we were looking at this and there was no water in the middle of that street.
Right.
There looks to be at least a foot of water in that street. So it's over with. If you stayed in Cameron Parish, like I said, you're going to have to be ready to get as high as you can be during the middle of the storm, and you're not going to have a lot of time to do it because that water is going to come fast.
That's right. And what that's looking at, Street Cameron there toward the Shell station, and very familiar area if you're driving through Cameron. And again, that water covering the road there, that's Marshall Street submerged. And that is only going to get worse. That's just the beginning of some of this water rise that will be dealt with as Hurricane Laura continues to move closer and closer to the coastline here in southwest Louisiana. Of course, these are several different camera views that Mark has of areas that we have. Looks like we've got one over in Port Arthur.
Yeah, there's
and
Johnson's Bayou in the bottom. There's still no signs of water.
I was looking
but
to see
that might be a
that
higher
church
point
is.
right there where that church is. Yeah, I don't know exactly where that church is in Johnson Bayou. But again, Johnson Bayou is a little bit farther off to the east, so it's a little bit it's a little bit farther off to the west. Excuse me. It's a little bit closer to the Sabine Pass, so they're a little bit farther away from the center of the storm than Cameron. So that is one location that might take a little bit longer to actually get that water inundation going. Graham, let's come back to the radar just for a second, and I could show you how the reason why that water is advancing on the Cameron coastline right now. That's those tropical storm force conditions, and they're pushing that water very fast into the Cameron coastline. And I would say in about an hour, here's the hurricane conditions right here. You can almost see because you're getting closer and closer to that center, which here's the devastation.
Yeah.
In this northern eye wall, this is where you're going to get 140 miles per hour winds. Some gusts could be even higher. And then you're going to get that push of water that could be in upwards of 20 feet high.
That's right, and that's what this radar view doesn't show, but that's what's going on underneath all of this reflectivity basically is what we're seeing here. So, and that is what you have to be prepared for. That is what is going to be the killer out of the storm. Is going to be the storm surge flooding that we see as this storm pushes its way closer to southwest Louisiana's coastline. So I believe we have we're going to, in a second, we're going to be joined here, I believe, with Sheriff Tony Mancuso. Olivia?
Yeah, I have Tony Mancuso, Calcasieu Parish Sheriff, on the phone with me right now. Tony, hey, thanks for speaking with us this afternoon. How are things going in Calcasieu Parish right now?
Right now, things are pretty calm, believe it or not. Winds are not what we expect, but I do, we have been following the news and watching y'all, and we do understand that it's just a matter of, probably the next 30, 45 minutes, they should pick up significantly. So we're just waiting and kind of just seeing what happens now. This is kind of the point where we're getting close to that moment where we're just going to have to sit back and let Mother Nature do what it's going to do, and then head out in the morning and see what we can do to pick up the pieces.
Now, I know this morning you were kind of talking about how concerned you are with people not evacuating the area. Is that still a concern at this hour?
I think we're in much better shape now. I do think that a lot more people got out, which is, what we were hoping for. But I don't think, I do think there's still some people here that we wish, obviously would have left, but they're calling in now and wanting to leave, and kind of, there's no way they can get out now. There's no more evacuation plan for anybody that doesn't have their own means to get out. So we're taking those names and numbers, and we'll check on them when the storm passes. That's the best we can do now at that point. That's what I said when I made the comment. It breaks our heart. That's what our job is to protect them. And there gets to a point where your services are just limited at that point.
Sheriff, hey, it's Ben. What are you hearing about Cameron Parish? I know you guys are in connection with the Cameron Parish Sheriff's Office. Does it appear to what you can tell most people in Cameron Parish have gotten out? Have you heard about any people that have said that they are not going to evacuate in Cameron?
I have not. I have not spoken to the sheriff in the last probably 8 or so hours. Okay. We have been in contact, and he did say people were leaving. He did not mention to me that there was people that were not getting out. So I really don't know that I know the answer to that. But I would hope they would have. They of all people for sure are in the greatest danger at this point.
Well, let's talk about the upcoming curfew at 7 p.m. What would you like folks in the Calcasieu Parish area know about that?
Well, we have taken a stance of zero tolerance as far as people wandering and sightseeing and looking, and it's different if they have a specific job that they have to do, if they're a hospital worker, a plant worker, somebody in our industry, emergency personnel that have to get out. But we're going to have to make sure that they understand that they are at risk of getting a ticket or going to jail.
Right.
It just depends on the circumstances. So,
well, let's talk about your crew. You guys are prepared. You've got high water vehicles and things of that nature ready to be deployed.
We do. We have our high water vehicles. We have 8 high water vehicles placed all across the parish. We have Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Office will be here in the morning. And I say in the morning, as soon as they can get here, as soon as it's safe for them to get here. So we'll have National Guard men and women that we've asked for, requested. So we're going to make sure that we do everything we can to get to people tomorrow as soon as possible, as soon as we can, as soon as it's safe for us to do that and safely, roam around the parish. If people remember, the problem is going to be down power lines, down trees, debris in the roadways, and that just takes time. And that's, when we say, it's going to take time to get to you, it's not that we don't want to get to you, it's we have to be able to physically maneuver our equipment safely around. So sometimes that's just very difficult. It's very challenging. So
now, Sheriff, I'm going to have you take off your sheriff's badge for a second. How are you feeling in this moment with the storm approaching landfall? How are you feeling?
Well, I got a lot of emotion. My family's away from me, and I'm concerned about them. They're safe. Of course, they're worried about me, and that concerns me, as any father would or parent would. But I'm fine. I mean, I have a lot of men and women that count on me. I have a community that counts on me, and it is concerning. You want to make sure we made all the right decisions. But I'm confident that we have the men and women at the sheriff's office that know exactly what to do. They have all the equipment and the technology to do their job, and I'm confident that we're going to be able to stand up tomorrow and do what we were paid to do. I guess the only thing that weighs heavy on me is when you make a statement to people, hey, look, if you don't get out, we're not going to be able to get to you. It weighs heavy on your heart. So we're anxious, just like anybody else. Unfortunately, we don't have the luxury of leaving. That's our job, to stay here and to try to right the ship. So that's what we're going to do. But I can't lie. I can't say we don't have butterflies. But this is what motivates us to do the job that we do. Also.
Hey, Sheriff, thank you so much for talking with us this afternoon. We appreciate all you guys are doing for the residents there in Calcasieu Parish and Cameron Parish as well. Stay safe, and we'll get through this. We'll be checking in with you, I guess, throughout the evening and into the morning hours. And just stay safe, and we'll get through this together, and we'll see you on the other side of it.
Absolutely. And listen, thank y'all, because if it wasn't for y'all getting the message out, I don't know that people would have done what they did. They did amazing, because it's been a hectic couple of days for everybody, stressful for everybody. Yeah. Nobody wants this, and the sad part is there's nothing we can do about it. We're just going to have to let Mother Nature do what she's going to do and deal with it. So.
That's right, Sheriff. It doesn't help matters that we're in the middle of a COVID-19 pandemic on top of everything else. I mean, we have already had to deal with the stresses of what we've been dealing with for the past few months, and this just really compounds things. And, that probably weighed into a lot of people's decisions to leave at the last minute. We're looking actually right now, I know we have that curfew coming up, Sheriff, but we're looking at the sky cams, I-10 bridge. There's not a lot of traffic, but it looks to me like if you were to, you're listening to us talk right now, if you were car and head out on I-10 right now, you could still get to a safe location if you're on I-10. There's not a lot of traffic now, but Sheriff, you don't want to wait much longer, correct?
Absolutely. Your window of opportunity has really shrunk down to nothing, but you could right safely get out. And again, it's not too late. In regards to COVID, basically, yesterday we decided we just had to put COVID in the back of our mind and not even worry about that. We had to deal with this problem. So COVID's a thing of the past for at least right now. I don't know what's going to happen in 2 weeks, but
we'll find out.
Now, yeah. So.
All right, Sheriff, thank you so much for joining us. Be safe. We'll be in touch soon.
Thank you.
All right, bye-bye. That was Mancuso talking about their plans.
I believe meteorologist Zach Friedel is going to join us for another little update on the storm.
Yeah, and we actually just got the 7 a.m. advisory. And
7 p.m.?
7 p.m., sorry.
Oh, wow.
And it is stronger, 150 miles per hour, getting very close to Category 5 strength. And probably the biggest thing, Remember last hour, 947 millibars on the pressure is now down to 940 millibars. But they do note that that north-northwesterly motion has begun at 15 miles per hour. Look, it's 5 miles per hour. It's no big difference. You should not be waiting to leave because of a Cat 5. But like I said, the fact is that time to leave is now getting shorter and shorter, and it's more minutes rather than hours or half hours, better yet. So
look at that little wobble they did. We talked about that. You can see that little last-minute jog there on the track line, that yellow line, and it shows that's what we're dealing with, these tiny little jogs back and forth, and it's not something that you really can forecast when you're dealing with a beast that's doing its own thing here in the Gulf of Mexico. We got the general direction, though. It is moving northwest now, so it is making some indications that possibly jog a little more of these. We just don't know at this point.
Yeah, it's right now. It still looks like a direct hit. I mean, either way, there's no avoiding. You can see that satellite picture. Lake Charles is going to take a direct hit from a catastrophic storm. I mean, 150 miles per hour. This puts Rita in a total different department than this storm. And this storm is not weakening on approach, it is strengthening on approach. And I've said before, that makes a huge difference in everything. Let's get back to the radar here.
Yeah.
Because I want to make a point, because we've been talking about how the conditions along the coast are quickly going downhill. We're starting to see those tropical storm force conditions move in, and it'll be probably about another hour before we see those actual hurricane force conditions. But I've talked about this. If you've stayed, if you've stayed and you're in Cameron Parish, I strongly advise you at this point that you can't leave. The water is coming up too fast, and it's too late to leave. And one thing you need to be ready for in the next 6 to 12 hours is be ready to get high very quickly. And one thing that's happened, and I'm from New Orleans. I wasn't in Katrina, but I know what New Orleans went through during Katrina. Some people drowned in their attics because they didn't have a way out. Okay, and so if you are going to have to get high very quickly, and you're going to have to maybe make it up to your attic, and I get that those houses are on stilts, so that would be a ton of water. That would be a lot of water, but we're still talking to people in Southern Calcasieu Parish, because you might not have never seen water like this before if you're in Southern Calcasieu, but bring an axe with you. Bring an axe in the attic to where you can get a hole out of the attic and get on your roof. Okay, if it comes to that. We sure hope it doesn't come to that, but right now, this is going to be one of the most devastating storms that Southwest Louisiana has ever seen, and that water will continue to come up. And that is one live picture of Cameron right now, and really 45 minutes ago, you could see the street in the middle. You can't see the street anymore. Okay, so that water is going to quickly rise, and still, we're technically sort of still in low tide.
Yeah, that's a problem.
So after we get to midnight, after midnight, that high tide is going to coincide with a landfalling major Category 4, really borderline Category 5 storm, and that's going to cause extensive water inundation. And I think all of Cameron Parish will be underwater by feet, not just 1 foot, but by feet.
Right.
By midnight tonight.
This is nothing right here. This is minor, and like you said, with this being low tide, with high tide as well in Lake Charles tomorrow morning at 6 a.m., coinciding at the point to where we're going to likely begin to see that shift in the wind direction. The water rise may not out Lake Charles and the downtown area with that surge until possibly around 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, or 6 or 7 o'clock in the morning. So that's going to be coming after we see those peak winds with the storm making landfall late tonight. So
you can start to see the winds. Look at the water in the street. You're starting to see the winds actually below the water, and look, in about 2 or 3 hours, there's going to be white caps in that water because the winds are going to be so strong. Right now, it's just a little bit of movement, but as we go through the night now, unfortunately, we're going to lose all of these cameras at nighttime because there's still power. I think if you look off in the distance, that Shell logo is still on, and there's some light on the right side of the screen, so there's still power in Cameron, but I can tell you probably about midnight or just after there, those power poles, you're going to be measuring the water in Cameron Parish.
Wow. Okay. And that's, like you said, that's going to be something that is hard to put your mind around how high that water is going to get. And, it's so deceiving. We were looking at that camera view earlier of talking about how you have, still a glimmer of hope if you want to get out of Lake Charles at this particular moment. But it's coming down to the wire now if you're making those last-minute decisions. Of course, we talked to the sheriff earlier about that 7 o'clock curfew in Calcasieu Parish. That's coming up in about 9 minutes. So, obviously, if you were to get in your car and get onto I-10 after 7 o'clock, they're not going to pull you over at this moment, but that's about the last moment you'd want to probably venture out at this point. You know, after that, it's going to become dicey, especially if you're traveling east and west and this thing is still moving toward the coastline. At some point, those conditions are going to deteriorate as you're making that way. If you're going to Texas, which is obviously the better option, if you're going to Houston, you're going to be escaping the brunt of this storm. So if you're making a push toward Houston, or if you're going toward the Baton Rouge area, which is where we're located, you're going to have more impacts because of that potential to see those spin-up tornadoes, things like that. But it's not going to be a catastrophic type of a situation.
Yeah, but I mean, I think if you're making that decision right now to leave, chances are you probably don't have plans to go anywhere.
Right.
You were just, oh, I'm very nervous, I need to get out of here.
Yeah, you're not making
and in my opinion, go west. Get on I-10, go west to Beaumont, and keep going to Houston. Because if you look east, look at Lafayette. By the time you get on I-10, that band that's to the south over Vermilion Parish, that's going to be over I-10. That's the start of those tropical storm force conditions. You do not want to be driving in tropical storm force conditions if you can avoid it. And the one way to avoid it right now, yes, at night, is to go west out of Lake Charles and go towards Houston, because you can see there's not much going on in southeast Texas. And obviously, a lot of this storm is going to impact southwest Louisiana. There could be a little bit in southeast Texas, but right now with that north-northwest motion, it does look like Louisiana will take a direct hit from 150 miles per hour Category 4.
That's right, Zach. And again, this is that view from Mark Setta's camera looking at the Shell Station on Marshall Street in Cameron, downtown Cameron, Louisiana, there near the Gulf of Mexico. And that's the Gulf right there. The Gulf is meeting Marshall Street, and that's just the start of a very, very catastrophic storm surge event that's going to be happening. You see a little bit of the wind blowing against that water completely over the road now, and that's just the beginning of, this is going to be much higher. We're talking about maybe 13 to 15 feet of water over this area, and it's just hard to imagine the water could rise that high. But that's what happens when we talk about the storm surge, and that's basically what you're looking at. A wall of water come in, it rises, and then it takes everything back out into the Gulf. So the thing is, that water that comes in is going to go back out, and you don't want to be the thing that it drags back out into the Gulf, because that's where people die in these storms with the storm surge flooding. So that's what we're looking at going on right now. In Cameron, there's the view of the different cameras that we have.
Johnson's Bayou.
Yeah, Johnson Bayou there near the church.
The bottom right, which still doesn't show any water just yet, but it's a little bit farther off to the west.
Yeah, it's a little, and they do have, it's a little bit farther to the west, but there also is, I believe, a little bit more protection there at that point from the Gulf. So it may not be quite as close at that location, but certainly we are seeing indications in Cameron there where the water is coming up over the road. So that's, again, like I said, going to be just it's
going to be an unbelievable scene as that happens. Now, we will lose daylight, so we won't be able to see it totally play out, but it is going to be something that happens so quickly that you almost can't wrap your mind around it, how fast the water increases as a storm makes landfall. Grant, let's come back out to the actual radar with us.
That's Our Lady of Assumption Church, by the way. Our Lady of Assumption Church in Johnson Bayou. So that's where that's located.
But, I mean, we've covered a lot of the actual surge here along the coastline. I want to talk to those of you that you probably are staying if you're farther inland, and that's those of you in Vernon Parish, Beauregard Parish, Allen Parish, Oakdale, Kinder. A lot of those locations technically don't go under evacuations because we run from the water, we hide from the wind. But in this case, this wind is a little bit stronger than most typical hurricanes. So we almost need to run from the wind, but it's getting to be too late for that. But if you're in our northern parishes, if you're north of I-10, make sure you're charging your cell phones. Make sure everything is getting charged right now. Everything is actually you have all your digital platforms ready to roll, because you are going to lose power. Everybody in Southwest Louisiana will lose power later tonight during the middle of the night. And I've said this multiple times. If it gets bad and it gets to the point where your structure is starting to deteriorate, you try to stay in that structure as long as possible. And if you go through the eye, that is your one opportunity. Only if your structure is deteriorating to the point that you feel like you won't survive the storm after that, that is the only time you leave during the eye. If your structure is holding out fine and you get in that eye, stay indoors. Don't venture out and just ride out the backside. The backside of the storm is going to be a lot faster than the front side. The winds are going to be very strong on the backside, and they're going to come from the opposite direction, but the storm should calm down pretty quickly.
We're joined now by Dr. Steve Caparata here from WAFE. You may remember Steve from his time at KPLC. It's been a while. What were the years?
It's been a long time, 1999 to 2001. So it's been a long time. But got my start in Lake Charles, and fond memories, and hate to see what we're watching this evening.
And Lake Charles has changed so much since then. We've spent so many years on improving things, even since Hurricane Rita, with the lakefront development we've put into place in downtown, and it's just quite a beautiful area. I mean, if you come to Lake Charles and visit, I know a lot of people are drawn there because of our casinos in the area, and so they end up making a visit, and they end up, you know, seeing some beautiful sunsets. That's what we're known for, looking out over the lake right now. And you're looking east. That's that camera view is actually on top of the Isle of Capri Casino there. It's right near the bridge, I-10 Calcasieu River Bridge, looking east. And so that's a view that we see right now. And that's the yacht club there at the bottom, and the I-10 North Beach there. We see people sometimes out on the water. And so again, this is just kind of an eerie feeling, knowing things are so quiet right now, and here in just a matter of a few hours, it's going to be a totally different story.
And Steve, I want to ask you something, because look, as we all are meteorologists here, you know, we study these storms. We go through many years. I mean, you've got, you know, a lot more experience than I do with covering these storms, and we research a lot into the past. Have you ever seen a storm across the entire Louisiana coastline this intense doing this?
No, no. Simple answer is no. And when I got up this morning, Zach, I started looking at the data, and you start seeing some of these surge values into Lake Charles. Oh man, just got chills. I did cover Rita, even though I was working here in Baton Rouge in 2005. We stayed at L'Auberge. We rode it out at L'Auberge, and we covered Rita. And there was some water that impacted parts of the city, but it wasn't, you know, wasn't all that bad. Obviously, it was much worse down in the Cameron Parish. So to see these projections today, it's been gut-wrenching to think about it. And I have friends in Lake Charles, have lots of friends here in Baton Rouge that have family from Lake Charles staying with them tonight, and just wishing for the best. You know, I'm sure you guys have talked about it. The one thing I've been telling some of our people here is if we could get the track maybe a little bit east of Lake Charles, that could help out the city a little bit. It's going to be devastating for the coast no matter what.
Yeah, right.
So now we try to do, or try to hope for a little better news for the city at least.
Right, and you know, our viewers we have viewers in Jennings and over in that area, so if that track does shift a little east, then you got to worry about the Mermentau River Basin, which runs along the eastern portion of our viewing area. So not to belittle you guys over there in the Jennings area, but that's what that track shift difference could mean. It could be a slight bit of maybe not quite as severe conditions when it to the surge, maybe in the city, but then it would shift a little more to the east. And it's all going to come down to those last-minute jogs that the storm is doing. We've already seen that just with the last few frames of the radar, or actually the track. I'll see if I can put that back up to show just how these little wobbles that this storm makes at the very last moment are not something that you really can predict. It always typically seems to happen right before the storm makes landfall. Why is that? Why do we see these little last-minute jogs? Is there any kind of science behind that, or is it just something about the land interaction?
Yeah,
maybe?
I don't know if there's too much about the science at landfall, but you know, the analogy we always give, it's called these trochoidal wobbles, and I never say the word right, but it's like spinning the top. If you spin a top on a table, it's going to spin, but it's going to wobble as it spins, right? Mm-hmm. You've got this angular momentum within the hurricane, and it's the same thing there. You have these continuous wobbles. As you look at that loop you're playing back right now, it's wobbling the whole way along. Mm-hmm. But if you look over a long term, you can see a pretty steady motion to the northwest. But to your point, those wobbles may not mean that much when it's out over the Gulf a little farther, but as you get closer to landfall, then the small wobbles do make a bigger difference.
True, yeah, you're not really as concerned about those little wobbles way out in the central Gulf. So, yeah, I mean, that's what I think it may be. Maybe it's just that we put a little more focus on that as it gets closer to land, because impacts can be so significant, you know, with that last-minute shift. But right now, it looks like it's going to be moving in pretty close to where the projections put it. Winds at 150 miles per hour. Pressure, like Zach mentioned earlier, is still dropping at 940. So, you know, there's a possibility this thing could try to attain maybe Category 5 strength here before it makes landfall. You know, with the strength that we're seeing of the storm now, it's just something we'll have to watch for. But like we mentioned, it's not going to make a whole lot of difference with the damage that's going to occur, whether this is, you know, technically a strong Category 4 or does attain that Category 5 status.
You know, Ben, one thing I want to mention, you should talk about the track.
Yes.
We need to tip our caps to the National Hurricane Center.
Yeah.
I mean, think back to yesterday. Everybody was screaming about west, 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 and all these models, Euro's into Texas. Why aren't they moving the track west? What did the National Hurricane Center do? They kept it steady state. kind of stuck to what they have and some of the consensus aids that they use. And in the end, their track is going to be awfully good in terms of the landfall location. That's why we've got to believe in the experts. I know, especially when you're in the path of these things, sometimes it's hard to, you're on edge, and it's kind of hard to believe what you're seeing sometimes. But in the end, they've really done an excellent job on the track.
Not to mention Ken Graham, the director of the National Hurricane Center, very familiar with Louisiana, with his time at the National Weather Service office in the Slidell area. So I'm sure that this storm probably hits a little close to home for him, being very familiar with our coastline and knowing that the impacts are going to be so severe for our area. Because I was talking a little bit earlier too about the storm surge, and you can add a little bit to this, but our particular portion of the Gulf, Southwest Louisiana, one of the most susceptible to storm surge flooding as far as other parts of the Gulf.
Yeah, there's a couple of things going on, and really all along the Louisiana coast we have a shallow continental shelf, so the bottom of the Gulf of Mexico, the bottom of the ocean. Whereas if you go to the east coast of the United States and you stand out on the beach and you get away from the beach out on a boat, or if you walk out, that shelf drops off pretty quickly. Well, we know with a shallow continental shelf like we have here along the northern Gulf Coast, that allows surge to build up more than if you have that sharp drop off. So that's one thing. Then as you look at Cameron Parish in particular, and parts of Vermilion, so we look at that map you have up, that concave shape that we have right there.
Yeah.
That just allows, and there's a number of spots along the Louisiana coast. And then on top of all that, I can remember being in Lake Charles 20 years ago. We talked about it then, but the Calcasieu Ship Channel that serves as a funnel,
it's a direct link.
That funnels it right up into Lake Charles. So there are a number of factors, no doubt.
Yeah, and you think about all the things that have been going on since Rita, all this coastal restoration they've been trying to do with efforts and breakwater and things like that off the Cameron coast. Will that be essentially erased with something like this coming ashore? I mean, it's pretty much going to set us back for the efforts we've been trying to shore up for this protection of our coastline. When you have a storm of this magnitude coming in, I can only imagine that that's going to really set us back a long time, with that type of a surge and water rise.
So something I'm sure you guys have talked about, but that I talked a little bit about yesterday and on social media. I looked it up. Cameron Parish has had, up until now, 4 major hurricane landfalls on record back to 1850. So this will be the 5th. That appears just about to be a certainty right now. So if you do the math, that'll be up until now we had 4 major hurricane landfalls in 170 years, so about 1 every 40 years. But now here we are, 2 in 15 years when you consider Rita. And you're right, so that could erase some of the progress that was made. We look at places here in southeast Louisiana like Grand Isle where the battle is just constant and nonstop, and it's often frustrating to watch because there's
every
this
one
battle.
of these storms, they just destroy our work.
Right.
Well, yeah, and I don't know how many people in Lake Charles got to see it, but Cristobal earlier in the summer, which was minimal. Zach, you know this very well, being in New Orleans, but they have this burrito levee in Grand Isle, and Cristobal, which wasn't a terribly strong storm, did significant damage to this burrito levee in Grand Isle.
And it destroyed in about a day, and it takes months to get it back to normal.
Exactly.
And that's the fight that we're always fighting. And this is going to just devastate the entire coastline. And Cameron Parish, there's a lot of marsh, and this is just going to erase a lot of that marsh. And so that makes us even more susceptible going forward.
The other thing you always think about with these things too is as people go through these, it gets harder for people to come back to these hurricane-prone, storm surge prone zones, and you lose some of your communities. You lose some of the culture that's been there for so long. And this is, I can tell you, with my dad, he flooded in Metairie for Katrina. Not nearly as bad as a lot of people, but he's never really been the same after that. These storms, they hit him so much harder. He's so much more anxious when one comes. It's a lot to deal with. So I'm thinking and hoping for the best for everybody there in southwest Louisiana.
I mean, you have 3 meteorologists standing up here, and I think we're all looking at that screen at the same time because it's almost mesmerizing because you realize what's about to happen. While most of the general public might not exactly know But the past few days when we had a Category 1, we were like, okay, well maybe it'll get to a Category 2, Category 3. We got the track forecast perfect.
Right.
But the intensity forecast, we always talk about that. We struggle with that. We'll continue to struggle with that. And this one was, I wouldn't say it was off, because we started preaching major hurricane, and we always say a category higher, prepare for a category higher, and here we are, Cat 4.
And there were some models that show it, but it's hard to forecast something this intense, this strong.
Yeah.
Because rarely you're going to have a consensus that is going to get that strong. So it's right to play it a little conservative in forecasting the intensity. Unfortunately, we're ended up on the high end and near the extreme end of what was being shown even a day or so ago.
Yeah, you talk about that, that culture and things that were erased after Rita. It seems like it was still being, rebuilt even to this day. Places like Holly Beach and things that were just wiped off the map. Of course, Holly Beach rebuilt a lot of the homes higher after Rita. Holly Beach was a strip of shantytown homes, before Rita hit. They were on ground level, so all that was wiped off. But I think what people don't realize is, and they may be thinking, well, we built our houses higher, but when you're talking about a storm surge at this height, you're not considering things like the wave action that goes on top of this storm surge, and you're not going to be protected against that. So you can't just be looking at a number like 10 feet, 15 feet, and think that's just going to be a quiet, 15 feet of water. I mean, this is not just like water that's going to be gradually rising. This is not like a flood you see like a river flood. This is completely different when you're talking about storm surge.
Very violent, and that's a great point, Ben, because we talk about surge values, and then you get waves, breaking waves on top of that surge that can reach even higher levels and obviously do much more considerable damage.
Yeah, so that's what you have to consider.
And you're seeing, images from Lake Charles right now, and you could see some sun still out there at times, and it's amazing how tranquil it is along the coast right now. But I can tell you right now, in Cameron Parish, those conditions are quickly going downhill. Now, it does look like there's some emergency vehicles along the Calcasieu River Bridge right there. I'm not sure what they're doing, but still, the roadways are clear. If you are one of those last few that want to get out, go west. Go towards Houston. You will get out of the way of the storm a lot faster if you go west than going east. If you go east, those bands are going to get you by the time you get to Lafayette, and you don't want to be driving when you start to get tropical storm force gusts. So go west if you're trying to get out of Lake Charles.
All right, we're going to go now to KPLC's Ryan Street, KPLC's Jillian Quarter. We're going to see if we've got that ready for you. We're going to pull it up here as soon as it's available to us. And she's live now. Go, Jillian.
Wednesday night, this would be a bustling intersection, Ryan Street at Preon Lake Road. And right now you can see just one vehicle behind me. Very few cars on the road here in Lake Charles, which the sheriff says is a good sign. Maybe that means more people actually heeded those warnings and evacuated this area. We hope that that's the case. If not, we hope that you're safe at home. So again, Ryan Street at Preon Lake Road, and it's a ghost town. It truly is. Very few cars on the road. All the businesses seem to be closed down, boarded up. They're heeding that warning for sure. We're going to go on a little walking tour here. Billy Navarre, right? This is their used car lot, normally full of vehicles. They did move most of those. We still see 2 vehicles sitting out there, but most closed or moved out of the way at this time. Again, all the businesses in this area. A few cars, there's a passing by now, a few cars still on the road, but a lot of people seem to have heeded that warning. Some people want to ride it out, want to try to ride it out. We'll see what happens there. But the sheriff's still warning people that if they can get out, to get out. It's 7 o'clock now, though. That curfew is in place right now, 7 o'clock. So soon, if you're out on the roads here, someone might be stopping you and checking to see what you're doing out. Because again, 7 o'clock, it is starting to get dark. The winds are really picking up here. We felt it just on the interstate earlier. You could really feel the wind starting to pick up. We've got our camera locked down pretty sturdy because things are really moving around here. And also a few raindrops coming in too. It's been relatively dry since late this afternoon. No rain, just a little bit of wind here and there. In fact, it was deceivingly calm. It almost seemed like a normal afternoon here in Lake Charles, but things you can tell are taking a turn. The clouds kind of moving around a little bit more, that wind speed picking up for sure. And again, no one out here on Ryan Street here in Lake Charles. Of course, many of the businesses, they all look like this, boarded up, sandbags as well, really heeding that warning, trying to keep their businesses, their property safe. So we really hope that you're taking that warning as well, and that at this point, 7 o'clock, it is too late to get out of town. That weather is going to be coming in and pretty quickly. It's going to be getting dark very quickly here, so we want to make sure that you're at a safe place. Whatever that safe place is, high and dry, find that safe place now, and we hope that you can stick it out here. But again, a ghost town all through Lake Charles. That's what we've noticed by riding around today. So we hope that those people have found their safe place and are staying safe for sure and staying off the roads. Again, 7 o'clock, the curfew is officially in action. I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
And that was Jillian Corder reporting live from Lake Charles. She was on Ryan Street showing us some really tranquil conditions all across southwest Louisiana, except along the coast. Right now it is very quiet. There's really not much going on. You have the last few minutes. Like I said, things are going to quickly go downhill, probably coinciding with sunset. The winds are going to pick up and the heavy rain bands are going to increase across the area. Let me bring in one of my favorite people, and Teresa Schmidt. We worked together, it was about 4 or 5 years ago, but Teresa is here with me right now. We're in Baton Rouge. We're with our sister station, WAFB in Baton Rouge. And Teresa, take it away.
Thank you. And so right now, we have Ryan Buryak on the phone. He and his family are not in Cameron right now, but Ryan is the state representative in Cameron Parish, and before that, he was the Cameron Parish administrator. So he grew up there, and we're going to get his thoughts on this situation right now. First of all, Ryan, how are you holding up?
Well, Ms. Teresa, I think it's an interesting week. Each storm brings its own new and unique set of issues. Laura had represented nothing different when you also consider Marco's potential impact. I think I would be remiss if I didn't first commend our residents, businesses, local appointed and elected officials who have just been as informed and engaging with the public as they possibly could be throughout this ordeal. So I want to say thank you to all of them.
Okay, so Ryan, I know that there were many lessons learned after Hurricane Rita, and I know that some of those were used to build bigger, stronger structures. Tell me what your thoughts are about that, and I know some of them managed to survive when Hurricane Ike hit in 2008, and if you have any thoughts at all on, how they're going to do in this particular storm, whether you expect some of them to go ahead and manage to withstand this.
Well, of course, we hope those mitigation features come to fruition, and we receive those benefits to have a lasting and resilient community. I think we did see some markers between the reconstruction period immediately following Rita, prior to the landfall of Ike. And so my hope is that those mitigation features that were put in place actually help the resiliency of our area, of our coastal livelihoods. And so, Mr. Reese, I'm the eternal optimist, and I just I can't think that some of those measures didn't work. So I'm still holding out that we could still have some resemblance of what we knew once before.
Well, I know that Cameron Parish population never came back up to what it was before Hurricane Rita. I mean, how many fewer people live there now, and what do you think is going to happen after this, as far as perhaps people, avoiding the coast because of this potential danger?
I think we do have some difficult days and weeks ahead. The recovery period is not going to be easy. It will most certainly be trying and cumbersome. But I think if there were any group of people that could pull themselves through this, it would be our friends and families in Southwest Louisiana.
Okay. To the best of your knowledge, is there anyone still in Cameron Parish?
I can't comment on that, Ms. Teresa. I don't really have any up-to-date information, and I would hate to comment on something without having all the facts in front of me.
What are your plans immediately following this storm?
I think we have to engage our state and federal officials. I think that from a local perspective, we have tried to prioritize what our immediate steps would be across a couple parishes, as I do represent Vermilion Parish also. So working with the police juries in both of those parishes, all of our mayors in our local municipalities, getting an understanding of what their immediate needs are, what their long-term goals are, and then trying to articulate those in a manner that gets support from Baton Rouge and D.C.
I mean, how resilient are they? Do you think they will go back and try to start over?
You know, I think every family has to make tough decisions on their own, albeit emotional, physical, financial. I think that most certainly home is home for all of us. I certainly hope that my three daughters can see the same camera that I enjoyed, and that helped raise me as best as that community could. Same thing for our coastal communities there in Vermilion, from Gate on Abigail and Elk Point South. So, I think we have to take some time, allow those individuals to determine what's best for their family, and we'll go from there.
Well, you know, I think I'm right when I say, isn't Cameron Parish the largest parish geographically, and then I guess has the fewest number of residents? I mean, for people who have never been there, tell me what you consider so special about Cameron Parish.
Well, I think that my great-grandfather thought it was the best place on earth. He didn't want to be anywhere else. He had lived through Audrey. He lived through Rita, and he went back. And I think there's something in the fabric of our people that can't be taught and can't be learned. It's there from birth, and it stays with us, good Lord willing, until we take our last breath. And so that place provides bountiful resources to all of it. They always said if you starved in Cameron, it's just because you were too lazy to eat. And so I think that's very true.
Yeah, is that, you know, what it is? I mean, the shrimp, the wildlife, all of the fish, the recreation, all of those things make it such a special place. Well, we're certainly all thinking about all of you who live in Cameron Parish and praying for the best and hoping that everybody will come through this, and just take care and let us know as soon as you start finding out, you know, what the storm has done.
Yes, ma'am.
God bless.
And good evening, Southwest Louisiana. Chief Meteorologist Wade Hampton here now. Myself and Meteorologist Jacob Durham both made the drive over from the Lake Charles area. Obviously, evacuating our television station. Again, as I told you when we left, that I wanted you to take this as a sign of how serious this problem really is for Southwest Louisiana. Unfortunately, though, at this point, it's really too late to be doing this now in Southwest Louisiana. So let's talk about the storm itself. You can see Hurricane Laura here getting much closer to landfall. In fact, only located not too far off the coastline. The official 7 o'clock advisory now has winds of, let's clear that off real quick. There we go. Winds right now of 150 miles per hour. The air pressure continuing to fall down to 940 millibars. And those of you wondering about the Category 5 question, we only have 7 more miles per hour to go, and it could become Category 5, and that is definitely not out of the question. I know you heard Zach, Ben, and Steve Caparata talking about the Category 5 issue a little while ago about the number of storms that have done so in the past, and certainly would be noteworthy. But to be honest, even a strong Category 4 is very noteworthy as well to notice that that strong of a storm has gone through. And let's switch over to there's a look at some of the warnings that are in effect. Obviously, hurricane warning is in effect for all of Southwest Louisiana, so please keep that in mind. We'll pull up the radar though real quick, and we want to do this real quick. And now we can do that. We'll pull up the radar. That's the track. Again, landfall probably near the vicinity of midnight tonight, likely as that strong Category 4 hurricane. There's not a lot of time left for this storm to strengthen, though certainly a little window of time left. There's a look at the radar across Southwest Louisiana, and pretty active going on to our here where we are located in Baton Rouge. You can see some pretty active storms going on over on the very edge. That's the outer band, but let's kind of zoom in a bit closer on the radar, and you can see some of the storms that are a bit farther south. We'll start here, kind of a radar tour, if you will, from near Lake Charles over to near Jennings and Crowley. You can see some of the rain there. That's light, but remember, anytime that it is raining, the wind is likely to be pushed down toward the ground, so do expect the wind to pick up when it begins raining across the area. Where you see the more yellow colors on the map, that indicates definitely some of the heavier rain that is around, and certainly you can see some of that around the Lake Arthur vicinity and all the way over into the Abbeville vicinity. We'll slide a little bit farther south yet, and we will see you can see some of the rain there near the immediate coastline. And let's slide over toward the Cameron vicinity real quick, and then we're going to go to Matt Houston here in just a minute, who is in Lake Charles. There you can see some of the rain that is in the Cameron vicinity, and please remember, things are going to continue to deteriorate throughout the night tonight. Things are going to get progressively worse with time this evening. And as I said, one of our reporters, Matt Houston, is in Lake Charles. He's actually at L'Auberge Casino. And Matt, take it away and tell us how things are going.
Yeah, it's still very calm outside the Calcasieu River here in Lake Charles, but the wind has certainly picked up. In fact, when it really blows strong, we're in the parking garage at the L'Auberge Casino. When the wind really blows strong, it kind of makes a little whistling noise. It goes from one end into the other, and that's probably the eeriest sound you can hear, because nothing else is going on at the moment. It's very quiet. The wind is blowing. You can see across the water on the river some of the stacks and flaring going on at one of the many plants in the area. Those flames blowing almost sideways as Hurricane Laura bears down on Lake Charles. Of course, you've got river water flowing much faster than it was a few hours ago when we got here, and treetops moving much quicker and a little more dramatically than they were a few hours ago. The wildlife around, birds flying, and just getting away, just like most of the people have up until this point. I-210 and I-10 both very slow, no traffic on either one of them at the moment. In fact, I see one car on 210 and one on 10, which has pretty much been the case each of the time we've come to you from this spot over the last 4 hours. Things are just quiet, and everything around us, including us, waiting for them to get bad, waiting for the weather to get darker and for those clouds to really start to get lower and move faster as Hurricane Laura nears Lake Charles, coming up under the Gulf, smashing the coast and then working its way northwest into our area. And of course, we expect things to get pretty hairy overnight. We're expecting lots of rain, lots of wind, and potentially some damage. We're about 20 feet up where we are off the ground, off the Calcasieu River, inside the casino garage here. So we're not going to get wet from any potential flooding, but we do expect to see somewhat of a storm surge on the river as it kind of flows in and out in the area, and we'll be watching that and bring that to you. We've got some landmarks that we're looking at right now, and our eyes are on some posts of wood to see and show you exactly how high the water will get and where it's at tomorrow once this thing has moved all the way through our area. So we're going to keep our eyes on that as well as the treetops, and we'll watch for any sorts of wind damage, but we're going to stay here in this garage overnight and come to you as often as we can, give you an idea of what the conditions are like as they happen, as Hurricane Laura moves in and kind of blows through our area. Of course, we are expecting lots of damage tomorrow, and that will be really the lion's share of our work tomorrow, is scoping out what the area looks like should that storm be as bad as we expect and fear that it will be. But again, at the moment, blowing a little bit faster, a little bit stronger through Calcasieu Parish and up from the coast, but no rain. We haven't seen any rain since 2:30, 3 o'clock this afternoon. We got about an hour and a half of really strong, heavy rain beginning at 1 o'clock from that first band of the hurricane as it moved its way through. But since then, nothing. It was very humid for the last probably 2 hours, and then here between 7 and 8, it has started to kind of calm down a little bit and cool off. Again, another sign that things are moving in, and we expect that those temperatures will drop even more, and that is perhaps the only positive sign for us out here. And the only blessing in this weather is that the temperature is a little bit cooler because the humidity is gone now as that storm blows in. But everything else calm. It's almost like the wildlife is waiting for something to happen, waiting for that storm, waiting to move like most of the people already have, and that's certainly a good sign. We hope that most people are out of here. We'll be here inside LaBerge for the remainder of the evening. For now, we're going to send it back to you guys in studio.
Matt, and that really sounds familiar, Wade, as
Absolutely.
He's talking about how it's just very hot and humid, not much rain.
That heavy air feeling, yeah, for sure. Yeah, the very heavy air feeling, definitely, that's something we all know about for sure.
Right, exactly. And we're about, 6 hours?
I'd say about 6
hours or so before landfall.
Mhm.
Things are going to be quickly deteriorating, I would imagine.
Yeah, they definitely are. Yeah, things are going to go downhill with time for the rest of the night, so please plan to stay in your safest place where you're at and stay there for the rest of the night tonight.
Right. It could get scary. It brings back memories of Hurricane Rita around this time, about 6 hours before landfall, and we were getting phone calls from people who had made that decision, unfortunately, to stay and ride out the storm.
Yeah.
It is too late, as Calcasieu Sheriff Tony Mancuso has said. It's too late now.
It's absolutely too late to think about getting on the road. Even though there's not a lot of traffic, you don't want to get out there and risk having a flat tire, having a wreck, and being stuck on the road, because trust me, that's the last place you want to be during hurricane force winds is on the road.
Now, what's interesting about Laura, Hurricane Rita was pretty much a wind event. This is going to be a wind and water event, right?
It's going to be both, yeah. It's absolutely going to be both. There will be a wind issue, there will be a storm surge issue as well, and so keep that in mind. It's a twofold problem.
All right. We have got Governor John Bell Edwards on the line right now. Governor, thank you so much for taking time out to be with us. As we're about maybe 6 or so hours away from landfall, what are your thoughts? How is Louisiana dealing with Hurricane Laura?
Well, my thoughts are about the appeal that we made to people to evacuate, and of course now either they have or they haven't. But every time we got a new briefing on the storm, its intensity, its strength had increased, and so we're here on just a few hours ahead of the landfall of a historic storm in terms of just the potential that it has to be catastrophic. It's going to be a very strong Category 4 hurricane, sustained winds of 150 miles per hour at landfall, gusts of 180 miles per hour, and when the National Weather Service used the term today that it would have a storm surge that was unsurvivable. I mean, that's a real gut punch. So I do hope and pray people adequately prepared, heeded the directions they were given, and for the most part evacuated. So that's what my thoughts are tonight. I'm certainly praying for the people of Louisiana, and then tomorrow when the sun comes up, we're going to see exactly how bad it was. And then I'm quite certain as soon as the conditions will allow us, we're going to be doing a lot of search and rescue across the parishes of southwest Louisiana. But this is a very, very serious storm. Quite frankly, one that most people alive in southwest Louisiana have never experienced. They're looking back to Hurricane Audrey in 1957 as the storm that most closely matches it in terms of the forecasted strength and intensity, the storm surge, the wind. And so anyway, it's going to be a rough night for us, and then it's going to be a nasty storm until it leaves the state sometime tomorrow night as it exits up north of Shreveport and goes into Arkansas. So we've got a lot going on, and no shortage of prayers that we need to be making. And I want to thank you all for making sure that you're keeping people informed, even when you can't be in Lake Charles at KPLC Studios. You know, you've relocated to Baton Rouge in order to make sure that you can get them the information that they need. So I appreciate y'all too, Cynthia.
What is going to happen as far as getting ground troops in there, so to speak, boots on the ground tomorrow, as far as assessing the damage?
Yeah, well, that's going to happen just as soon as it is possible to do so. Not just assessing the damage, but active search and rescue. We have the National Guard. I activated the entire National Guard for Louisiana. That happens very, very rarely. We have Wildlife and Fisheries. We have the State Fire Marshal's Office. We've got teams that are coming in from Tennessee and elsewhere, all focused on search and rescue because we want to be able to save lives to the maximum extent possible. So that's what will happen tomorrow. The damage assessments, quite frankly, they can wait a little longer. We got to be about saving lives tomorrow. Looking at and seeing if there are any additional nursing homes or maybe hospitals that have to be evacuated. We're going to be leaning forward to get that done. You know, it's going to be weather dependent on when we can safely get in there. But we are positioned tonight. When it got dark, we're positioned so that we can get into the Lake Charles area. And it's not just Lake Charles; it's Cameron, it's Vermilion, it's Iberia, it's Jeff Davis, it's St. Mary, you know, Acadia. We're going to be all over that region tomorrow to try to save lives to the maximum extent possible. Get people out and to a shelter and ultimately into a hotel room. And I do want to remind everybody that we're doing this under a COVID environment where we have this public health emergency. We still have an awful lot of COVID in Louisiana. And there's probably not more COVID anywhere in the state than there is in the Lake Charles area, based on positivity rates of tests that we've been seeing over the last couple of weeks. So we have to be mindful of that too. So there's no shortage of challenges, but Cynthia, my commitment is you will see, as soon as it is safe to do so, you're going to see a lot of folks on the ground doing search and rescue, trying to make sure that we're responding to the needs of the people of Louisiana.
All right, Governor John Bell Edwards, that certainly gives us a lot of reassurance. We want to thank you, and please, I know you're praying for the people of Southwest Louisiana. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you, Cynthia. Appreciate you.
All right, Governor. There you heard of the governor assuring the people of Southwest Louisiana that there will be people on the ground the minute this thing dies down. We're talking about something that's going to be in the front door and out the back door perhaps in 12 hours. And they will have people not just merely to assess damage, but actually search and rescue. This is a very important part of any hurricane. Okay, Wade, you have something that you want to disseminate to the people about this hurricane? I'm looking at it, right. And how far off are we? Are we like about 6 hours away?
I'd say 6 or less, probably less than 6, as it's going to make it'll make landfall. We'll say in the vicinity of midnight, maybe an hour or two earlier, but it's somewhere in that vicinity, an hour or two later.
And isn't that the scariest thing?
Oh, at night.
It's always, and unfortunately, it seems like that's how it happens each time.
You know,
with Rita, it was like about 2:30 in the morning, in the dark of the night, and once again, that's when this is going to make landfall.
It is, yeah, and you know the sun's getting close to setting. We had a live picture a minute ago from. Do we still have that? Of actually from Cameron, the hurricane track. Okay, we saw it a minute ago during the governor. I like to throw things at people.
Throw them a curve here, huh?
So there's one from Port Arthur, Texas. You can see a camera shot there. Again, the sun getting very close to setting. Should be in within the hour. And obviously,
and people of Port Arthur are definitely going to feel the effects of this.
Yeah,
this is a big storm.
It is absolutely a big storm. They will definitely feel the effects. It's going to be windy for sure over there. Of course, they're inside of a protection levee. At least part of Lake Port Arthur is, but definitely going to feel the effects of that for sure. And there's obviously still people. We see people actually driving up at the moment. So, and you know, I heard you talking to the governor. You know, both you and I both drove over here at the same time. You were following me here to Baton Rouge, and it was interesting to see the number of electrical trucks, power trucks that were heading west along Interstate 10.
Military vehicles.
And we saw National Guard as well. So there's already being things are being deployed, putting in place, looks like already. So hopefully that'll help the cleanup and recovery. But we know from our experience with Rita, that's going to be a long-term thing, you know.
And you know, one of the reasons why we always tell people to get out if you can, you know, it's definitely to save lives, but it's such a long, arduous task after the storm.
Absolutely, yeah, because
no power, no water. And we don't know how long this is going to last.
Yeah, and there probably won't be any stores to go buy things you need. And there's that shot, Cynthia, that I saw a minute ago. That's actually in Cameron. That's just east there of the town of Cameron.
Look at all that water
the courthouse
already.
would kind of be in the background there. The new Cameron Parish School Board office would be kind of behind our camera. And yeah, you can definitely see water is already covering Highway 82 there. It's not very deep at the moment, but remember, that's only going to get worse with time.
We saw an interesting story from Matt Houston last night, who's down in Cameron Parish, and he was doing a story with some of the people who own camps along Holly Beach, and they were talking about the fact that Holly Beach is pretty much a new Holly Beach. Every structure that you see there, it was not there because Hurricane Rita wiped out everything on Holly Beach.
Yeah, there was nothing left but the foundations and a few pilings here and there.
Are you fearful that it's going to be the same thing again, over again?
Unfortunately, I think it'll be a very similar scene, I'm afraid. Yeah, the elevated structures, sure, were elevated, but unfortunately, we're dealing with 15 to 20 foot surge, and most of those are either at that height or maybe even less. And remember, there's waves on top of that, Cynthia, so you're going to have wave action pounding those buildings, and water being pounded like that is just like a wrecking ball. The weight of water is just powerful, the power that water has. So unfortunately, I'm afraid we are going to end up seeing a similar scene to what we saw after Rita.
Hopefully we won't have any fatalities. We were lucky.
Hoping,
we were
yes.
very lucky with Rita. And I think we can attribute a lot of that to the fact that 3 weeks prior, we had just experienced Hurricane Katrina.
Absolutely.
And I think that put a fear and an admonition in people that they got out of harm's way.
Absolutely.
And hopefully people did the same this time around.
I'm sure hoping, and you know, that's why I'd been stressing the last 2 days that this storm could strengthen. It could do a rapid intensification. You may remember Monday and Tuesday, and I will admit, I had some folks on Facebook giving me a little pushback on that idea, thinking that, well, that's way more than what the official forecast is saying. And unfortunately, you know, in the Gulf, a lot of storms do this, where they rapidly intensify. And it's not something models handle sometimes, but it was one of those that was always in my mind of being worried about of a rapid intensification. Of course, I never would have anticipated bordering on Category 5, but a rapid intensification nonetheless.
It's knocking on the door.
Definitely happening,
Cat 5.
and it won't be, it's not far from that category, unfortunately. And you know, whether or not it does, it's only a matter for the history books, because the result's going to be the same. If we were to increase that
Cat
7
4,
miles,
Cat 5, it's not that much different.
7
You're
miles
still
different,
have
absolutely,
a lot of damage and destruction.
Most definitely.
You know, I was listening to you and Jacob earlier, when you were warning people and trying to get them out, because that was that last window of opportunity. And you mentioned how, you're never trying to make people afraid. You're never trying to over sensationalize. But I just got to throw this in. I have done this for 39 years, and I have never been in a situation where it got so dire, the potential for death and destruction, that management decided that we needed to hit the road. We, as meteorologists, reporters, anchors, I've done this 39 years, and we've never had to do that, not even with Rita. Well, with Rita, we did leave our facilities at 320 Division Street, and we went to St. Patrick Hospital's higher ground, 5th floor of St. Pat's. The fact that our management decided that we needed to do this, I don't know what more can let people know how serious this is.
And I tried to say that even this afternoon before we left, that if you were needing a sign, hopefully that was the sign you needed. If we, and me and all of us, if we're deciding we need to go, then that's a good sign that it's not safe to be really anywhere, especially south of I-10. Now, there's a lot of folks north of I-10 I know as well. You won't have the surge problem north of I-10 in most places, but there's still the chance the wind is going to be still very major. The storm isn't going to just hit the coast and then just fall apart magically. So folks in Beauregard, Vernon, Allen Parish, you're not you're not safe from this. Please don't think that you're 50, 60, 70 miles, depending on where you are north of the Gulf.
This thing is going to go quite far inland,
absolutely,
isn't it?
Yeah. They'll feel hurricane conditions all the way to Shreveport. It may begin to weaken below hurricane status once it gets north of there, but that far north will feel hurricane force winds. So again, don't just think because you're in Vernon, Beauregard, or Allen that you're magically safe from this. That's not the case. So it's going to be very windy overnight tonight into early tomorrow morning, unfortunately.
Okay, for the most part, when we were leaving Lake Charles, it kind of looked like a ghost town.
It did.
Even last night after the 10 o'clock news, as I made that trek south of town, it was pretty much a ghost town. But there are still going to be some people who decided to ride out this storm.
There are.
Do you have any words for those people who are there? Because they can't go anywhere now.
Yep.
What do you tell them?
I'll repeat the same thing that I did earlier this afternoon when I was on TV trying to make that point clear, but please treat this as if it was a tornado. When we have severe weather, we tell you go to an interior room. Think the same thing for this. But when conditions deteriorate to the point that it sounds really bad outside, you'll know what I'm talking about. Later tonight, you'll want to get to a safe place, but please do that now. Please don't wait until 1, 2 o'clock in the morning and think about that. Do it now. So what you want to do, find an interior room, preferably bathroom, closet, something like that. Think of something without windows and as many walls between you and the outside of your home as possible. And we're looking at the picture there of the I-10 bridge in Lake Charles. You can see there appears to be a wreck there on the, that would be the eastbound lanes that's heading toward Lake Charles. Actually, it's heading toward Westlake, sorry, on the westbound side. You can see the going on there. But for us, again, find that interior room, bathroom, closet, without windows. Take a mattress with you if you have, preferably a smaller one, as twin or full, something like that. But even if it's king,
something that you can use for protection.
You want to put it over you is what you would do. This would be during the height. This isn't something you have to do now, but have it in there already. So that way you've got another layer of protection. If you have a bicycle helmet, take that and put that on as well. You want to do that because that would give you another layer of protection should the building you're in fall while you are in it. One other thing to keep in mind, I've urged people, make sure you have snacks in there. You want some bottled water and snacks because you're going to be in there for a few hours. This isn't a tornado where it's 10, 15 minutes and you're done. Also want to think about keeping your phone charged. Take an extension cord in there. That way you can continue to watch our live stream on our First Alert weather app. And finally, I would encourage you to take a hammer or crowbar. And I know this may sound morbid, but think if the building collapses around you, you may need a way to kind of pick your way out.
Some of those tools
it's
to
kind of
break through.
I have one with me. I had it in the truck. I was going to bring it into the station with me in case we were even in that situation. That's how serious. That's how serious I am about that. So.
All right. Well, Wayne, we're going to toss it down to Cinnamon Cornell, who has the OEP director from Cameron Parish on the line, Danny Laverne. Cinnamon?
Thank you, Cynthia. All right, Danny, we're on the phone with you. This is Danny Laverne. He is the Cameron Parish OEP. Danny, now you were just telling me that you were on the phone with the sheriff and with the police jurors. Can you just tell me what that conversation was like?
Now we're trying to get a game plan about after the event takes place and how we're going to deal with the aftermath and get our plans in action and try to get a timeline on what needs to be done.
Now, Danny, again, you're in Cameron Parish where there was a mandatory evacuation. I was told earlier by your assistant director, Ashley, that there was roughly at least over 100 people that remained in the parish. Can you talk to us about that?
Yeah, and it's very sad to say. This process started with a voluntary evacuation on the lower part, and we made it mandatory lower Cameron Parish, and we made it all the entire parish. We exhausted all resources to try to get everyone to get out the parish. Social media, sheriff's office that went door to door. The ones that refused to leave, we took down names and addresses and contact information. We used social media. We even used elected officials to get on a personal webpage to enhance the message to the people. And I'm very sad about the fact that the people refuse to leave. That's a lot. Chances are somebody's not going to survive this. And the ones that stayed behind are in the communities that are most in the most deadly zone. Hackberry and Big Lake. We had two or three down in Johnson Bayou. It just doesn't make any sense to me. So it's very sad. We're going to come into some very somber days and weeks to come. I'm very heartbroken over this.
Now, Danny, I know you being in your parish and obviously being in a close-knit community, as we're getting closer to that hour for landfall, Ashley mentioned you'll have about 150 people there that refuse to leave. I mean, at this hour, what would you say to those residents that are listening right now and are preparing for this landfall?
Now, one good thing I knew, probably about 20 has changed their mind about midday and they left. But some of them just want to weather it out. I mean, some's going to survive, no doubt. And they'll have stories to tell, but the ones that didn't make it and their families will have stories to tell. It's very sad.
And Danny, I'm here with Chief Meteorologist Wade Hampton. He has a quick question for you, okay?
Okay.
Hey, Danny, how's it going?
Hey, good. I'm tired.
I hear you. Me too. Hey, I heard you telling Cinnamon here that there were folks that are staying. Do you know, are they in, some of the elevated structures that have been built since Rita and thinking that they're safe because of that? Or do you have any idea on that?
And some is not. I hate to say that some is an RV camper. They're not going to survive.
No.
And the ones that they got a better chance, the one that elevated and, they compared to Rita, and I'm like, this storm, it doesn't compare to those two, except that it's going to be greater.
Yeah.
It's something we've never seen, and you just can't convince them. It's very heartbreaking.
And Danny, I know Ashley mentioned that, y'all are on standby for when after this storm hits to have search and rescue, sent out to people. Is there roughly a time that y'all are ready to send people out after this storm hits?
Well, we're trying to look at the forecast to see when the weather condition will be, safe to go out. And we try to tell them that it could be 72 hours, even longer, before we can make it to if they need any help. We experienced that in Ike and in Rita, that people refused to leave and had to do search and rescue. And, they all have regrets, but then you get a different generation that thinks they can beat the storm. But with the water, you have to use watercraft to get down there because the water's going to stay at least till high Friday and into Saturday. We'd have to use some type of high water vehicles and watercraft. So, and then when the winds died down, but we're not going to risk our lives of people that made bad decisions.
Yes, sir. And Danny, let me ask you, where are you and the rest of your team riding out this storm this evening?
Well, right now, the Cameron Parish Sheriff's Office, they bunkered down in Allen Parish in Oakdale. And me and Ashton, and we're right here in Lake Charles.
And Danny, before we hang up, is there just anything else that I didn't ask that you just really wanted to communicate right now?
One one more plea. They got a short window to leave, especially on the ones on the north side of the parish. Get out, please. Just get in your vehicle and just keep on driving. You still got about an hour before the rains will come, and you can still drive in those tropical force winds, but please find better shelter.
Hey, Danny, one more question for maybe somebody at Johnson Bayou or Holly Beach that maybe wants to decide now. Is the Ellender Bridge open to traffic?
Yes, sir. As far as I know, it's open. Ellender shouldn't be closed. Then you got the Kelso Bayou Bridge also.
Right.
But I hadn't got any word that anything was closed.
Okay.
The only bridge that is closed on the Grand Lake is the Grand Lake Pontoon Bridge. But the Black Bayou Bridge is still open, and that's the designated evacuation route.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. I thought that was the case, but because we have a live picture out of Cameron, just right there near the school board office is where it's at, and there's already water on the road there, but it looks like it would be passable if someone wanted to try and get out.
Exactly, yeah, because it really gets higher than that on some high tide days, because I seen the video just about 15 minutes ago. Yes, it's all passable at this time. Yes, it is.
Well, Danny, we appreciate you. We appreciate your time. We know you're very busy. Please stay in contact with us. We want to keep your residents informed as much as we can throughout the night. So please just stay in contact with us, and thank you again.
Thank you very much for the outreach.
Yes, sir. All righty. Be safe.
All right, good night.
Again, that was Danny Laverne. He is the director for Cameron Parish OEP. Just mentioning how there is at least 100 residents in Cameron Parish that refuse to leave. We're praying for them. We are hoping that they're listening right now and staying with our coverage. If your power does go out, if you don't have service, just remember that we do have our 7 News app, our weather app as well. Those are definitely some resources you want to have. We are going to toss over right now to Rania. She has Billy Vincent on the phone.
Thank you, Cinnamon. I'm speaking with Billy Vincent, the Community Relations Manager for Acadian Ambulance here. The ambulances, if I'm correct, Mr. Vincent, are still running.
Yes, we still have ambulances out. Once the wind speed would go above 50 miles an hour, we would shut down operations until it would be safe to resume those operations again.
And sir, is there a specific time, or how are you monitoring the wind speeds?
We keep up with the weather through the National Weather Service, and as well as the state office and our local OSEP offices in the individual areas to make sure that we have accurate information for all areas that we are currently providing services.
And sir, will you be sending ambulances to all of the coverage area? I know we are seeing wind speeds and weather pickup in Cameron Parish. Are we still sending ambulances to all of the 5 parishes?
Yes, we still have coverage in all parishes around Calcasieu, with Calcasieu, Cameron, Beauregard, Jeff Davis, and Allen, and we still have services in all the surrounding parishes around there. We're still fully functional in every area that we cover.
And sir, all of the emergency rooms, of course, are open as well.
Yes, to the best of my knowledge, all emergency rooms are still open and are still running with their normal services. Obviously, as things change, that would be updated and that would be made public as well.
Sir, after the storm and after, I guess, the 50 miles per hour winds pass, how soon do you guys get on the road?
Oh, immediately. As soon as we're given the green light, we start responding to any calls that may have come in that we could not take care of during that time frame, and start taking care of those at the exact moment we're allowed back on the road.
And sir, in terms of power outages, what's the best way to contact you?
So the best way is to always call 911, and they will make sure to get the appropriate resources route to you, because sometimes an emergency just isn't us. We may need other resources to get to where you're at, and 911 has the ability to multi-dispatch all needs to you at once.
And sir, are we expecting a delay due to the inclement weather? Are there more ambulances out?
Oh no, if needed, we have resources that we can pull from the state to augment any response that we may have, so we don't see any shortfall in any assets or needs that we may have to respond to this event.
Sir, how does the pandemic really alter your guys' emergency procedures? I know for some of the emergency rooms, you have to still wear a mask if you'd like to go in.
Yes, so we still make sure that we wear the appropriate PPE for any call that we may have, and as well as responding to any facility that may require a certain level of PPE. And then if we're doing evacuations and we have COVID patients, we make sure we have the appropriate PPE for us to transport those patients.
And sir, you also mentioned that there are sometimes, sometimes due to the power, there are certain, for example, medical devices that could run also out of power. Do we communicate that to you?
Yeah, so if someone is dependent upon electricity for medical devices or something like that, and they lose power, they need to contact 911 immediately so that we can make sure that we get them the appropriate resources to get them picked up and relocated to a location where they'll be able to use those medical devices again.
And sir, again, with the weather, it's just the wind that affects you guys, correct?
Well, yeah, obviously the only other thing that would affect us would be flooding of roads, and we would have to, if there was no other way around another route, then we would get with the local emergency rescue services to provide us with a rescue mission to get to the individual to provide the care needed.
Thank you so much, sir. Is there anything I missed you'd like to add?
There's nothing that I can think of. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. We have Jillian Quarter next in Lake Charles on Ryan Street. Hey guys, here in Lake Charles at the lakefront, you can see that the rain is really starting to come down. It's starting to rain all over Lake Charles. We've been driving around a bit and those winds are picking up too. We're out here at the lakefront. This is a popular fishing spot for those that aren't familiar with it. Right here, just below the seawall. You walk down a few steps. This is where normally people are fishing, and you can see the water is lapping up over the edge. I've got a light here. I don't know if you can see that very well at all, but water already lapping up over the edge here. And of course, this isn't a greatly uncommon thing to see in downtown Lake Charles whenever we have some heavy rains, but this obviously water pushing in because of this storm, and this is expected to get a whole lot higher, far over my head in this particular position. In fact, 9 to 13 foot storm surge from ground level on the street. So really something to look out for. Again, water already coming up over this area here at the lakefront in downtown Lake Charles. Not a lot of people on the roads. It's always good to see, especially now. It's after 7 o'clock. That's when that curfew set by the Calcasieu Parish Sheriff. We talked to Tony Mancuso earlier. We're embedding with them. We're going to be staying with the sheriff's office all night tonight, seeing this thing through. And he was pleasantly surprised that more people did evacuate today. He yesterday was very nervous that a lot of people were not heeding that warning, were not getting out when they had the chance. And today he saw a lot more people this morning getting out, getting on Interstate 10, heading north, heading east, heading west, wherever they were going. They were getting to safer ground than being here in Lake Charles. So that's really good to see. Again, very few people out on the roads. We have still seen some traffic, some people here and there who are going to be riding this thing out. Hopefully they're finding a safe spot tonight, because again, this still would be the calm before the storm. It's just drizzling right now. The wind picking up here and there, gust of wind, water lapping over this, but imagine this a whole lot higher and a whole lot higher over the road too. So it's something definitely to keep in mind. Be safe if you're out on the roads, because the rain is starting to come down, which means water is pooling on some of those roads that usually collect water. And if you're from this area, you know which ones those are. Ryan Street, Kirkman Common, East School Street. Know which of those roads are going to hold water and be hard to travel through. You don't need to be out on the roads anyway. Again, curfew is in effect and they will stop you. In fact, we've been out on the road just for a little bit getting some footage around the area, and multiple people have come up to us asking if we're okay and we have a place to stay tonight. So hopefully you're not on the roads tonight. You've found good shelter. You found a safe, dry, high place to stay. A few cars going past right now. A lot of the people that we are seeing go past are in fact emergency response crews. So those are the people that you're really seeing on the roads right now. They're just checking to make sure that no one else is out and about, and we're hoping that that is in fact the case. We want everyone to be safe out there. Take this thing with all seriousness. Again, a lot of people are trying to compare this to Hurricane Rita. It's really unfair to try to compare another hurricane to another one. Everything is different with each storm. So be careful out there in your homes. Again, safe place from windows, a safe, high, dry place is where you need to be. So again, out here at the lakefront, we're going to keep tabs on everything here in Lake Charles best we can tonight, but we'll send it back to you in the studio for now.
And looks can really be deceiving. It's quiet there right now, but take a look at Cameron.
Yeah.
We were just seeing that. We're going to compare that shot.
We are.
We saw it earlier, and now water has risen so
there's,
much more.
There's the before shot.
That's
you can see the
before.
street, and then there's
And
the
there
current,
it is.
and we'll blow it up for you so you can see it full screen. You can see water is definitely up on the road. The parking lot has water. It's still not that deep yet, but it's definitely there. So, and remember, this water is going up. We've been watching this even off camera, and it's definitely going up, no doubt about it. That water level is going to rise, and it's likely to begin rising very rapidly. And of course, the power's still on as well, so as long as there's power, we'll be able to judge that water depth, I think. But unfortunately, as we all know, the power is going to go out at some point in this storm, so we will lose probably being able to see much of anything with that. But
And you know, when you look at that water rising so quickly, that's why it's so disheartening to hear
Yeah.
what Danny Laverne had to say about,
The folks still there.
100
Yeah.
people over there
Yeah.
decided to ride out the storm.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's just that Cajun way.
Mhm.
We feel that we're resilient and we can survive through anything. But it's really unfortunate that people decided to stay.
yeah, really anywhere in Cameron Parish, to be honest, but especially at the coast. That's the one that's the most disconcerting to me, that someone would think it's okay to stay at Johnson Bayou or Holly Beach or in Cameron or Grand Chenier, right next to the Gulf of Mexico, where the water is going to come up. But even inland, we've stressed for days this storm surge potential wasn't going to be just at the coastline, that was going to go farther inland. So, and I get it, a lot of buildings are elevated in a little bit, and I think that maybe is giving that false sense of security. I don't know, trying to read a little bit here into that maybe, but unfortunately, even if you are in an elevated home that's 15, 20 feet in the air, you might be thinking, well, I'm above that water height you keep saying. Well, yeah, you might be, but there's wave action on top of that could be double that height. And that still means your home or whatever building is going to be slammed by those waves that's going to hit it. And that's just like a wrecking ball that could be hitting your home. So even if you are elevated, that doesn't protect you all that much, especially when the storm this strong. If this was a Category 2 or 3 storm, you might, and I stress might, be okay in that. But this is not a Category 2 or 3 storm, as we know.
And storm surge is the most dangerous aspect of a hurricane as
Right.
far as death.
Right, yeah. Storm surge is the one that's the biggest killer, because a lot of people are trapped in their home. If you stayed in your house and then the water starts rising, you don't have anywhere to go. So you have to start going up. You get into an attic maybe or something, and then, if you get to that point and it keeps coming up, what do you do? And that's the problem with storm surge. That's why I've tried to stress, for the last 2 days, that this was going to be worse than Rita. So use that as a judge. And unfortunately, yeah, surge is the biggest issue. Wind is a problem too. I don't want to make too much light that it's just wind, because, when we're talking the amount of wind that we're dealing with, that still can cause catastrophic damage to homes, and maybe not just the wind itself, but it can cause trees to fall. And during Rita, that seemed to be what caused, I'd say, a lot of damage for sure. Were trees that
was the
fell.
dominant force.
That was the dominant force. But this storm is stronger than Rita. And here we will have trees that cause damage, yes, but because we're up to 150 mile per hour winds, we're into the level now where you're potentially destroying homes just with the wind, with nothing else involved, not a tree, not a tornado in a storm. It's the pure wind that could destroy. Because think about this, if the wind gets into your home, it has to get out somewhere. So if it breaks a window or knocks a door down, that wind gets pushed in, and it's kind of like a balloon. You blow up a balloon and you keep blowing it up and eventually it pops. Well, that's what's going to happen to a building, your home or whatever. Once the wind gets in, it's got to get out, and usually that's through the roof, and that's what usually forces a roof off. Maybe if you're lucky, it's another window on the other side of the house.
In my situation for
Yeah, you
Hurricane
had this.
Rita, I had the fortunate situation. At the time, I didn't think it was fortunate. I was devastated.
Right.
But it totally blew my front door off. Double doors that were deadbolt.
Right.
Just blew it off the hinge, and from what you guys explained to me, was kind of a good thing, because
Absolutely.
that wind, that it needed to go somewhere.
It needed to go somewhere. So yeah, let's do kind of a little recap here, Cynthia. We are at the top of the hour, or just after it now. If we want to pull up our weather graphic system in just a second. At first, you are looking at the I-10 bridge. You can see what's going on there. There still appears to be a wreck or something going on there. There has the right lane block that's heading toward the Westlake vicinity from Lake Charles. But there's the latest advisory. Of course, Hurricane Center updates things every hour as a storm like this makes landfall. And you can see winds now sustained at 150 miles per hour. That part's not different. The part that is different, notice that last line, the air pressure continuing to fall. Now down to 937 millibars. And I'm going to put this into play over real quick. And there you go. You can actually see the storm as it's making its progress, getting closer and closer to land. That eye still very well defined. I don't see any great signs of any problems that are going to cause this to weaken quickly. And of course, that window of opportunity is growing short. But the fact that that air pressure is now down to 937 millibars is concerning. That means still a strengthening storm right up until landfall, and that just means, yeah, 150 now. That still leaves open that window of opportunity for this to potentially become a Category 5 hurricane before it makes landfall. And, you know, Cynthia and I were talking a minute ago, you know, really it doesn't matter if it does that or not, because the 7 miles per hour difference to go from where it's at now to Category 5 really doesn't matter at all. To see the difference between that is not going to change anything at all. The damage is going to be the same, storm surge will be the same. The only thing that would be different if it were to go to Category 5 would be the history book notation, that this would be interesting in the fact that Category 5s are relatively rare, and to have one make landfall would give a note in the history book, if you will. So please don't think that, well, if it makes it, that makes it even worse. Sure, it is a little stronger, but very little difference between where we are now and where we are at Category 5. If this had another 12 hours offshore, I would be even more concerned that it could continue its strengthening progress right up until landfall. But thankfully, we are about 6 hours or so. In fact, Jacob Durham is here as well, and he did a little math a minute ago. It's about 80 miles or so offshore at roughly 15 miles per hour. That's about 5 hours from making landfall. So here we are at 8 o'clock, so that would put us at about 1 a.m. or so. That's still pretty close to right on time with what we have been telling you the last couple of days. You can kind of see at the bottom of your screen the line. It's definitely making more of that northward motion now than what it was earlier. Earlier, it was making that westward motion, but late this afternoon, it definitely made this more northward jog, and it's likely to continue moving north. But you remember, I know I was on still at the KPLC studio around 2 o'clock and told you these little wobbles and whatnot did not matter. It was not going to change anything for us, that even if it wobbled a little east, a little west, that we were still under the gun with this, that no matter what, we were going to see that. Now it's moving north. Even if it wobbles left, right, because you can kind of still see those little lines where they kind of snake along west to east, doesn't change things. This storm is still so wide. In fact, Jacob's right off camera. I'm going to let him switch this over to radar, if you will, and we'll kind of do what we were doing at the studio earlier, and we'll do a little math and show you the screen. We'll take it a second to load. There's the radar. That's the Lake Charles and Fort Polk radar. Some light rain beginning to fall in Lake Charles. Head offshore and show you what's going on there. You can see the eye. Let's do the math again on that, Jacob, and kind of show folks from Cameron to the coastline to the eye. You can see now about 76 miles or so. That is still roughly about 5 hours. Just shy of that is how long before that will make landfall. But let's do the width of the eye again, and you'll notice we did this earlier, and it was 40, I know, the first time I asked you to do it. Then we were down to 30, and now we're down to about 25 or less.
Yeah, it's still decreasing in its size, which is just kind of adding to the fact that this storm is strengthening. It's got a more concentric eye around, so that is definitely allowing this storm to strengthen, hence the reason our pressure is now down to 937 millibars.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be shocked if those winds do go up, but like you said, it's not going to make a difference 10 miles per hour here or there. You're not going to be able to tell that difference.
No, not at all. And let's actually measure from right over here near the Rockefeller, which is, of course, the parish line between Cameron and Vermilion offshore to where the eye is. I know that's a shorter distance, and you can see the edge of the eye only about 50 miles or so offshore. And of course, remember that area that is shaded in that dark red coloration right near the top of the eye, that is where the worst weather is located. That's the strongest weather. That's the strongest winds that are located there. So we still got a little time before things are going to really go downhill. Things are going to get worse with time in Cameron. It'll be a kind of a gradual process at first, and then things rapidly get worse exponentially with time. It's just going to be a very quick thing once we get, I'd say, in another 3 hours or so, probably, say closer to 11 o'clock maybe, for those in Cameron. For those few of you that have stayed in Cameron, things probably aren't going to change much in the next 1 to 2 hours at least, and then definitely getting worse much more rapidly with time as we head later on tonight. So that's kind of the reset of things. I've been watching the Hurricane Hunter plane. They're out there as well. Actually, 2 different planes are out there surveying the storm. They'll continue to do so as long as this storm is over water. Once it's over land, they will stop doing that, since we don't need their services once it's over land. We'll have some of the land-based reporting stations to help as long as they stay up with power. But once again, the dangerous Hurricane Laura getting closer and closer to landfall, and likely to make a landfall sometime later on tonight. Again, likely sometime just after midnight across southwest Louisiana. So I'm going to bring in our reporter Ashley Joseph, and she has Vinton Mayor Kenneth Stinson on the phone. So come on in, Ashley, and let's hear from Mayor Stinson.
Yes, so Mayor Stinson, thank you so much for joining us. First, just tell me, where's your location right now?
I'm actually in City Hall in Benton.
So you're riding out the storm. Kind of give us an update. Tell us, what are the conditions looking like as Laura closes in on the Benton area?
About between 4 and 5 o'clock, we had one of those squall bands come through, and it dumped a pretty good amount of rain. I'd say probably a half to 3/4 of an inch in a pretty short period of time. But since then, we haven't really had anything but just some sprinkles. In fact, the sun came out and there was a rainbow. It was really one of the prettiest rainbows I'd ever seen. But we know the worst is coming, but right now it's just, we have a light sprinkle outside. I just walked outside before you called me.
Gotcha. Now, of course, we've been preparing and keeping the public informed on all of the preparations leading up to Laura. Kind of tell us, what did those preparations look like in the Benton area? Were there shelters set up? Did you guys provide resources for people to get out of there in time?
Well, the parish did, Coxsackie Parish did, and we were very grateful for that. They came out with buses and picked those people up that wanted to leave, took them to Burton, and then they were, taken from there to other shelters. We didn't offer any shelters here because of the situation that we were in. We were urging people to leave. Yesterday, the news wasn't quite so bad, so a lot of people were deciding to stay. But when things kind of started ramping up and the storm looked like it was going to, intensify, a lot of people did leave. I would say 50% of the people stayed, 50% left. I'm just guessing right now. Our police department did reach out on Facebook and ask those that stayed to contact them and let them know, so in the morning when we go out, we can go be checking on them, making sure they're okay.
For sure. Have you guys had, what's it been like call-wise? Have you guys gotten any calls within these last few hours here from residents who may have stayed, maybe thinking they made the wrong decision? Kind of, have you guys performed any search and rescue efforts at this time?
No, ma'am, we have not. Our police department, our fire department are both manned very well for this situation that we're in. They've been out and around. They have come in and started parking at things because, as you know, when the wind reaches about 40 miles an hour, they're going to hunker down so that they're not injured or whatever. So when the time does arise that they have to do any kind of rescues or go find people or help people, they'll be able to.
For sure. With the projections of the damage and the strong force winds that Laura could bring to this area, kind of talk to me. I want to talk to you now a little bit about storms in the past. Southwest Louisiana is no stranger to storm activity. Kind of talk to me a little bit about your biggest concerns concerning Laura, and kind of what was some of the recovery efforts due from the last hurricane or the last major storm that we saw in Vinton. Kind of talk to me about what are you most concerned with, given with this storm?
Well, Reed, I guess, was the last major storm in 2005. This storm is following pretty much the same path and a lot of the same characteristics. We do our own electric here in Benton, so really electric
electricity is my biggest concern. We're going to have a lot of trees down, power lines down, that we're going to have to get out there and get the roads cleared and get the power back up. In Rita, we were out about 2 weeks on power, so I'm hoping it won't be that, but you know, we don't know right now until we see how this thing comes through. Also, water. You know, we just want to make sure there'll be damages and water will be, you know, coming out of broken pipes. So we want to get out in the morning and shut those off and make sure that we keep our potable water supply up and running. Other than that, it's just the safety of the citizens. Also, those that stay, we want to get out and make sure they're all okay, and you know, make sure there's no injuries or anything else.
For sure. Any last words for those residents that that did stay, Mayor Stinton? Kind of take us into the atmosphere right now. You are one of those who are planning to ride out the storm. Kind of, what's your state of mind right now?
Well, I'm not going to mince words. It's scary. You know, with the increase in the speed and all that. I'm concerned. I'm concerned for our community. I'm concerned for those people that stay. I ask the people to just stay in their house, stay in the center room with no windows. You know, just do the best you can and know that our people are here. But during those times, we're not going to be able to get out and help them. We're not going to be able to put our people at risk to come out and help them. But as soon as the weather permits, our fire department, our police department, our public works will be out, and we will be doing everything we can to help our citizens.
Again, thank you so much, Mayor Stinson, for taking the time out to speak to us. If you don't mind, we'll definitely want to keep you on standby and check in with you on just to see what the conditions are looking like there in Vin. Thank you.
I doubt there's going to be any sleeping tonight, so call anytime.
Thank you. And now we'll turn it back over to Chief Meteorologist Wade Hampton.
Yeah, and continuing to watch the latest radar picture here with respect to Hurricane Laura. It's been a long couple of days. I was almost going to say tropical storm, Cynthia, but Hurricane Laura, and somebody correct me if I say a wrong name too, because it's been a long couple of days.
Certainly understand.
Yeah, we've both been there, haven't we? But yeah, you can see the radar here, and let's do another tour. We'll start here. Let's show those couple of rain bands that are moving through Lake Charles first. Meteorologist Jacob Durham is here helping out as well. Of course, earlier you saw Ben Terry and meteorologist Zach Fradella. We appreciate his help from our sister station, WVUE in New Orleans. Really appreciate having the help. And of course, we appreciate all the folks here at WAFB being so hospitable to us to allow us to come over and take over part of their newsroom. But there's the rain. You can see some very light. Good news, it is just light rain, but it is rain nonetheless all the way along I-10 from Orange to Lake Charles to Jennings and all the way over to Lafayette. But I know it looks light. You might be saying, well, that's nothing. Well, still, even if it's light rain, it still can push stronger winds from a little higher up down to the ground level. But as you can see, coming up from the bottom, let's move a little farther south there, and you can see the kind of more yellow colorations coming into the southeast corner of Cameron Parish, the southwest portion of Vermilion Parish. That's a little bit heavier rain, and that's where the wind is going to be even stronger yet. That's probably where the strongest weather is at this moment, is there in the southeast corner of Cameron Parish. So places like the Rockefeller Wildlife Refuge over to all the way over to Grand Chenier, and things are going to begin to go downhill even around the Grand Chenier area very soon as well, and you can see that as well. And of course, if we widen back out and kind of go offshore, you'll notice that the stronger storms, there's some stronger storms. Actually, can you stop the loop there real quick, Jacob? And actually, you can see some of those heavier bands, darker colorations there. Let's kind of measure those, if you don't mind, Jacob, and we'll actually show how far those are off the coastline as far as the distance is concerned. Keep going, over to your right. There you go. Nope. That one, there we go. You can see those are about 10 miles off the coast. Now, they're going to keep moving in a westerly direction, but they're getting closer and closer, and we begin to see those darker reflectivities, as we call it here in meteorology, those darker colors on the map of the radar. That's where you have the stronger rain, the stronger wind is going on in those specific storms. So when those begin to move ashore, expect it to get very gusty Winds could gust over 40, 50 miles per hour as far as with those specific storms. And of course, it'll only get worse. You can see at the very bottom of the screen, that really dark red, that's the eye wall, that's the northern eye wall. That's where you're going to have the really, really, really bad weather. And again, that's not too far off the immediate coastline either. There you go. You can see you might measure it from the bottom up, and it might do that a little bit better, Jacob. There's a banner in the way. There you can see. I'll estimate at about 50 miles offshore is how far that's offshore. And Cynthia, I know you have someone on the phone.
Yes, I do. I have my compadre, John Bridges.
Yes.
John, what do you have for us?
Well, good evening, Cynthia and Wade. Yeah, I'm in Sulphur. I just popped in to check on the house real quick here in the neighborhood, and I'm about to head back to the Sulphur Police Department. KPLC Assistant News Director Rhonda Kitchens is also stationed there with me.
So you guys are going to be embedded with the police there?
Right. They are at City Hall, and there's a crew of Public Works employees as well as police, fire, marshal's office gathered there. They're ready. They're answering calls now, but whenever the situation gets to where the winds are too high, they won't be able to go out. They'll just have to stay there until the next morning. They're planning to hit out on the road as soon as the storm clears and see what needs to be done.
So you've checked on your home, everything is okay. What's going through your mind? You know, those of us who were able to, hightail it on the interstate and make it here to Baton Rouge out of harm's way. What are you thinking right now, John?
There's a lot of things going through my mind. First and foremost, I see all the people that have either for a reason are still here. And myself included, but I'm in a special area where they will take care of me. But I really fear for those that are in their homes by themselves and who maybe have never gone through something like this before. It's scary. I've heard several people talking about being in a home during a storm like Rita. There's a lot of noises. It's pitch dark. Especially, I've heard of several people who are by themselves. And that concerns me, and so I go. That's first and foremost in my mind. The second is that, my goodness, we just did this with Rita, wasn't it last year? No, 15 years ago. So,
yeah, it doesn't seem that long, does it?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. And I'm trying to remember. A lot of people are doing the same thing, trying to remember what worked, what didn't work back then, and try to learn from those experiences in helping us deal with what we're dealing with tonight.
Yeah, well, we're about 6 hours away from landfall. John, you guys be safe over there. I know you're going to be embedded with the police department there, and they're going to take good care of you, but please stay out of harm's way.
Sure will, and I just wish the best for everyone who's listening, who's still here in the area, and we'll be with you all night. KPLC will be with you all night, so we'll be your friend.
All right, stay in touch for us. Thanks, John.
Thanks, Cynthia. Good night.
Thanks. Good night. Be safe. I tell you what, it's incredible. It's incredible hearing about it from Cameron Parish.
It is.
From Danny about people who decided to stay, and now John tells us the same thing in his neighborhood in Sulphur. And we can only hope the best for them.
Yeah, that's all we can do at this point. Yeah, because it's too late. Yeah, it's really too late to really think of getting on the road because the biggest problem would if you tried to get on the road. I know you might be seeing that radar picture and thinking, well, boy, it sure isn't raining a whole lot. Maybe it would be okay. In a normal sense, yes, you might. But my fear at this point is if anything goes wrong. You have a flat tire. You run out of gas because finding gas is a problem. You and I ran into that. You wanted to stop for some fuel, and you went to 2 stations that did not, and then finally the third did.
Finally, third time's a charm.
And this is over here. That was just outside of Baton Rouge along US 190. So I know it's a problem in Lake Charles. I know I tried last night and had to go to probably a dozen stations to find gas. So that's a problem. And wrecks. There could be a wreck that could cause problems too.
I've got a phenomenon that I want to ask you about as I watch that. Of course, this is a big storm.
It is.
And we're talking about Southwest Louisiana. But people in Lafayette, I know there are a lot of people in Lafayette who decided that they weren't going to leave.
Yeah.
Are they going to get the brunt of this storm, or are they going to get a lot of it?
They're going to feel a lot of it. And I know some friends that went to Lafayette to ride it out, which is better because the storm surge isn't going to be as much of a so from that sense, you're okay. But yeah, you're still, you know, Lafayette's there. If you kind of move down, that would be about right there on the screen. And yeah, you're still going to feel at least very strong tropical storm force winds, maybe even near hurricane force winds, especially gusts. Gusts to hurricane force are still going to happen in Lafayette. It's just we won't be talking about these triple-digit wind speeds that most of our viewing is going to see, but certainly yes. And of course, anytime you talk about winds, tropical storm force or so, that's enough to cause power outages potentially. So, you know, that's another problem to think about. So those of you in Lafayette, I would expect there could be power outages, probably more sporadic than Southwest Louisiana.
All right, we're going to check in with Lindsay Thompson, who has Gregory Hennigan on the phone, and Gregory is with the Golden Nugget.
Hey, Gregory, can you hear me? All right. Well, first, I just want to ask you what kind of things you're getting prepared for the impact of the storm at the Golden Nugget.
So we've basically removed any object that can be turned into a flying projectile, so to make sure that none of our windows are broken. We've also boarded up many of our doors on property and sandbagged as well to try to keep out any storm surge. So we feel that we're pretty ready.
Mm-hmm. And what kind of damage are y'all concerned about? Y'all are close to the water over there. Are y'all concerned about the storm surges or the wind, or what's the most concern you have right now?
Really, the storm surge is our biggest concern. So we're sitting about 12 feet above sea level. You know, some of the maps that we've seen have indicated that the surge may exceed that. So that's our biggest worry, because, you know, water just does a tremendous amount of damage.
And are there any plans for guests in those lower rooms in case of flooding? What are y'all's emergency protocols in that aspect?
Yes, so we've set up laundry carts in our ballroom filled with blankets as well as water. So if there's any danger, if any guest has a window blown out or their rooms start to experience storm surge, we'll get them to the ballroom and they can ride out the rest of the storm there.
And do you believe the Golden Nugget is a sound building enough to sustain a Category 4 hurricane?
I believe so. You know, it's pretty well fortified. It's you know, it's being the newest building. It was built to the greatest standards. But you know, once you have that storm surge, once water can get in, it's tough to fight a surge anytime.
Mm-hmm. And can you just tell us what you're seeing right now, since you are in the path of the hurricane? What you're seeing right now, and what your main concerns are for yourself?
So right now, when we look outside, it's still relatively calm. We really aren't, you know, it's breezy, but it's very little rain, and we aren't seeing much at all. But obviously as the night progresses, we expect to see a lot worse. So we'll be up, we'll be ready to help guests, and we've got a pretty good team here. So we hope for the best.
All right, and I just want to thank you for speaking with us today, and you stay safe, all right?
You as well. Stay safe as well.
All right, now I'm going to toss it back to Cynthia.
All right, and we've got some information from DOTD. We just found out that the Interstate 10 westbound has been shut down from the Atchafalaya Basin Bridge to the Texas state line. Once again, I-10 westbound has been shut down from the Atchafalaya Basin Bridge to the Texas state line.
Yeah, absolutely, Cynthia. You can understand why this storm is increasing in intensity and is still moving up from the south, and it's going to be affecting areas right along I-10 heading westbound. It's not safe to get out and travel. We've been telling people it's already too late to evacuate, and this just heads and kind of adds to what we've been saying as they have shut down the westbound lane. I guess eastbound is still open, but we are still going to continue to track these heavier rain bands moving in from the south as Laura does approach the coastline once again about 5 hours away from landfall. So we're definitely going to be tracking very strong winds moving through Cameron Parish. Now you can see those heavier rain bands making their way through our region, and only the worst still to come as the eye wall begins to make its way towards southwest Louisiana towards the Cameron Parish coastline. If we kind of take a look a little bit closer into Cameron Parish, you can take a little bit a closer look. You can see some of those heavier rain pockets moving through the Grand Chenier region, pushing back up into Cameron Parish as well. And as Wade alluded to just a minute ago, some of those heavier rain bands, those dark oranges as well as those reds indicating some of the stronger storms, they're moving onshore. And this is all pushing all that water onshore as we took a look at the Cameron coastline just a little bit ago in downtown Cameron, right there near the motel, the gas station that is along Highway 82. That has been since covered with water.
It's been rising quickly.
And it's been rising quickly. As you mentioned, we've been watching it here live, and that is continuing to show just the power of these winds pushing all that surge in. And it's only going to get worse as we head through the overnight hours. So you might be dealing with tropical storm force winds in Cameron now, but give it another hour or two and we're probably going to be dealing with more of those hurricane force winds.
Conditions going down. When we saw Jillian earlier in Lake Charles, and just quiet and peaceful.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hardly any rain, but those looks can be deceiving.
Exactly. That's the thing. We've been looking in Lake Charles and kind of talking to people, and the guy we just interviewed from the Golden Nugget, he said that it was, calm and peaceful out there. And so don't let your guard down if you're still in Lake Charles. I want you to go ahead and know that we are expecting hurricane conditions, and we're going to be seeing that coming up relatively shortly. Right now, we're still expecting a 12 o'clock to 1 o'clock landfall with this system, so it's something we're going to have to continue to watch. But yeah, I know we talked about a couple of people still left in Johnson Bayou towards Holly Beach. If you're there, you need to be in the interior part of your house right now and hunkering down.
All right, we're going to have Cinnamon Cornell come on with us because she's going to talk to somebody who's got information about the shelters in Beauregard Parish, right?
Correct, Cynthia. I'm on the phone with Deputy Greenman out of Beauregard Parish with Homeland Security. Now, Deputy, you gave me a call because you said you had some important information in regards to available shelters. We are live here with plenty of residents watching. Please let us know what they need to know in regards to shelters in Beauregard Parish.
Yes, ma'am. We have currently reached our capacity at the Pinewood Elementary Shelter here in DeRidder, and had to open up a secondary shelter at the First Pentecostal Church here in DeRidder, which is located at 120 Malone Street. That shelter is also starting to reach capacity, and we will be shutting that shelter down within an hour. I would advise the citizens, if you have not evacuated yet, then you need to go ahead and start taking shelter in place now. Time is definitely running out.
Yes, sir. Now, do you have a time frame of when that second shelter that you mentioned will be shutting down?
Again, we are starting to reach that capacity, so probably within an hour.
Now, the two shelters that you've mentioned, how many people were y'all able to take into that first shelter that you mentioned? It's at capacity. How many people are there?
75. We're trying to stick with the guidelines for the CDC recommendation because of the COVID situation.
And that second shelter, when it's at capacity, how many people will be there?
75 as well.
So 75 at both shelters. Now, as you mentioned, in the height of this storm, while we are going through this right now, we also have to be aware of COVID-19, of the pandemic. What has that been like with just navigating that along with the storm?
We have officers at these shelters, and we're trying to maintain that social distancing. We haven't had any issues at this time with that. Everything's been running real smooth. Most of our people who are sheltering in place, or sheltering at these shelters, they're elderly, and like I said, they're really doing a great job doing the job out there and keeping that social distancing.
And Deputy, the people that are coming to these shelters, obviously, here within the next several hours, the storm is going to be making landfall. How long do you expect the people to remain at these shelters?
We're going to hold them until the wind starts receding below 45. We are going to reach out to GOSEP and try to get them out of here because we're expecting quite a bit of damage within our parish, and trying to get state to assist us with that.
Now let me ask you this, when that second shelter reaches capacity here pretty soon, do you have any recommendations for anyone that might not be able to make it to that shelter and are seeking another shelter? Do you have any advice for those?
No, ma'am, I do not have any advice for them yet because we do not have any other shelters. The secondary shelter was our last step that we can take. I just want to tell everybody that go ahead and start taking shelter in place now.
Yes, sir. And is there any other important information at this time that you think the residents of Beauregard Parish need to know?
No, ma'am, not at this time. Just pray for all of us.
Yes, sir. We'll do. Thank you, Deputy Greenman. I really appreciate it. And if there's any further updates, please just let us know.
Thank you, ma'am.
Alrighty, sir. Be safe. Bye-bye. Again, that was Deputy Greenman out of Beauregard Parish just talking about very important information in regards to shelters out there. He is reminding people that that secondary shelter will reach full capacity here very quickly. They're taking 75 people total at that secondary location. So if you are in need of a shelter, please, please, please go there.
All right, thanks a lot, Cinnamon. Appreciate the coverage on that one, and good to hear that information as well. There's a look at the radar one more time, and you can see those rain bands continuing to move closer and closer to the coastline. Some heavier rain, which again, we're not concerned about the amount of rain as much here, but remember, when you see the heavier rain showing up, that's an indication of where the stronger winds are occurring. So again, I cannot stress enough, things are going to go downhill at a slow pace initially, and then at a very rapid rate, things will go downhill in Cameron Parish. And again, if you're watching us in Cameron Parish, you're one of those that have decided to stay, it's just too late to think about leaving at this point. If you're north of there, there's a very minuscule window left, maybe if you really wanted to do it. But at this point, I think it's worth saying you need to plan on staying in wherever you're at. Find that safest spot in your home, and I can't stress this enough. Maybe if you just started watching this, what I recommend is treating this as if it was the tornado idea. The most center point of your home, wherever you can get, usually a bathroom or closet would be even better, but sometimes those are not in the middle of your home. I realize that, but you may want to sacrifice having a window versus not if it's the smallest part of your home. And the idea here is a small room, if the roof comes off, the walls usually collapse. When the roof comes off of a home, the walls are unstable and they'll fall. So if you're in a small room like your bathroom and the walls were to fall, odds are they're going to hit other things besides you in it, meaning they may hit the other wall on the other side. It may hit some of the bathroom appliances like the tub, especially if you have a cast iron tub, remember, or even a steel tub. Remember, that's another layer of protection in there. And of course, there's pipes in the wall, which doesn't provide a lot of protection, but it adds maybe a minuscule amount of strength to the walls. But again, it's the idea that if the walls fall, they could hit each other instead of fully collapsing on you. Any children out there that have witnessed my school talks in the past, we go over this a lot when we talk about tornado safety. So again, this is kind of just a huge tornado is a good way to look at this, because the strength of this is really stronger than most of our tornadoes that we would experience. But again, an interior room in your home, go there. A bicycle helmet, something like that, if you have one, put one on. That just provides another layer of protection. If you are in your home and things fall, there could be debris flying. If you have that helmet on, it protects your head somewhat. And take that mattress with you. If you can get a mattress in there with you into the bathroom or whatever room you choose to ride this out in, the idea of the mattress is it provides another layer of protection, something that would protect if things are falling or being blown around inside your home. And I also want to stress, please make sure you have a phone charger, because you want to have this. You want to keep your phone charged, because that's your kind of link to the outside world. You'll be able to watch us right here on KPLC on our First Alert weather app, our news app as well. So make sure you have that on your phone. And now we will be simulcasting over on some of our FM radio partners as well, as long as those facilities stay up and running, which obviously we have no control over. The weather is going to dictate that more, but we will be over on the Town Square Media Group and Gator 995 and all of their group later on tonight, and probably even at this moment. I haven't heard from my friend Mike Swallow, but I'm going to assume if not, we're going to be on there very soon as well as far as information. And if you do go to that safe room, one more thing. Take a hammer or crowbar or anything like that that you might have, if you have one. And the reason why, in case things do fall in on you, it would give you a way to maybe help pull or pry things out of your way. Because realize that we've talked to all the local officials, we talked to Sheriff Tony Mancuso, we've talked to all the other officials in other parishes, and remember, they're not going to send help to you until the wind subsides enough that it's safe to get their folks out there. So you're not going to be able to call 911 and say, hey, my house is collapsed around me, I need help. They're going to tell you, unfortunately, that you're going to have to wait. So, you know, that's why having that ability, maybe if you needed to move things, you could. And again, I realize everyone may not have that, but even if you don't, maybe if you have something in your home that could work as a crowbar, which would be kind of like a levering device, you know, any sort of, you know, maybe a big lamp that has on a post or something like that to help. And you got some info.
Okay, I've got some information. We want to do a little correction here. We told you that Interstate 10 westbound was closed. We're just getting information that is incorrect information. They have not closed down that portion of the interstate, and that's good news, I guess, you know, for those people who might still be out there trying to get out. So that information about Interstate 10 westbound being closed, that is incorrect. I-10 is still open and westbound.
At least for now.
Yeah.
And I've heard some behind the scenes info that may be coming though.
Right,
so we will keep you posted. I know there was a wreck there a little earlier. I think that might be where the confusion happened, is there was a wreck there, or at least something. There were some emergency vehicles on the road there, I know. So
when you were talking about the tornadoes, that's very interesting. Because that is a very prevalent part of hurricanes.
Yeah, the individual tornadoes too. Right. Sure, those happen inside of storms as well. And you know, when we talk severe weather, you've been here, you know, to see these too. When we see a cold front or something in the fall or spring, you know, we usually can pinpoint tornadoes a little bit better. Unfortunately, because it's a tropical system, we're not going to be able to pinpoint. And besides, I want you to be in your safe place anyway when this hurricane's coming ashore. So there's really not a need to really pinpoint them too much anyway, because you need. Yeah, but they do cause the damage sometimes. You know, you can see those. I remember after Rita, there's a few spots that I remember south of town, not too far from the airport, where there was a swath of pine trees that were just blown over or snapped, and that was more than likely a tornado that went through that vicinity, not too far from your house actually. And those happen. They definitely happen in hurricanes, and each hurricane is different anyway. But each hurricane, some have more tornadoes than others. Mostly they're on the right side, but even that's not always the case. This storm looks like it has more of its weather on the east side. There's definitely less rain on the west side, but that doesn't mean that there's no wind. It just means there's less rain. You may remember this picture where after Rita was near shore. Remember the southern half didn't have any rain at all. Yes. It almost looked like a half a hurricane, and there was something wrong. Well, it was just the dry air that was getting pulled into Rita kind of made all the rain disappear. It was a weird look. But just because there's no wind does not mean, or no rain does not mean there's no wind. The wind is still there. It is still an area of low pressure. The wind is spread out over the entire storm. It's not just in one spot. And you may be wondering why the radar looks like it does. You may say, well, hey, it looks like that thing you're describing, Wade, that there's only a half of this hurricane eye. Well, most of that is because the radar itself is, of course, based in Lake Charles. This one is the Lake Charles National Weather Service radar at the airport. So it is based there, and it's seeing the top half or northern half of this storm much better. The southern half is still much farther away, and the radar beam has to go through the entire storm to see here. Now, I might argue there may be some hints of some dry air trying to be pulled in too, but I think more of this is just the radar dynamics at play, that it's farther away and it just makes it look like it's not raining, or that this eye wall is only a half of an eye wall. We'll see when it gets closer to land, but even if it was just a half of an eye wall, that's still a very, very, very dangerous half of an eye wall to get through.
I'm kind of jumping ahead of myself.
That's okay.
Because, you know, the hurricane has not even made landfall. But I would like for you to address the situation that happens many times after a hurricane. For example, after Rita. Rita, of course, impacted Southwest Louisiana. We had a direct hit, devastation. The southeastern part or south central part of Louisiana was not affected. But the day after
the surge,
the folks had to evacuate. They thought they had made it through the storm because they were not supposed to be affected by Hurricane Rita, and they weren't because we took the brunt of it.
Right.
But the day after, they were packing up and having to leave. Address that.
Yeah, and it's kind of part of the way the storm works. You know, the Gulf's being pushed toward the coast, and it's more packed closer to where the winds are the strongest near the storm. But once the storm moves inland, you've got this kind of swath there at the very bottom of your screen that's pushing up. Now, it's not as strong, but it's still strong enough that you get that surge. And some of that comes down to just the way our coastline works, because it's such a very shallow coast anyway, even across the entire state. So it doesn't take much to push that water
And to
into
swell
that
all
area.
those tributaries.
Absolutely, absolutely, yeah. So that's kind of where we stand as far as the radar is concerned on hurricane lore. There you can see, once again, the close-up view of the radar. See the center of circulation getting closer and closer. Let's do a quick measurement on that, if you don't mind, Jacob, while you're right there.
While Jacob's getting that, I'm going to do a correction to the correction. You're right.
Oh,
you know, we initially said that I-10 westbound was closed, and we were told that was not correct. Now we've got a correction saying I-10 westbound will be closed right now. So it's happening now. I-10 westbound from the Atchafalaya Basin Bridge to the Texas state line. So I-10 westbound is closing right now.
Yeah, and not surprising to see that, because they just don't want folks on the road at this point, and it's going to get much more dangerous with time tonight as the wind begins to pick up. They don't want folks out there on the roadway. I asked Jacob to do a quick measurement on that, and you can see now we're down to 67 miles or so from the coastline of Cameron, or from Cameron itself to offshore. We're still moving at, what was our speed? We're still at 16 miles per hour. So it's hard to talk and do two things at one time. So 67 divided by 16.
15, sorry. But give or take, yeah.
So roughly, like I said, it helps when the phone cooperates, about 4.5 hours or so from landfall. So we'll continue to watch that. There'll be another update coming in about 15 minutes from the National Hurricane Center as far as the track and, more importantly, or not the track, but the wind speed and the air pressure. And we'll see how that. Turn it over to reporter Teresa Schmidt. Teresa?
I had received a phone call from somebody in the Lake Charles area who had already evacuated to a safe place and was concerned because one of their family members was still at work in one of the industries. And so I contacted Jim Rock, who is the director of the Lake Area Industry Alliance, just to talk to him a little bit about how this works and who has to work, and are people forced to work, and are people in danger, and that sort of thing. And so, first of all, he told me that he believes at this point that all of the plants have shut down and secured their facilities, and that they are ready to ride out the storm. Now, you know, some of the plants don't have to have anybody there holding things down, but others have employees inside, and they call them the ride-out crew. And apparently they have to be there in order to, you know, monitor things like the levels in tanks and that sort of thing. And so they have to have, I guess you'd call it a skeleton crew, kind of monitoring everything continuously, and making sure that everything is safe, and also making sure that ultimately when the storm passes that they can start up again. Now, of course, employee safety is very important for this ride-out crew, these people who have to be there to keep things running. He says that the people who are members of the ride-out crew are in buildings that have been rated for hurricane force winds, and of course they have food and supplies. But he says that that only involves a very few employees. We also talked a little bit about, you know, what happens when the hurricane hits these facilities. I mean, we've all been horrified to see what it does to some of our homes and other structures. Well, he says that all of these petrochemical plants and the oil refineries have been designed to withstand hurricane force winds. And so these plants, after the storm passes, these plants should be there and stand ready to start up once the storm has passed. Now, I remember Harvey in Houston, and there were a lot of people who were upset about leaks and spills and that sort of thing. And so I asked him, you know, do they think that we're going to have this kind of problem after this storm passes? He admits that whether that is a problem in our area will depend on the severity of the storm. In other words, on the wind speed and the storm surge. Damage is always a concern when they try to restart these plants, but he says what they do is they send in storm inspectors, and anyway, they try to make sure it's safe, and if there are any repairs that need to be made, they do that before they attempt to start them up. So back to you.
And we'll address this real quick. There is a tornado warning that was issued for, and thank you, Teresa. We will address, there's a quick tornado warning, but as I've told you, we expect these to continue off and on through the rest of the night tonight. And because hopefully you're already in your safe place anyway, since the weather is deteriorating, and we're not going to spend a ton of time tracking individual tornadoes like we would in a normal severe weather event, because you already need to be in your safe shelter anyway. So, but just a heads up, there is a tornado warning that is in effect for southeast corner of Cameron Parish. That's for an individual thunderstorm or likely a little tornado that could be in those bands, but I expect more of these as these bands come ashore, moving inland from the Gulf of Mexico. It's very common to see tornadoes happen. They're usually very quick, short-lived tornadoes, or what we call spin-up tornadoes, but they definitely do happen. So again, just a heads up, that is happening the southwest corner of Vermilion, southeast corner of Cameron Parish. There is a tornado warning in effect, but all of the weather will continue to deteriorate through the rest of the night tonight. Happening in Cameron now, and it will only get worse with time across southwest Louisiana. So keep that in mind, that things are going to continue to get worse. Let's pull up the track one more time, and we'll talk. Once again, I'm expecting an update sometime in the next 10 minutes or so from the National Hurricane Center. You'll see it because it'll change. It'll say advisory 9 o'clock instead of 8 o'clock. And it'll be interesting to see if there's a change in that pressure. It's now down to 937 millibars. Remember, the lower that number goes, the higher the wind speed. It's what we call an inverse relationship. So lower the air pressure, stronger the hurricane gets. And the reverse is true. We'll watch for that later on tonight. Once it moves inland, we will see the air pressure gradually increase, though we won't have as good a measurement of it once it's inland because we can't fly the hurricane plane over land, because the way they measure that's with a device called a drop sonde. It's a tube. It's about this long that they launch out of the bottom of the plane, and then it has a parachute and it comes down to the ground. Well, obviously, for I hope obvious reasons, we don't do that over land because we don't want potential flying debris added to a hurricane. So they do not fly over the land areas. But there's the track again. It'll make landfall sometime in the vicinity of midnight. As we get a little closer, we might be able to start trying to do a little bit more direct math and maybe pin down a little bit more precise time. But remember, the exact time is really not important, because even at 20 miles wide, that's still a very large eye. As far as most hurricanes are concerned, it's smaller than it was earlier, but that's still an incredible eye size. That means you're going to be in that eye for potentially an hour, because it's moving at about 15, 16 miles per hour. So if you happen to be in the path where you get the eye, it could be an hour to almost 2 hours as far as in the eye if you were in the direct middle part of the eye. So we have reporter Rania Kaur. She's joining us now, and I'll let you take it over.
Thanks, Wade. I actually have Fire Chief Keith Murray from Lake Charles Fire on the line here. Fire Chief Murray, mind just telling me about the kinds of calls you have been receiving tonight?
Actually, so far it's been very slight. We've made a few down power lines, a couple of trees on fire, a few wrecks on the interstate, but as the night's gone on, it's kind of trailed off. We're just, our department is hunkering down and going to wait through the storm. Most people aren't aware, but we've made it in PSAs clear that whenever the winds get to 40 miles an hour, all public safety is going to stop running, and we're going to remain not running until the winds drop below that. So as we get closer and closer to the landfall, when the winds finally get to 40 miles an hour, we're going to stop running. But at this point in time, nothing really exciting has happened.
And sir, if you don't mind, will you be assisting with rescues here tonight?
Say that again?
Will you be assisting with rescues here tonight?
Tonight, there won't be any rescues if the winds are between over 40 miles an hour. Nobody's going out to do anything.
But tomorrow or after the winds?
Yes, whenever the winds drop below 40 miles an hour, public safety will start running again. And during that time, oh yes, Lake Charles Fire will have probably a lot to do with whatever rescues that have to be done. We don't really have a clue yet how much or what kind, but whatever they are, we're ready to do it.
And sir, have you been receiving calls from evacuees and or those that are mostly sheltered in place?
Actually, no one's making those kind of calls yet because the weather's not that bad. But during the day, we helped give people rides to get so they could evacuate, and the rest of them that are shelter in place, we've heard really nothing of it because the weather's really hasn't been that bad yet.
And so after the weather does pass through, are you expecting to see a lot of those power line fires or those house fires? And of course, many people have left. So will you guys be, I guess, putting out these fires as you see them, or how is it going to go?
Well, during the time whenever the winds are over 40 miles an hour until they drop below, we're not responding at all. But after that, Lake Charles Fire will be going out. And I've been here for almost 32 years. And to quite a few hurricanes. So if we just, since I can't be a gypsy and tell you exactly what's going to happen, I can tell you that that what happens is there is usually always lots of down power lines and that type of thing, and lots of lightning type strikes and a lot of people stranded, and we just respond to all those we can. Now, usually it's very overwhelming. Sometimes we have to call for help, to come and get us, but some of the outside agencies that may be available, we do that through our local OEP. But yeah, we're going to stay out there and we're going to work and try to keep everyone as safe as possible and try to get everything back to normal as quickly as possible.
And sir, what advice do you have for people that are coming back and seeing those downed power lines? Should they call and report them?
Well, what happens is when people have those down power lines, whenever on a sunny day, a lot of times the truck will stay there with the line until someone comes and does it. Well, since it's going to, sometimes the energy workers are going to be actually working virtually for weeks, we will go out, we will assess how dangerous it is, we will flag it off. So if you see a down power line that has yellow flagging tape all around it, stay away from it. That means that it's live, but we couldn't leave a fire truck sitting there for days virtually waiting for someone to come and do something with it. We communicate with energy, let them know where it's at. We flag it off for the public to know that it's not safe to be around, and then just stay away from it.
And sir, if people contact you guys for help, what are you telling them right now?
Right now, we're still responding. It's 40 miles an hour yet. So what happens is during that time, if you're listening to the news and when you hear that the winds are at 40 miles an hour, public safety, if you call 911, 911 is going to tell you, hey, we're going to take your run, but no one's going to make it until the winds drop below 40 miles an hour. That's a standard policy across the board with Calcasieu 911 and all of the public agencies. That's not just Spot 4.
Thank you so much, Chief Murray. Is there anything I missed you'd like to add?
I would just like to tell people, just have faith. Lake Charles is a durable place. Lake Charles Fire, Lake Charles Police and Sheriff Department are there to help you, and we're going to do everything that we can to get through this. And I know that as a community, we're going to do the best we can, and we're going to be strong.
Thank you so much, Chief Murray. I'm going to toss it here back to Wade Hampton.
All right, thanks, Rania, and I'm good. Here's the latest information from the National Hurricane Center. This is the 9 o'clock update. Again, remember, we get these now every single hour from the Hurricane Center right up until this makes landfall. Advisory time, 9 o'clock. Thankfully, this is a little good news. Nothing has changed with this advisory, so that's a positive. Maybe we have stopped this strengthening process that has been underway really in the last 24 to 36 hours. This really started early yesterday morning when this became a hurricane and then rapidly intensified over the last 24 hours. The air pressure still 937 millibars, winds still at 150 miles per hour. Still bad news, but at least we're not getting any worse. Moving toward the north-northwest, still at around 15 miles per hour. Now, there will be a full update within the hour coming up at 10 o'clock from the Hurricane Center. That will update the track information, but as I've said, I do not expect anything major to change with this. It's going to make landfall in a couple of hours from now, and that's not going to change at this point. The only thing that would change maybe some of the issues once it gets north of here, but to be honest, we're not that concerned about that for us. Now, for those of you that maybe have evacuated elsewhere, let's take a quick look, kind of advance that, if you will, Jacob, real quick, kind of push this out in time, because I know folks have evacuated across a lot of area, and we kind of talked about this. Cynthia asked me a minute ago, obviously Lafayette. I expect the Lafayette area to experience conditions for sure. Here where we are located in Baton Rouge, we're still out on the edge with some rain bands. Yes, there's sporadic tornado warnings occurring in those, but farther inland yet, notice that's still up around Shreveport tomorrow afternoon, as quickly strengthening. I know it looks weird to go from a 4 to a tropical storm, but meaning it's likely to maybe begin to go from hurricane to tropical storm right there near the Shreveport area. But bottom line, if you're in North Louisiana, it's still going to be very windy starting probably early tomorrow morning before daylight, getting worse through the day. And as you can see at the very top of the screen, that continues even farther north, and there you go. I think you can pull it now. There you go. And you can see even across Arkansas by the time we head late Thursday into Friday. So I know some folks that went into Arkansas for the evacuation. Of course, you're much safer there than you are here because there's no surge potential, but there will be some lingering effects, and at some point it will become non-tropical as it crosses the Mississippi River out of Missouri, maybe across the Bluegrass State into Kentucky, and maybe even back out into the Atlantic Ocean somewhere near the D.C. vicinity. And by that point, there's probably not going to be much left to, at that point, probably tropical depression Laura. But bottom line, just wanted to show you real quick that the storm will continue north, but it will be rapidly weakening as it pushes farther and farther inland. And once again, there's the radar picture, and you can see definitely approaching the coast, should get closer and closer with time. And Cynthia, you have something?
You know what, Wade? One of the amazing things about it, even before the hurricane actually makes landfall, you're already getting the questions from people who have evacuated about, well, when will we be able to return?
Right.
It is too early to tell you that. There's no way we can tell you that because we don't even know what the situation is going to be.
We don't know what we're going to return to.
We don't know what we're going to return to. We're going to have to assess things. For one, you're probably going to have widespread power outages. Perhaps, you know, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but it could be weeks without power. And the question is, do you want to return to a situation where you're dealing with just extensive heat, no air conditioning? And I remember with Rita, it looked like a war zone.
It did, absolutely.
In Lake Charles.
And even those of you, I know a lot of folks have, you know, their home generators. Those became popular after Rita because of Rita. You know, if you have one of those, you might be thinking, well, I'm going to be set with that. Well, yes, you might. But the question then is, what state is even your home in? Because we have to think even in that extreme.
Do you have amenities? There are people who had generators, but there were no stores. There was no place to get gasoline. There was no place to get groceries. So I'm telling folks, because I've already been getting questions from people wanting to know, you know, when this is all over tomorrow morning, how soon can we return home? It is too early to tell.
Yeah, and I'll add something else to that, Cynthia. You know, even if you want to ignore all those problems, the other problem may be that there's still going to be storm surge flooding in places tomorrow, and it's going to take a while. We heard from Danny Laverne in Cameron Parish a little earlier this evening saying that, you know, it may take them a couple of days for that water to drop. I know after Rita it did. It took days because the water's got to funnel back down through a smaller inlet. The hurricane pushed it over land, but it can't push itself back over the same landmass. So it has to trickle out the little tributaries that go to the Gulf. So it's going to take longer. I expect maybe even along Interstate 10, there could be places that are flooded. One that comes to the mine would be in the Bayou Den area where the interstate crosses over Bayou Den there, where they're working on the interstate in Sulphur. That area could be flooded and maybe flooded fairly deep. So those of you that thinking maybe I can get back first thing tomorrow morning, I've got a friend that that actually needs to be back for reasons, but may have problems, and I already warned him that you may have to at least plan to go around that if you must get back, that there could be problems.
And I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but if things are really damaged and destroyed, the utter devastation that we had 15 years ago, we had that situation where you weren't even allowed back into Calcasieu Parish for quite a while. You know, state police, actually DOTD, shut down any entry into Calcasieu Parish. You were not allowed to return into Calcasieu Parish. And, you know, just judging from how it looks like this storm is going to be, if we're going to have that kind of devastation, the same thing may be in effect again.
It very well could.
Where they will not even allow people to re-enter Calcasieu Parish. So let's just take it 1 hour at a time.
Yeah, let's focus on the now part, and then we'll get to that in probably tomorrow in the afternoon. You have something too.
All right, I've got Matt Felder. He's the Director of Communications at Lake Charles Memorial Hospital, and Lindsay Thompson is going to talk to him.
Hey, Matt. First, I just want to ask you, what are y'all's plans, and what are y'all doing to prepare for the hurricane as it gets closer?
Well, the preparation for the hurricane began, you know, earlier this week with ordering extra supplies, getting all that in from the Houston area as far as food supplies, anything medical supplies we could possibly think of. Right now, as we get closer to landfall, you know, we're going around the building, trying to secure all exits, all doors, that type of thing. Anywhere where we could see maybe water, you know, could possibly come in if it got real high. You know, this is a very formal building. You know, it survived Rita. Parts of it have been here since the 50s and the 80s and that type of thing. So it has seen its fair share of storms. And now the staff is hunkered down, ready for the storm and keeping an eye on our patients.
And speaking of patients, how have y'all moved the patients around? You mentioned consolidating in one campus. Can you just describe what y'all have been doing to move patients around to get ready for the storm?
Well, the earlier beginning of the week, Monday and Tuesday, you know, we tried to discharge all those that were deemed, you know, able to be discharged. We do have two other campuses on the south part of town, the Archer Institute and Lake Charles Memorial Hospital for Women. And as we saw the threat for storm surge increasing out in that area, you know, we were sheltering in place, but, you know, little this afternoon, we saw that storm surge threat just becoming a little too high for comfort, so we moved patients to Memorial Hospital for Women, mainly women that just delivered today or yesterday, and babies that still needed some medical care. We moved those over here to our main campus, so all patients are at one centralized location with doctors, nurses, technicians, and all the medical equipment and everybody that they need to take care of them.
Mm-hmm. And what are your plans in case of major flooding with the storm surge predictions being so high? What are your plans to, are you going to move patients around again just in case the flooding does reach the hospital?
Well, no patients are on the ground floor, and it's the way this facility is set up. So no patients are on the ground floor, so we don't have to worry about that. The only people that we'd have to worry about is really staff that is on the ground floor, and we would just move up to the second floor. We don't anticipate it, you know, getting any higher than that for sure. The way this building is situated in the part of town, this building is situated. So everybody, all the patients will be where they are, anticipating the storm coming in. So no plans right now to move anybody around unless something really changes, but everybody is out of at least storm surge height.
Mm-hmm. And with coronavirus restrictions in place, a lot of family members are not able to see their loved ones, and those have probably evacuated. How can you tell me a little bit about how the families of patients are staying in contact with their loved ones right now in the hospital?
Well, the family can contact, you know, the most likely know what unit their family members are on, and all that unit. I think we still have operator services at this time, so they can call and check on them, and the nursing staff that are taking care of those patients do know who to contact. That's something, you know, we've been dealing with since March, really, with not a whole lot of visitors coming into the facility, and so that's something we've kind of fine-tuned, and over the course of the past 6 months is really keeping a family members because they can't be here, and this is really no different. So we're in contact with those family members, and the people specifically assigned to those patients are keeping in contact, or the family can contact the unit that those patients are on.
Mm-hmm. And what right now is your biggest worry with the storm? Is there anything that could potentially happen to the hospitals to create strong damage? What is your biggest worry right now?
We would just be worried about, windows blowing out. During Rita, our atrium area lost some windows, but nobody is in that area now. We've secured it. Nobody's going in there. Certainly no patients are in there where there's a lot of windows. We do have generators that turn on as soon as we lose power from electrical lines, and so we hope we anticipate that transfer to generator power to be immediate and to keep us through this storm, so that as long as our generators kick on and everything's good to go, we should just be able to care for our patients as we would have electricity just like anything else.
I just want to thank you for joining us today, Matt, and I wish you the best, and stay safe tonight, all right?
We appreciate it. We appreciate everybody's thoughts and prayers for Memorial and the Lake Charles community, and y'all stay safe as well.
All right, thank you. Now I'm going to toss it back over to Wade.
All right, thanks a lot, Lindsay. And overall, still watching our Hurricane Laura getting closer and closer. Jacob's got the distance kind of there measured on the screen now, about 60 or so miles just off the coastline of Cameron Parish. Things are going to really begin to go downhill. You can see those darker colors there on the map. In fact, if you want to zoom in closer to southeast Cameron Parish, you can see that the darker, the red or magenta colors that are showing up there, that is where the winds are likely beginning to really increase. And that's not even the worst of the hurricane. I want to make that clear. It's just wherever you have heavy rain, that pushes the wind from higher up into the atmosphere down toward the ground. And in a tropical system, that means I would suspect winds there probably now 40 to 50 miles per hour, maybe even higher, especially gusts at times. In these tropical rain bands, you can always get very intense bursts of wind. I know even early today, around noon or so, I left my house for the last time and was heading up Enterprise Boulevard when it was raining in Lake Charles, and it was interesting just watching the tree action and the wind really whipping in some of those rain. Again, that was just a couple of showers. It wasn't anything all that prolific. And again, there's a tornado warning still in effect for the southeast corner of Cameron Parish. And Jacob's trying to click there on the map to show us some of the wind speeds. You can see the radar showing 50 to 60 outside of that warning. You may have to turn the warning layer off on that one, Jacob. We do apologize. We're dealing with a lot of new technology that's a little new to us. We kind of were thrown into this situation, and we appreciate the folks here again at WAFB for helping us out. We are using a weather computer that's not ours. Everyone, I'm sure you out there have little shortcuts you may have on your own PCs and whatnot. Well, same idea even with our weather system. We have little shortcuts in the way you do things, and it's always interesting trying to figure that out. But there we go, and you can see the wind velocity once again. Jacob trying to be able to plot, and you can see that the wind velocity there is still not wanting to cooperate for him. But I would estimate there anywhere where you see that green now, probably 60 to 70 mile per hour winds are certainly possible, especially being pushed down to the ground. Of course, the velocity from the radar is just that. It's where the radar beam's at, which doesn't represent necessarily the ground. But when we have those heavier rain bands, I'd say, yeah, it's definitely possible that there could be some gusts upwards of near 70 miles per hour. There's one at 73 there close to Rockefeller. So again, those could definitely be pushed to the ground. And please remember that it's only going to get worse as we go through the rest of the night tonight. And we'll continue tracking all that for you. Again, we're not going to focus too much on individual tornado warnings. Normally, you would see us doing that, but because, again, you need to already be in your safe place, I'm not going to focus on those too much. The only way maybe would be if there's a tornado warning well displaced where the worst of the weather's going on, but so far that doesn't seem to be much of an issue locally. It's more of an issue east of here, but things, as I said, will continue to go downhill fairly rapidly through the night tonight, and certainly we'll continue monitoring for you as well as those conditions continue to get worse. And again, I just want to keep reiterating, please make sure you know where you're going to go in your home when things really do get bad later on tonight. You need to have that plan in place. You don't want to be running around while the winds are gusting to 100 miles per hour outside and be trying to figure out what you're doing. It's too late then. So do it now. Think about that. Hopefully you already did that even yesterday when I gave you this advice, or earlier today when we gave you the advice to find out where you would be going. And I will mention I did get a text message from Buddy Russ, who's over on Gator 995. He told me that we are now simulcasting on all of their radio stations as well, and will remain on those at least as long as either our television signal stays up and or their radio signal stays up, or any other links that are involved in that equation. But that's another way in case you lose, maybe you lose your cell phone service. You know, that's certainly a possibility when power begins to fail. We may lose some cell networks in some places, which means you may lose your ability to watch us on our KPLC First Alert weather app, for example. But if you have an actual radio, and I mean the literal radio, not the app, because remember, you need something beyond the app, because if you have an app, you could watch it on our First Alert weather app. But find an actual radio and you would be able to listen to that on the radio. Again, one of those would be Gator 995. That probably has the widest coverage, but also on 107 Jams, 92.9 The Lake, and 92.1 FM. So again, another way that we're trying to be here at your service to keep updated with the latest information across Southwest Louisiana, trying to be on as many platforms as possible. That way, if you lose one, maybe you have the other. And of course, we're on television as well, the actual TV signal. But I do want to stress, I suspect that part may end up going out at some point, just because there's a lot of pieces involved in that. And especially if you're watching us on a cable system, remember, they may lose power at the cable company and or have line issues, and the cable system may lose service. So if so, then you would lose your TV. If you're watching us with an antenna over the air, you're more than likely to going to keep our signal for a little bit longer. But of course, then the actual power issue comes back into play. If you lose power, all of that is a moot point. So speaking of power, and since I'm holding it in my hand again, please keep your cell phones charged throughout this duration. Leave them on the charge now. And if you have one of those extra power banks, you know, I know a lot of people have those, the little skinny power bank that looks like kind of like the third of a size of a phone or something. You have one of those rechargeable battery packs. Keep it handy and keep it charged as well, because you can always plug the phone in to keep your phone charged, because as I said, we're going to be on the app, and that's a perfect way to stay up to date with us. We're going to be watching that and keeping you posted. And if you're looking at our Facebook page, I will stress we're busy on television, so please follow us here on the app and whatnot. If something happens to our signal and we know that we're not, we'll definitely try to update Facebook with more information. But I have a feeling to that point, you're not going to be able to see that anyway, because it means the cell network has probably gone out. Let's go back to the radar real quick there, Jacob, and kind of show you what's going on one more time to give a quick update here on things. We're at 9:16 here on this Wednesday night in Southwest Louisiana. Of course, we're in South Central Louisiana over in the Baton Rouge area, but this Wednesday, August the 26th, and you can see the hurricane getting closer and closer to land. No, I don't expect any at least appreciable changes that are going to happen to this forecast, unfortunately. I know a lot of people ask me, you know, hey, do you expect a last minute this or a last minute that? And I really wish I could tell you that answer was yes, but I just don't foresee anything that causes a last minute change of any kind to this situation. There may be some very minor differences at the time between now and when it gets to landfall, but those are going to be so minor that it's not going to matter in the grand scheme of things. This is going to be a very major hurricane, and now we're under, looks like, the 60-mile threshold. Let's, can you pull that up just a little bit? The banner is kind of covering that information up. There we go, right there. And you can see we're about 60 or so miles from Cameron to the center of that eye. And certainly getting closer and closer to landfall. And you can see some of those bands even now approaching the Cameron vicinity. Some of those heavier rain bands getting closer. I mentioned over around Rockefeller, you could see some of those bands, but even into Cameron proper, beginning to see those as well. And they'll begin to spread west with time. Let's put that into motion, make it do a loop there real quick. And you'll see those bands as they pinwheel or kind of rotate around the center of circulation of Hurricane Laura. Those will ride right along the coastline. As Laura moves farther north, all of them will be pushed north. And I even see some lighter rain beginning to move across the Lake Charles vicinity as well. And things are going to begin to go downhill as that light rain transitions to more moderate rain and eventually to heavier rain within the next couple of hours as those rain bands move from south to north. As they gradually lift farther north, expect conditions to begin to go downhill. It's not going to be worst case scenario just yet. This is just going to be probably some gusty winds, yes, 20, 30, maybe beginning to gust upwards of near tropical storm force at times. But then things really get bad later tonight. For Lake Charles, Jennings, I think the worst weather would be well after midnight. At the coastline, it would be near or probably just before midnight when things really get bad for those of you in places like Johnson Bayou, to Holly Beach, Cameron, Grand Chenier. That's those of you there are going to feel the worst conditions first. Now, there may be very subtle differences on what those worst conditions are, depending on precisely where the landfall happens. But if you were watching earlier today before we left Lake Charles, I told you then that it did not matter where the precise landfall point was, because as wide as this storm was, whether you're to just the left or just to the right, you still get impacts from the hurricane. It's just a matter of maybe slightly less on the left side or west side versus slightly worse on the east side of the landfall of where the eye goes. But again, rain is beginning to fall across the Lake Charles vicinity. So we got Cynthia Arcedo here as well, and we have, I'll let you handle that.
I'm going to find a microphone real quick, and I'm going to
Cynthia, I'm going to get Cynthia mic in just a second. There, it's right behind you, Liz. It's been a long day. It has been a long day already.
Until I can get a microphone.
But yeah, we're going to continue talking to several folks.
All right,
and,
folks, you know how it is. You've done this before. It's live TV, and we're here covering the hurricane. Julie Mesh, one of my cohorts at KPLC, but she's behind in Lake Charles, so we left you behind, Julie, but you're going to let us know what things are looking like right about now.
Yeah, sure. I'm hunkered down at my mom's house at the moment. We are off of Common Street and College Street, which is, I can hear Interstate 210 from here. So we're very close to 210. And right now, it's the wind is very calm. We've got a few sprinkles happening. It's just really quiet, the quiet before the storm. So
is Mom okay? Mom is okay? Yeah. She's not nervous?
Mom's okay. Yeah, she got tired earlier, so I gave her night meds, and she's sound asleep. And I guess unless the roof blows off, she'll sleep through the whole thing, which is what I'm hoping for.
Yeah.
Want the roof to blow off,
oh, God forbid, God forbid. Julie, what kind of, you knew that you were going to be staying with your mom, I presume. What kind of preparations did y'all make?
Well, I made preparations several months ago for the pandemic and for any hurricane that happened. So I bought lots of non-perishable foods. Every time I went to the grocery store, I brought bottled water and gallons of water. I've got lots of cans of tuna fish. I've got plenty of food. So we can probably stay here for a month if we needed to.
That is
great. Without having to have any intervention, yeah.
And you know what, and that's smart.
Providing that, the structure that we in stays sound. And if things get bad, I guess we'll try and retreat to the cars if I can get my mom into the car. But yeah, so I think that we have all the preparations we need. My brother has set us up with a generator. So should we lose electricity, we'll turn the generator on and we'll be able to have some electricity. in contact with the outside world, so that'll be great.
Julie, let me ask you this. What kind of structure are y'all in? You're not in a mobile home, I would imagine.
No, we're not. The home that I'm in right now was built about 60 years ago by my dad.
Those were tough. Those were well-made buildings.
Yeah, it unfortunately has the asbestos siding on it, so I don't think it's coming out anytime soon. It's a pier house, though. The road that we're on is pretty elevated, so I do not think that we'll get any of the floodwaters in the house. So I think at the moment we are, I'm just kind of praying for, it's just the luck of a tornado, the high winds, it's going to happen. I know that's going to happen. We're all secure in the middle room. It's got no windows. It is in the center of the house. So I've got every blanket in there. I have every cushion that I can find. I have, I'm going to shut all the doors. I've got the deadbolts on the house. So when it starts getting bad,
you know all the precautionary measures to take. That's for sure. I know you were with us 15 years ago at St. Patrick Hospital, right?
Yes, I was.
So you remember that. You remember the horrendous sounds of the winds blowing from Hurricane Rita, and those touch and go moments where we thought the roof was coming off the building and everybody's grabbing for a mattress. So you know how to prepare yourself. You know how to get into that inner room and just have all of those cushion things available. And when you talked about going into the inner area of the house, it kind of brought back memories for me when I was a kid growing up in St. Mary Parish. I always tell people my hometown was to Louisiana what Cameron is to Lake Charles, and we had a couple of rough moments where we got caught because they thought the storm was going elsewhere and at the last minute had to change. And I know what it's like for Dad to get us all together and huddled up in the middle of the room. So that's what you guys are going to be prepared to do.
Yes, you're absolutely right. I took advice of others, and inside the room I have an axe. I've got several hammers in case for some reason the structure comes down on us. We can try and get us out.
You've been listening to Wade Hampton, haven't you?
So if they can get to us after the storm, I think I've done everything that I possibly can to weather it out here.
All right, but right now it's still quiet.
Yeah, it's still quiet. I just had a very small gust of wind. But
how about
I'm walking around right now, and there are trees are nowhere near the house, so that's good. That's one reason why we stayed. Is we don't have a tree that's imminent to fall on the home.
Okay.
There are trees down the road, and I'm quite sure that once this is all over, we're kind of stuck. We live on a dead end street, so once the trees fall at the beginning of the road, I'm pretty sure we're stuck here for a while. But nothing, unless a tornado or something picks up something and throws it on us. I think we're okay with anything falling on us.
All right. Well, Julie Mesh, I certainly appreciate you taking the time out to chat with us tonight. We are praying for the best for you and your mom. Stay safe and Godspeed. And we will talk to you in the morning. I have faith in that. Thank you so much for being with us.
Give me a call. I'll answer if we still have a cell service.
All right. Thanks, Julie.
Yeah.
Have a good night.
Thanks, Julie. It's always nice to hear from some of our coworkers and friends there that are still in Lake Charles. I've been getting text messages from friends of mine as well that have stayed, and I've got a couple. We may even talk to a few of those later on tonight. I've got a few of those lined up. Craig, we will probably talk to those a little later tonight when things get really bad. I've got a couple that we may talk to, and if any of you are out there that have decided to stay, feel free to message me on Facebook, on my Facebook page, and at least please keep us updated, because we at least want to hear those firsthand information, firsthand reports of what's going on where you live, especially as it relates to, I sure hope you're not going to be telling me about surge issues, but at least maybe wind issues, because if you're telling me about surge, that means you probably have stayed in a spot that is not so safe. But if you want to message me, and maybe we can maybe we chat on here on TV, but definitely I've got a few of those lined up. At least we'll like to hear those information, might relay that here on TV. Once again, there's the radar, and again, still tracking Hurricane Laura that is getting closer and closer to landfall. As Julie said, it was raining very lightly, I believe I heard her say, but very light rain. But certainly some bands are getting closer to the northern part of Cameron Parish and into southern Calcasieu. You can see right there along the Calcasieu-Cameron Parish line, there are some yellow coloration showing up. That's still fairly light rain, yes, but heavier than what's going on to the north, and again, it's only going to get worse with time. And anywhere in these rain bands, the wind may briefly gust. I did hear Julie say that there were some gusts that happened briefly while she was even talking, that and that definitely will continue to be the case through the rest of the night tonight, that those winds will gust at times. It may almost look like there's no wind at all, and then it's right back. That is until the worst of the storm gets there, and then it's just going to be, it'll sound like a solid wall of just wind. It's just going to be incredible to hear, and I hope most of you out there are in that safest location that you can be, and just plan to stay there until it's over. I know the temptation, and since I know there are folks that are out there, temptation may end up being and there is a new tornado warning that was issued there for Cameron Parish. I see that, but again, once again, you need to be in the safe place anyway. So a new tornado warning was issued for portions of Cameron Parish, specifically looks like the Grand Chenier area, seeing a tornado. But my point, if the temptation may be later tonight, when the eye passes over, to go outside during the eye and look at things or whatever, go look to see. Trust me, I get it. It would be super cool. I hate to say that, but it really would be. I've heard the stories of what it's like in an eye. Please resist that temptation if at all possible, because it can go from calm to right back to 150-mile-per-hour winds almost immediately once the southern end of that eye wall comes right back over you. So the only good news, this is a relatively large eye. At least we're not talking about a very pinpoint sized eye, but still, I would urge you to resist that temptation. Just take solace that you're getting a little time without the wind, and be prepared for the second half, because a lot of times the second half of the hurricane can be worse than the first half, or at least it seems that way. And also, one thing to remember, those of you that are there still in Southwest Louisiana, the wind is going to be from, let's use Cameron, and I don't see you right off the screen, so about 28 miles as far as the width of that eye. Those of you, let's say Cameron, Calcasieu Parish for sure, the wind direction is going to be easterly right now, and probably staying easterly through most of the hurricane. Then the eye will pass over, and remember, the winds are going to turn 180 degrees, and they'll be out of a westerly direction once the second half of the eye, or the other eye wall, moves across the area. So be prepared to maybe hear different sounds, that you may end up hearing the wind sound like one thing when it's that more easterly direction, and then it's going to shift. And also be prepared for different damage to happen. A good example of that in your home, maybe you have a tree on one side of the house versus maybe there's only one side where you have a tree. Part of that time, the wind's going to be blowing away from your home, pushing said tree away. On the second half, it could potentially push same tree toward your house. So just remember, there's a 180-degree shift in wind directions if the eye passes over your location. Now, there's going to be some of you that are not going to see the eye at all. That happened to us in Lake Charles during Rita. We never got into the eye. The eye of Rita passed over the very western portions of Calcasieu Parish over into Orange County, Texas. So where we, Cynthia and I, she's right here, we're stationed at the Christus St. Patrick Hospital, we never got into the eye. It was just the hurricane eye wall the entire time. That's honestly the worst case scenario, because you take a pounding not only at the beginning of the eye wall, but all the way through the side of it and then the back side, and you deal with shifting wind direction the whole time. You deal with easterly, then southerly, then southeasterly, or southeasterly, then to southwesterly winds throughout that entire time. So you really get almost worse damage that side on the very eye wall than you could if you went right through the eye. I can speak from experience. My parents experienced that in 2004 during Hurricane Charlie back home in Southwest Florida, where they never saw the eye. it was a super small hurricane to begin with. They stayed in the eastern eye wall the entire time and just really took a beating. The only good news they had was it was such a small storm that it was about an hour and it was done. Unfortunately, I don't have that kind of good news for this one because this is a very large hurricane. This is going to be a couple of hours worth of hurricane force winds, maybe as much as 4 to 6 hours worth of hurricane force winds in some areas. And even those 100+ mile per hour winds, probably going to be at least an hour, maybe 2 hours of even that. So this isn't just a short duration event and it's done. I know I've tried to compare this to a tornado in respects to how you should prepare, but please don't think it's like a tornado in that it's there and gone and things are all quote unquote kind of back to normal. That is not the case whatsoever. That things will definitely stay very bad for a very long period of time across Southwest Louisiana. So be prepared. Those of you that have stayed, hopefully you've already thought about these ideas, but that's why I've said that to take those snacks. That's why I suggest the snacks and water and whatnot if you're going to that safe location in your home, because you're going to be there for a while. This isn't just going to be a short event. You're going to be there for quite some time. And again, those of you that are still watching, no matter where you are in South Louisiana, some of you not really seeing a whole lot of rain at all. Vernon, Beauregard, and Allen parishes, I really don't see much showing up on the radar here whatsoever yet, but we know it's coming. Even those of you farther north, the storm will be a little weaker once it moves inland, yes, but please don't be fooled into thinking that it's a rosy picture for you, because it's definitely not. It is not going to be an easy night tonight. Things will be a little later for you guys farther north, but it's still coming and it's still going to be a very bad situation. And let's pull that radar down a little bit more and we'll see the eye. And I mentioned earlier that I thought the southern half of the eye wall probably was more just an effect of the radar, and I'm beginning to see more yellows and even some reds trying to show up on the southern half of that eye wall right there, and I think that's more indicative of it's getting closer to the radar so it can see it a little bit better. Remember, the radar is based about right here at the Lake Charles Regional Airport, and the beam has to go out, and because of the curvature of the Earth, as the beam goes out in a straight line, it gets higher up into the atmosphere due to the curvature. So by the time you get out here, the radar is looking some 5 to maybe even 10,000 feet above the ground. So potentially the southern half of the storm is looking nearly 2 miles into the sky, so it's not able to see the eye wall as much. Plus, to be honest, it has to go through a massive eye wall on the first side. So the radar beam just can't see that as well. So bottom line, I think as we get closer to landfall, that this is going to begin to show up more and be indicative of a very bad situation that is going to be continuing across the area. Let's do the measurement again on that. We're going to try and keep folks posted on that, because I know those of you, especially in Cameron, want to probably know just how far away is this hurricane located from Cameron. And again, there we go. To the center of the eye, 55 to nearly 60 miles or so is how far away that storm is located. So getting closer and closer, moving at about 15 miles per hour. So that's a little more than, say, maybe 3.5 hours from now, and we are at 9:30. So that's still pretty much on time, 12:30 to 1 o'clock. So watching that and keep continuing to track this throughout the night for you here across Southwest Louisiana. Again, just because we're not there at home in Southwest Louisiana does not mean that we're not going to track this for you. We're still at your service here to keep you posted as well as we can. And I realize many more of you are probably watching us from elsewhere. I certainly hope the majority of folks watching are from elsewhere around Southwest Louisiana, and we'll try to keep you guys updated as much as possible, because I know you're wanting to see how things are progressing in your home area. So bottom line, again, it's going to be a very, very long night for all of us tracking what is Hurricane Laura as it will be approaching the coastline and looking like that landfall sometime, say, between 12:30 to 1 a.m. Again, we'll try to narrow that down a little bit closer when we get within a couple of hours of landfall, but it's going to happen likely just after midnight. Somewhere along the Cameron Parish coastline is where we're going to see a landfall. Cameron itself right here, and it's certainly making pretty close to a beeline for Cameron. This one may end up being just a hair, just a little bit east of Rita's landfall position. So there's not a whole lot to read into that other than just where the textbooks will say it made landfall. Cynthia?
Okay, I got to put the spectacles on.
Yeah.
I can't see too much, but I thought this was wonderful. Governor John Bell Edwards, we're reading tweets from him. Governor John Bell Edwards is saying to all of us, much of our state is in the path of Hurricane Laura tonight. Whether you evacuated or are at home, you need to stay off the roads. This is a time for all of us to be praying for the best while we're prepared for the worst. God bless you and your families. Be safe tonight. That's from Governor John Bell Edwards, a tweet. Okay, I think we've got Matt Houston. Matt Houston has been with us reporting on the ground in Southwest Louisiana, and I think he's at L'Auberge de Lac right now. Matt?
Yeah, guys, it is starting to feel a bit more like a hurricane now. In fact, you can see the wind blowing through my shirt here, and the water behind me starting to develop some white caps across the Calcasieu River as those waves begin to break up against the banks. If I look across the way, I can see a pretty consistent but light rain. It's been raining for the last hour or so, but it looks worse than it actually is because the wind is blowing so hard, as you can see, and that's really the telltale sign that Hurricane Laura is making its way inland toward Calcasieu Parish, up along the river where we're stationed right between the port of Lake Charles and Interstate 210. Other than that, it's been fairly quiet this evening, but it's just gotten progressively darker, windier, and more wet over this period of time. And you can see some of the factory lights behind me, perhaps. And if I look on the opposite direction, outside the view of the camera right now, you'd see the smokestacks flaring. And when the flames shoot up in the sky, right now those flares are almost parallel with the ground beneath them, straight across. And that indicates just how fast and hard the wind is blowing, that those flames are blowing directly across. That's perhaps the best indication we have of what the wind actually looks like, because it is so dark behind us right now. But we've been keeping our eye on that for the last hour or so, and all of a sudden those flames start to kind of fall down and down and down, and then right now they are parallel with the ground beneath them. So the wind blowing straight across and up as Hurricane Laura moves north across the coast and into the Lake Charles area. The wind is not terrible from where we are right now, but that's largely because we are in a parking garage overlooking the Calcasieu River. If we were to go down the ramp, perhaps to where the elements are a little more open and accessible to us, we would find that it is quite windy, and I probably would have to fasten this hat a little bit tighter than it already is. That is the view right now. Earlier today, we saw some rain between 1 and 2:30. And it was pretty hard and pretty sideways. That was a sort of primer for what we are expecting to get in just the next few hours. Again, the worst of it still to come, probably a long ways away, a few hours away, but we've seen our fair share of wet weather already. We are staying dry in here. We'll remain in this parking garage throughout the evening, keeping our eye on things. We expect that we will have some damage to report on tomorrow because, as you've heard all night, we're expecting this one to be a sort of an all-timer as far as storm surge and wind is concerned. There's even some talk about maybe it being one of the strongest hurricanes to ever make landfall in Louisiana. So something to keep our eyes on, and we're doing that for you here from the L'Auberge Casino parking garage. As things develop, we'll keep you posted. For now, I'm Matt Houston. Guys, back to you in the studio.
All right, that was Matt Houston reporting from L'Auberge, and things are still quiet, relatively speaking.
Yeah, exactly, Cynthia. We just saw that Skycam view there. The Skycam beginning to shake. That's indicating that we're seeing some of those strong winds looking out across there. Not really poor visibility, so that means that the rain that Matt was describing was fairly light out there. We're not really seeing much in the way of heavy and intense rain across southwest Louisiana right now, but definitely going to be watching those heavier bands working their way through, and unfortunately that's going to bring in heavier rain as well as those stronger winds. We were looking at those velocities just a little bit ago, and you could see just offshore of Cameron, even right there along the Cameron coastline, winds gusting to 70 miles per hour. So that's hurricane force out there, and with that, those heavier bands, it will bring those winds down to the surface. So that's something that we're continuing going to have to watch out there.
Let me ask you this, Jacob. You know, you're going to have people who are watching this and saying, well, it's not really that bad.
Right.
You know, very little rain. The wind isn't kicking up. And, maybe we dodged a bullet. What do you say to people about that?
Yeah, even though it's not raining at your house right now, don't let your guard down. This storm is still working its way inland, and the worst impacts are yet to come. Right now, if you're along the Parish coastline, I know we talked to some people earlier. I think it was the sheriff or the mayor down in Johnson or in Cameron Parish, and they was talking about people staying in Johnson Bayou as well as down towards Holly Beach, and those people are going to begin to feel those effects right now. You can see some of the wind beginning to work its way in there as well. And the wind's only coming as well as the heavier rain. We've been talking about the storm surge potential, but the rain is just now really beginning to go. We saw earlier today when we were at the station that first round of rain moving through, which caused some trouble over in the Sulphur, power outages and trees down. There's only going to be more of that coming. As we look at the radar, you can see the heavy rain bands now pushing into Lake Charles, and that's really going to be continuing as we head over the next couple of hours. And this is all working its way off towards the north. The north-northwest movement at 15 miles per hour with Hurricane Laura. You can see those heavier rain bands. You can see those dark oranges as well as those reds. That's indicating very heavy rain across portions of Cameron Parish. And this is where we're going to be watching for those tropical storm force gusts. And now as we get closer to the center of circulation, and we're going to be tracking those hurricane force winds out there. You can see Chief Meteorologist Wade Hampton's driving the radar. You can see that eye, and right there in those eye walls, you see those dark oranges as well as those yellows. That is indicating some of the strongest winds. That's where we're looking at those 150 plus mile per hour winds. And from Cameron right now, 53.8 miles. So that's just under 3.5 hours or so away from landfall. And this could be right there in Cameron or a little bit further to the east. But either way, Cameron as well as over towards Grand Chenier and Holly Beach and Johnson Bayou, with the expansion of this eye, the eye is around 30 miles wide. It's going to be covering a vast area, and it's going to take a little bit of time for this eye to actually move through portions of our viewing areas. It was mentioning earlier, we were talking about maybe an hour to hour and a half, maybe 2 hours within this eye, and you can't get complacent. If this eye does move over, yes, the winds will kind of subside. The heavy rain will definitely as well, but as quick as it could come to an end, we're going to be tracking this moving back into our region. So if you make it through the northern eye wall where we're seeing 150 mile per hour winds, well, you might get an hour and a half to 2 hours worth of break, but on that southern end, those winds kick right back up to 150. The eye wall definitely the most dangerous part of this storm, and we're going to continue to see it moving off towards the north as well. Continuing to look at our radar, you can see that eye wall about 53 miles away from Cameron Parish right now, and as we were talking about, a landfall around midnight to just after around the 1 o'clock time frame, and it's only going to go down. The conditions are only going to deteriorate as we go throughout the next couple of hours. We talked about evacuations, and really we're continuing to see those worst conditions continuing to happen.
All right, Jacob, we're watching and waiting. I've got Mayor Nick Hunter, Lake Charles Mayor Nick Hunter, on the line with us now. Mayor, thanks for being with us. How's the family? How's everybody doing?
Well, thank you for asking, Cynthia. The family's out of town. They're safe. I miss them dearly, but the most important thing is they're safe.
Great. Well, I know you've got those two beautiful kids out of harm's way, but you're hunkering down in Lake Charles. What are you seeing there?
Well, as I look outside right now, I definitely see the wind picking up. We've had some bands of rain, and it's definitely deteriorating.
Now, for those people who decided to ride out the storm, do you have any words for them? Because there are some of them who are still at home in Southwest Louisiana. They're listening to us right now. What words of advice would you give to them right now?
Well, at this moment, if you're in Lake Charles, it is really not safe to be out and about. If you have not already evacuated, that window has really closed at this moment, and you need to hunker down. You need to stay away from windows, and unfortunately, as much as it pains me to say it, there is going to be a period of time for several hours where law enforcement and public safety and our fire department will not be able to respond to you.
Are we there? Are we at that point in time yet?
I believe we are, Cynthia. I mean, I wish I had OEC standing next to me to make that call. But I'll tell you, when I walk outside and I see the wind, I absolutely do not believe it's safe to be out on the roads right now.
How do you feel about the city and the parish's efforts to get people out of our community yesterday as far as evacuations?
Well, Cynthia, not only yesterday, but today, this morning as well. And I am so proud of the coordination and the teamwork of local agencies, the City of Lake Charles, the police jury, the sheriff's office, and our state counterparts. We have worked like a well-oiled machine to get people out of Lake Charles and out of Calcasieu Parish. We've given so many options for people. It also pains me to say that unfortunately, I think there are quite a few that for whatever reason chose not to take those options.
I know yesterday when we were covering the story as people were boarding those buses, at that time they expressed that they didn't really know where they were going to. Are y'all able to say what shelters that we sent our citizens to?
According to the information I received, the majority of those people actually went to hotel rooms. The state was using congregate shelters as a last resort, and so hotel rooms was a priority, and those were used up before a congregate shelter was established.
That's wonderful. So we were taking the COVID-19 situation into consideration.
Absolutely. Both the state and locals are very cognizant that COVID-19 still exists.
What is going to happen after the storm passes? How is the city of Lake Charles going to help get things back together again? We've been through this before with Rita. What do we have planned? Do we have a game plan in mind?
Well, the top priority is human life and making sure that if there are individuals that need help, as soon as it is humanly possible for our public safety to get out and get them help, they're going to do that. So search and rescue is going to be our number one priority. I absolutely believe mid to late tomorrow we are going to see a massive search and rescue operation because we do believe there's a lot of people still in Lake Charles. And we have been through these before. You see the greatest aspect of the character of people in Southwest Louisiana in a natural disaster because we help each other. I don't care what your creed is. We are all brothers and sisters, and we're going to reach out and help each other. However, the recovery from this event is going to be similar to Rita or greater. And so we're going to need not only local help and local support, we're going to need state and federal help and support. And according to what I am hearing from our counterparts on a state and federal level, they are going to have our back. And certainly I'm optimistic, and I hope that that is the case.
All right, Mayor Nick Hunter, it's obviously going to be a long road ahead of us, but we're all in this together, and I'm sure we're going to pull through Southwest Louisiana style.
Amen. Thank you, Cynthia.
All right, thank you, Mayor. And now we're going to go to Sheriff Tony Mancuso. I think Jillian has the sheriff with her there in Calcasieu Parish.
Here at the Calcasieu Parish Sheriff's Office, and the conditions are starting to deteriorate tonight. The winds are definitely starting to pick up. Sheriff Tony Mancuso here with me. You actually have a wind gauge in your office, right?
We do, and it's running around 15 to 20 miles an hour right now. So it is picking up. But you know, just an hour or so ago, it was only 8 miles an hour, 6 miles an hour. We were thinking, good Lord. You know, it's pretty calm around here. It's been kind of quiet, but it's starting to pick up now. Obviously, we can tell the difference.
There was definitely an eerie calm before all this started to pick up.
There really was. It was. We actually talked about that and said, you know, what is the deal? We expected more earlier and just to begin earlier, and we walked outside and it was really almost calm, and we thought, oh well, here's the the end before the start.
Yeah,
so
the calm before the storm for sure. And one thing I think now.